Well, a very good morning, everybody, to live coverage of round 10 for this year's Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. We're here at Whilton Mill for a very big day in the championship. 3 rounds to go. One of them here today, 2 of them at Shennington at the end of the month. And today is a day where we could see some of our classes here in 2023's championships decided. At the end of today, everyone who has competed in every single round so far this season will have a representative championship score. Dropped scores will come into play after this. As I say, it could be for some of the drivers who've done particularly well across the course of the season, already enough work and satisfied to score enough points to not be able to be knocked off their P1 positions in the championship. We're running around the international layout, 1.2 kilometres in length, 12 turns, 26 feet in elevation. This track established in the early 1990s. Mixed weather here at Whilton Mill for today. Better than yesterday, where it's very persistent rain throughout the day. It's a bit cloudy here at the moment, dry, but there could be light rain later on in the day with a light breeze across the circuit as well. Drivers are going to be on their tiptoes and trying to keep on top of the conditions as we go across the course of the day. It's the usual schedule for all of our classes. Each class will have 2 heats, the first of them coming up in this next session of races before we have a break. Then after the break there'll be the second set of heats and then the finals as well. Times qualifying has already been completed for all of our classes. That's set the grid for the first set of races. So let's get going with racing here today at Whilton Mill for round 10 of Purgo SuperOne 2023. The first heat, Bambino C50, is up next. So we start the day with the Bambino C50 competition. Let's have a look at the grid for the first race of the day, as we say, determined by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Toby Biggs, looking for a big day in the championship, starts on pole position for this one. Yesterday's winner, first win in quite a while for 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 alongside on the front row, showing that there's good form in the number 8 kart this weekend. Rex Pooley, current championship leader, is very much one of those drivers who could win their title in their respective class today with a strong set of performances. Starts the day on row 2. Joshua Bailey in the number 81 karters alongside. Harry Chapman, winner last time out in front of Alpha Live cameras at Fullbeck, will start on row number 3 alongside the E-plate holder Mason Hibbert. On row 4 we find Ronnie Kempston and LBJ Stubbs. Leo Hunt, welcoming Leo into the championship, starts on row 5 alongside one of the top rookies this season in Eli Scher. Good qualifying from Benjamin Schlevo as well on row 6 alongside Noah Smith. Row 7, Jack Daniels had a strong day yesterday in the final as one of our rookie trophy recipients. Starts alongside Mason Muncher on row number 7. Simon Kalman and Logan Hodgetts start on row 8. Arlo Atkinson and Oliver Daniels start on the 9th row of the grid. Mickey Gonzalez and a new debutant into the series this weekend, Jax Wong, are there on row 10. Elliot Payne and Jason Wilson on row 11. Ethan Pearson and Ollie West on row number 12. And then towards the back of the grid on row 13 we find Alex Marshall and William Wainwright. Ernie Wade, problems in qualifying means that one of our front runners so far this year is due to go off from 27th and last on the grid. Championship points, as per our calculations in the box early last night after yesterday's results. Rex Pooley is your championship leader on 1,119 points. Now, this is when I'm going to start talking about max possible scores for this year, because Rex will be looking to, after today, have amassed an amount of points greater than anybody else's max possible score. So we look to the likes of Harry Chapman in particular in second place at the moment in points. Currently has 1,029 points, has a max possible of 1,204. What we mean by that is if Harry won every single race between now and the end of the season, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗋 would be the score that Chapman would end with at the end of the championship. So if 𝗶𝗲𝗋i can end the day today on 1,205, or higher, of course, he would have the championship won irrespective of other drivers' results. We've got to remember, Heat, 34 points for a race winner. There's 2 of them, and then the finals, the longer races later on in the day, 60 points available for the race winners. So if you do your quick maths, that 𝗶𝗲𝗋i's on 1,119 and needs to get up to around 1,205, there are more than enough points available today for 𝗶𝗲𝗋i to wrap up that championship. Still with a mathematical opportunity as well, we should mention 𝗦𝗽𝗻𝗻 won yesterday, clean sweep yesterday for 𝗦𝗽𝗻𝗻. Is on really good form in that number 8 kart this weekend. It was the first time Henry had won a final yesterday, so that was good to see. Good to interview him at the end of the day. He's 3rd on points on 991. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍 is our pole sitter, is 4th on 982. Mason Hibbert 5th on 963. Joshua Bailey, 𝗦𝗍𝒻𝗃, Ronnie Kempson, Jack Daniels and Mickey Gonzalez all in the top 10. I think the cut-off at the moment for mathematical chances of winning the title stops at Kempson in 8th place. So the grid will form up. It will be 7 minutes plus 1 lap as per usual here in SuperOne, and a standing start for our Bambino C50 drivers in, I would say, a little bit of damp out there on circuit, but pretty much dry. A lot drier, a lot less wet than it was yesterday. But it looks like we are ready to go then for the first race of the day. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍 on pole position. Kart number 66. There's the number 8 of 𝗦𝗽𝗻𝗻, and away we go for the first race of the day. Round 10 of the Purgo SuperOne series for 2023 is underway, and it's a great start for 𝗦𝗽𝗻𝗻, straight into the lead of the race ahead of 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍. The rest of the field filing up towards Christmas Corner. Always an important area on this circuit on a first lap. Harry Chapman's had a great start as well. He's already up to at least 3rd place from the 3rd row of the grid. May have hopped up into 2nd. No, has slotted back into 3rd. So it is Algar in the blue and green karts leading at the front of the order. Biggs in 2nd. Chapman 3rd. Few spinners on the run down into Ashby Corner. I think Jax Wong was one of the drivers facing the incorrect direction there. Very tricky downhill braking zone is the run into Ashby. But that's a very good start for Algar and Biggs. Good opportunity for them to pull away at the front of the field in the early stages of this race. Where is our championship leader? Well, Rex Pooley comes over the line in 4th place. So you can just see him there, tucked up behind Harry Chapman in the yellow and black liveried car. That's a good spot for Pooley to be in at this moment. Doesn't necessarily need to win races today, just needs to score well across the course of the 3 races here today. Other drivers who had problems on the first lap, I think Ernie Wade was one of them. Elliot Payne and Oliver Daniels have lost positions as well, unfortunately. For Algar and Biggs, working well together in these early stages. Onto the back straight and into the boot. Very important set of corners this. Very easy to get this sequence of turns wrong, because you need to carry that speed onto this main straight. Speed carried in this portion of the circuit will carry you all the way up the hill. Good work being put in by Chapman and Pooley behind. And they closed in a little bit on the lead 2 in the early stages, or on that 2nd lap. You see 𝗦𝗽𝗍𝒀 going down the inside. Beautiful move by 𝗦𝗽𝗍𝒀. That'll be good for 7th place. Just gets ahead of LBJ Stubbs. Fastest driver out on circuit as well. This category, youngest drivers in the SuperOne paddock. Very competitive class, and once again we're being served with a tasty one here, because yeah, that chasing group of Chapman, Pooley, Hibbert and Kempson have reeled in the two leaders now. Midway stage of this first race of the day for the C50 Bambinos. No changes of position, but very much a change in story, because now expect the likes of Harry Chapman and Rex Pooley to be on the attack. They're nose to tail as they run up to Christmas Corner here on lap number 4. Chapman getting a bit of help from behind, is down the inside of Biggs, takes second place. Pooley's looking around the outside. That's really well done by Harry Chapman. Got through, didn't open the door too much for championship rival Rex Pooley to slip in behind. So for Chapman, that's a position gain, and gets a kart in between himself and the championship leader now. A little further down the order, just to report. Good start for Mickey Gonzalez, has gained a couple of positions, has just got past Arlo Atkinson for 17th place. Ollie West has gained a couple of spots as well, past Wilson and Marshall. Jack Wong and Ernie Wade have both got past Oliver Daniels as well. End of lap number 4 then. Change for second place will be confirmed. There it is. Chapman into second place now. He's already shaping up for a move here on Henry Algar. Chapman had some struggles yesterday, was off the front of the order, lost some points to Rex Pooley. This is a good opportunity to get some of them back. Down the inside into Christmas Corner. Lovely manoeuvre through into the lead of the race. Nearly a bit of contact there between Algar and Biggs, but Biggs just pulled out of that one in time. Pooley still in a good position there in 4th place. 5th place for Mason Hibbert, 6th for Ronnie Kempson. Sherwin Stubbs just losing a bit of touch at the moment. There's still a good amount of time for them to come back into this if they can work well together. Rex Pooley has only been outside of the top 3 in any race so far this year twice. The very first race of the season at round 1 and the first heat yesterday. It's been a very consistent season so far for the championship leader. It's now a quartet off the front of the order. Hibbert and Kempson fighting over 5th spot. What do you do if you're Rex Pooley in this situation? You might just sit there for this one and take these useful points in 4th place. He's not losing a tremendous amount of deficit to the drivers ahead by being there. Very much looks like in the standings at the moment that for the likes of Algar, Biggs and Chapman, for them to be able to take the title once we get to the end of round 12, they need Rex Pooley to be having some not so good results outside the top 10s and things like that. It's simply not happening at the moment for Rex Pooley. He's doing a very good job indeed. Problems out there, unfortunately, for Leo Hunt, has just moved down to 27th place in the order. Oliver Daniels looks to have got past William Wainwright as well. So changes there in the second half of the order. Benjamin Schliever has just come over the line. Lost a couple of positions to Kalman and Muncher. No changes at the front of the order, still as it was. Chapman, Algar, Biggs, Pooley, Hibbert and Kempson. That's your top 6. Eli Scher there in 7th place. RBJ Stubbs in 8th. Joshua Bailey and Noah Smith. That is your top 10 at the moment. Time has run out. It's gone down to 0 minutes and 0 seconds. That means the next time over the line, the drivers will see the final lap board, as all of these heats run to time plus 1 lap. At the moment for Harry Chapman, this is looking pretty good at the front of the order, getting back on form. As that after yesterday, he's going to have some luck elsewhere to get back into the fight for the title, as side by side go Algar and Biggs, and that's going to be an opportunity for Rex Pooley to gain a position, gets up to 3rd place. Chapman defends to the inside to cover any kind of moves from Algar or Pooley, but to be honest, they're a little bit further back. And oh, Chapman was deep there on the exit of Christmas Corner. Could be under attack now. Pooley's down the inside of 𝗦𝗲𝗀 going for second place. This is a very well put together race once again by Rex Pooley. He's taken 2 karts so far in this race. He's got 1 more. Doesn't need to win races today, but if he does, he's going to seal this championship up. 𝗦𝗲𝗀 back down the inside, retakes second place. Beautiful manoeuvre on the approach to 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀's. Back comes Pooley and Biggs, 3 wide, nearly 4 wide as they go into the boots. Chapman had touched deep again, but has got, no, did have the lead, he's lost it. Through goes Rex Pooley. Is Rex Pooley going to go from 4th to 1st on the final lap on his way to potentially winning the championship here today? That is a heat win for Rex Pooley. Well, I would not have put money on that at the start of that lap. Chapman looked in control, and Rex Pooley just threads his way through there to take race victory ahead of Henry Algar. Harry Chapman 3rd, Toby Biggs in 4th place. All good points for those drivers, but crucially Rex Pooley takes another step to sealing the Bambino C50 championship here today. Kempson 5th, Hibbert 6th, Scher, Stubbs, Daniels and Smith all inside the top 10. Well, a very, very strong start to the day for Rex Pooley, and what could be a big day for the young driver there in the number 31. We'll be back with the C50 Bambinos for their 2nd heat later on in the day. Let's get ready though for the next race out on circuit. Honda Cadet and 𝗦𝗲𝗏 are out next. Okay then, so after a great start there for the Bambino C50s, let's get ready for the next race out on circuit, which will be the joint appearance of both the Honda Cadet and 𝗦𝗏𝗏 categories. Connor J. Winfield, pole position from timed qualifying earlier on today. Max 𝗦𝗲𝗍, the Ambition Motorsport driver, back on form yesterday, took the final victory, was very pleased about it on the podium. Is on that front row of the grid. Jensen Walker and Keane Sullivan on row 2. Ronnie Smart and Jack Hope on row 3. Charlie Gregg and Isla Parsons row 4. That's all of your Honda Cadet runners. And then our single 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏 runner, the number 24 of Alexander Adams there. Interesting one, this one. Again, one theoretically could be decided today, but I think is more likely to go on at least to the 1st round at Shennington. But Max 𝗦𝗍𝗍 leads the championship at the moment on a guaranteed 1,127 points. Jensen Walker is 2nd on 1,097 by my calculations. 1,057 for Keane Sullivan. Isla Parsons 4th on 954. So there is a theoretical that Max 𝗦𝗍𝗍 could win the title today, but it's really got to be on it. I think at least 2nds and 1sts throughout the day to guarantee that one. There's one of our Bambino C50s just being recovered, or the cart being recovered, I should say, back to the paddock before we get this one started. Also got a slight pause in proceedings here. If you want to get in touch in the YouTube comments, do let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting here today. And if you've got a second device, live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne for all the details as they're coming in. And also now, just in the top right-hand corner, there's a little podium icon. And if you click on that, you can get all of within one page, all of the results and the provisional results as they roll in across the course of the day. Hello to Emma Parsons, cheering on Isla Parsons, who does have a brand new race helmet, and noted this one in the gloom yesterday. It stood out very well, so look out for Isla Parsons in the Passion karting entry. Brand new pink, bright pink helmet at in the field there. That's good to see. And Keely Parsons as well tuning in, and hello to Lucy Beamish as well, so cheering on LBJ Stubbs. The field coming round to form up the grid. And there's something about Whilton Mill that serves very well as a Honda Cadet racing. It's a difficult circuit for Honda Cadets to break away when they're at the front of the field. The pack tends to stay pretty close. And over the years, we've seen some very dramatic finishes in Honda Cadet races, whether here in SuperOne or in other series. A little bit of confusion, I think, as to which side of the grid pole position is meant to be on. And yep, the number 27, I think, is just going to be repositioned on to the left-hand side of the grid. So the number 27 of 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀, who will have pole position. Great lap time in qualifying, 55.294. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀 on the left-hand side there. Second place, third, Jensen Walker, fourth, 𝗦𝗍𝒶𝗿, all ready to go then for racing. 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and away we go. Steady start for both the drivers on the front row of the grid. 𝗬𝗲𝗍 straight into the lead then in the on the Project One chassis. Fantastic start, just what he needs. Leads the championship at the start of today and leads into Christmas Corner for the first time in this one. All of them away. Alexander Adams in the Mini ROK number 24. That's the kart with the black characters on the yellow number board. That's the easiest way of visually telling these karts apart. Honda Cadets running with the red characters on their number boards. But for 𝗬𝗲𝗍, that is just the start that he would have wanted. He's been on form all season, but back into the best of form yesterday with a clean sweep. It's been a couple of rounds since Max has taken a clean sweep in this Honda Cadets competition. Could he do so again today? Dependent on other drivers' results, that may well be enough for the championship today. I'm sure Max is just going to get his head down and race as hard as possible at the front of this field. Jensen Walker's had a good start as well. Second place at the moment there in karts number 22. Connor J. Winfield. Great opportunity this for Connor. Had a great round 4 earlier in the season. Finished in the top 3 of all races during that round, but hasn't visited the top 3 since then. Apologies, actually, that was reading the wrong line. A third place last time out at fullback for Connor J. Winfield. Would love to get another one in here and at least match a best result of the season so far. Maybe even beat it by being able to get past Jensen Walker. 5 minutes on the clock. Good start for 𝗏𝗏𝗏 as well. Ran very well in the wet conditions yesterday. Trackside for at least the first half of the Honda Cadet final. It's great to see 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Max 𝗬𝗏𝗏 trading the lead back and forth with different approaches to the circuit out there. So the number 51 kart hasn't raced in SuperOne so far this season before this weekend for Project One Racing. Very keen to see how 𝗏𝗏𝗏 gets on there. That's the number 26 of 𝗦𝗍𝒶𝗿𝗏 just ahead. So they have changed positions on this lap. Sullivan ahead of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 for 4th place. See 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had a little go back there through the first part of the boot. And here comes the number 25 of Jack Cope, another driver making their first appearance in SuperOne in 2023 this weekend. Best result of 5th yesterday. They're looking to at least match that in this one. You'll note as well, as I say, we have had a lot of rain. Well, pretty much the whole of the UK has had a lot of rain in the last few weeks, but in this part of the world in particular, for the last 2 or 3 weeks, it seems to have done nothing but rain, at least showers every single day, and that might still be the case today. So drivers need to keep it on the island today, particularly through the last corner. You will see bits of water just being splashed up out of the cattle grid curb. As if drivers run a touch too wide. But our Honda Cadet drivers dealing with that very well. Battle at the front of the order though. Jensen Walker is caught up to the back of Max 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 here. Connor Winfield there in 3rd. Now, normal Honda Cadets racing tactics would suggest that we'll see a bit of a truce for the next maybe 2.5 minutes here. Idea behind that would be to consolidate these top 3 positions for these 3 drivers and then sort out the order amongst themselves later on in the race. Don't want to invite Cian Sullivan, Ronnie Smart and Jack Cope back into this, because they've done a very good job to get that gap up to around 4.5 seconds in the first half of this race, coming round to finish lap number 5. And there you just see a little bit of water being kicked up by Winfield's number 27. Down the inside goes Walker. No, he wants the lead of this race, and he's taken the lead of this race. Very good stuff there from Jensen Walker, racing for Cutting Edge Racing, and got down the inside there. That is a very brave manoeuvre to pull off on the run into oblivion. Fast left-hander. He's got to commit early to the corner, assert his dominance in that overtaking manoeuvre. That is exactly what Jensen Walker has done there. Has won heats so far this year, a couple of them back at round number 5. Hasn't had one since then. This is another really good opportunity to break that run, though. It nearly was broken at Fullbeck. With 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Can Walker gain some points back here in the title picture? New fastest lap of the race for Winfield there with the double toe. Using that to great effect, 52.841, and may have a go here at Taddy up into Christmas corner. Has a think about it. No, just sits back into line. Holds it as a 1-2-3 for Walker, Taddy and Winfield. This is a very impressive run from Jensen Walker. To say it's hard to break away in Honda Cadets around this circuit. Lots of opportunities to slipstream, heavy braking zones. It's a good one to follow round, and opportunities to overtake as well, like this. Taddy side by side with Walker as they come out of Osiers onto the back straight. Taddy will have the inside for the initial part of the boot and has got it done. Through back into the lead of the race. That was all about just getting Walker offline as they ran through Osiers. The second of those double left-handers. Very tricky to string together. 2 laps to go then. 30 seconds or just over that on the clock. No other changes behind to report still. Sullivan from Smart, Cope, Greg, Alexander Adams has got ahead in the overall positions of Isla Parsons into 8th. We'll stick here with the front of this field. Can Max Taddy hold on and continue the form from yesterday? 3 races yesterday, 3 race victories. Took the final victory of round 8 at Fullbeck as well, so he's currently on a 4-race winning streak in this Honda Cadets category. The last lap board will come out in a moment's time. There it is, also on the digi-flag to state that there's one more lap of this Whilton Mill International layout for our Honda Cadet drivers here in heat number 1. And don't count out Winfield yet. New fastest lap of the race from Winfield. Tadej goes defensive to the inside through Christmas. Has defended that very well indeed. No opportunity there for Jensen Walker to get back through. Middle of the road line for Tadej down the hill into Ashby. Got to get this braking zone right, and has done so. Walker's trying to get underneath on the first of these 2 left-handers. Is there an opportunity into Osiers? No, it's good speed through the transition of the corner there for Max Taddy. Connor Winfield still looking for a way through as well. Remember, best result so far this season is a 3rd. Looking to at least match that, possibly beat it. Taddy off the final couple of corners and continues the winning streak this weekend. Takes another race win in Honda Cadet. Jensen Walker pushed him all the way. Finishes in 2nd place. A best result of the year so far is matched for Connor J. Winfield. Good conversion from pole position there. Ronnie Smart in 4th place. 5th for Cian Sullivan. Jack Cope across the line in 6th. Charlie Gregg learning his trade here in Honda Cadets, having moved up from the Bambino classes only very recently, is going to be across the line there in 7th. Alexander Adams in the Mini Rock will be across the line in 8th place overall. And then Isla Parsons will be classified in 9th. Well, a very accomplished win yet again for Max 𝗬𝗲𝗍, another driver at the front in their championship standings and extending their lead in the live points. Isla Parsons across the line there to complete the runners in the Honda Cadet and Mini ROK first heat of the day. We'll see their second heat later on this afternoon. And without further ado, we'll get ready for the next race. First heat of the day for the 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗻 Bambino class is next. Here we go then, first heat of the day for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗻 Bambino, one of the most eagerly awaited classes I think here this weekend. This is a very, very close championship picture. This is one that most likely won't be decided today. It'll go to Shenington, but today's going to be still a very important one for these drivers. Chester Forks, yesterday's final winner and championship leader, starts on pole position. 𝗬𝗲𝗻𝗀 alongside on the front row of the grid. 𝗦𝗻𝚻cie on some really good form at the moment for Passion Karting, starts this one on row 2 alongside James Roots. 𝗬𝗲𝗻𝗀 for RCE. It's actually an all RCE third row with Albert Farrow there as well. 5th and 6th for those drivers. Chloe McGill, great to have Chloe McGill back in the SuperOne paddock after a couple of rounds away. Starts this one from row 4 alongside Darren Dimitrov, who was on the podium yesterday. Theo Jepson and Max Joy complete the top 10. 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀 and Mickey Gonzalez. So Mickey Gonzalez doing double duty this weekend in the Bambino categories. First time racing in the 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗻 Bambinos. They start on row number 6. Sophia Page and Freddie Baker are there on row 7. And Ollie Little completes the 15 kart field for this first heat of the day in 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗻 Bambino. Results from yesterday: Forks, as mentioned, took the race win, took a clean sweep yesterday and extended his championship lead to 12 points by my calculations, which I'll verify with the live points in a moment. Second was 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗍𝗍 in the final. Third was 𝗬𝗲𝗻 really has been those three drivers ahead of the rest in recent rounds of this championship. And yes, just to confirm that it is on the live points, it's flashed up on my screen, a 12-point advantage for Forks. At the moment, still carrying a disqualification in a final for technical infringements at round 4. And that will still be in play today once we complete round number 10. That's why this one mathematically is very likely to go through to round number 11 at least. 5-second board, waiting for those lights to go out, and away we go in 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗻 Bambino. We've seen some good starts from P2 so far today. Can 𝗬𝗲𝗻𝗀 take the lead? Yes, 𝗬𝗲𝗻𝗀 can take the lead away from Chester Forks, running through the Crook and Fine Lady here on lap number 1 in 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗻 Bambino. Heading up the hill now. Chester Forks responding back immediately, retakes the lead of the race. 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗍𝗻 having a good start as well, as I think that may have been Mickey Gonzalez running wide. There's a driver off towards the back of the field as well. I think might be Darren Dimitrov in the number 65. Yet it is in the green, black and white helmet. That's a real shame for Darren Dimitrov. Finished high up in the 5th in the final yesterday. But unfortunately he's going to not be inside the top 10 at the end of this first lap. So into the boot for the first time. Chester Forks delighted with victory yesterday, cheered on by his family from trackside, has the lead, but only just ahead of 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗍𝗻 there in the number 48. 𝗬𝗲𝗻𝗀𝗀𝗍𝗻 still there in 3rd place, and if those three can keep as a trio, got a good chance here of pulling away from 𝗬𝗲𝗻𝗀𝗍𝗻. 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗍 though wants to go down the inside and take the lead of the race, and does take the lead of the race. Beautifully done by 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗍𝗻. Chester Forks didn't fight that one too hard, playing it sensibly. There will be further opportunities if Forks can keep the pace up that we've seen so far this weekend. Darren Dimitrov has got going again, by the way. Has just come over start-finish. But unfortunately, some 31 seconds down the road from the race leaders. But for 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗍𝗻𝗀, good opportunity once again to win a race for the first time since round 7. It was a final victory. Oscar Kenny's had a very consistent season. He's often up there in the top 3. Hasn't had too many race wins so far this year. Still in the title picture though. 1,002 points for Kenny at the start of the day. Is your top rookie in this category as well. The rookie classification in every class for any driver who has not competed in a SuperOne championship prior to 2023. So for Chester Fawkes, as an example, Chester Fawkes is not a rookie because Chester raced in the Bambino C50 category in 2022. For Oscar Kenny, that would be a really good aim at least to get the top rookie award. Has got a good lead in that sub-championship at the moment. As I say, he's 3rd in the points overall at the start of proceedings here at Whilton Mill. 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗀, new fastest lap of the race, similar to what we saw with Conor J. Winfield in the previous race for Honda Cadet, sitting there in 3rd place. Good double toe in the slipstream, which will be present even with the smaller, less powerful entries. Keep an eye on those 2 drivers behind as well. William Crombie in the all-green number 15 and Albert Farrow, the number 42 there, doing some really good work at the moment, working together, keeping the pace up. Actually a touch quicker than the top 3 at the minute, at least through sector number 1. Change of position for 13th place. Sophia Page has got past Mickey Gonzalez. As I say, Mickey Gonzalez. Good to see Mickey having a go here in the IARMY Bambinos. Has raced in the C50 category so far this season and continues to do so. It's on the inside now. This is the fight between Farrow and Crombie. Crombie's going to be back down the inside, retakes 4th place. They momentarily swap those positions with Farrow ahead at start-finish, but Crombie reassumes that position in 4th place. Top 3, again, just keeping the line astern at the moment, knowing that there's a job to be done at this stage of the race, which is namely holding this gap back to Farrow and Crombie, and the likes of James Roots and Chloe McGill further back down in 6th and 7th. Is a track that you can lose a lot of time around relative to other drivers if you're in a duo or a trio and you're battling back and forth and off the racing line and down the inside. 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's having a go there at Chester Fawkes. Just holds a lane on the outside and doesn't lose that position. May have a think about going down the inside of Oscar Kenny here. No, just stays in there for now. Holds in 2nd place. That's sensible driving. I've got to say, it's what's impressed me most about Chester Fawkes in terms of racecraft so far this year. We know the speed's there. We saw that in the Bambino C50s last year. And this is a driver, if you ask me, who has got maturity beyond his years. Still very young, not even into cadets yet, but I can see signs of how Chester Fawkes races and behaves on circuits that you don't often see until a year or 2 into those cadets classifications. It's racing very well indeed, as is Oscar Kenny and 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 here. Oh, big curb hop there from 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Might just lose touch with Kenny and Fawkes on the run up to Christmas Corner as a result of that. 1 minute to go on the clock. Couple of position changes. Freddie Baker has got ahead of Theo Jepson for 8th place. Mickey Gonzalez working back through, has got past both Sophia Page and Max Joy. Now is up to 12th spot. Still at the front of the order, Kenny, Fawkes, Barber. I just feel that in the case of Chester Fawkes, championship-wise, quite happy with 2nd place. Nearest competition, William Crombie, is in 4th, so this would be a marginal extension of the championship lead for the championship leader, but an extension nonetheless. 2 laps to go then, 15 seconds on the clock. Still Oscar Kenny leading this race, looking for a second race win of the year so far. But here's an opportunity now for Chester Forks. Up the inside, has got the nose ahead and taken the lead before they even get to Christmas Corner. Chester Forks through, retakes the lead of the race with a lap and a half to go. Down into Ashby they go. Looks like 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 has got past William Crombie as well there for 4th place. And in fact, James Roots is through as well. So Roots up to 5th. So this is a very good lap for Chester Forks' championship leader, because not only has he got to the front of the field and is scoring that maximum 34 points for a heat win, but his closest rival is falling back. Down the inside goes Harris Barber, takes 2nd place. Harris Barber, this will be a cracking result for Harris. Has had 2nd places, a few 2nd places so far this year. You wouldn't rule out a first race win potentially, particularly with that kind of run through Fine Lady. Harris Barber down the inside is going to take the lead of the race, looking this way, and that here comes Oscar Kenny as well. Oscar Kenny down the inside takes 2nd place. Brilliant racing once again in this category. The Bambino 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗀 category has put on a show since race 1 of round 1 at the very start of the season, and they're doing it again here. Harris Barber, could it be a first win of the season? Has had 2nd places, has been in the top 5 regularly in this class so far this year. Luck just hasn't fallen his way. He's got a couple of more corners for Harris Barber to get round to the end of this lap. Harris Barber is going to take heat number 1. A brilliant victory. Oscar Kenny 2nd, 3rd for Chester Forks. More good points. 4th for James Roots, 5th for William Crombie, 6th for 𝗦𝗻𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀. Chloe McGill across the line there in a strong 7th place. Well clear of the rest of the second half of the field, the rest of the field. There is Theo Jepson across the line. Happy there with 8th place. Freddie Baker is going to be 9th. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is going to be inside the top 10. A 2nd top 10 of the year so far for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Oh no, not in the way. Apologies, I've slightly cursed him there. That Mickey Gonzalez has just got over the line in that final spot in the top 10. Ollie Little 11th, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in 12th, Max Joy Sophia Page, the last of those in the first half, or those who didn't have issues on the first lap. Darren Dimitrov, who had that spin on lap 1, finishes in 15th. Well, for Harris Barber, and that's been coming. That has really been coming for a long time, I feel, with Harris Barber. There was a first on the road earlier in the season that then had a +5 penalty. Fingers crossed that's not the case with this one. I don't think it will be. I couldn't see any reason for there to be any changes in that, what is a provisional result at the moment. So that should be a first win of the year for Harris Barber. Right, well, again, we'll see the 𝗦𝗻𝗻𝗀𝗏 Bambinos later on this afternoon for their 2nd heat. We keep moving on here with the schedule at Whilton Mill for round 10 of the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships for 2023. First heat for Micromax is out next. First of our Rotax powered categories heading out on circuit then, and boy oh boy, this has been a bit of a class this year. Very tight on points. We'll get to those in a minute, but first let's have a look at the grid for Heat 1 in Micromax. Jensen Walker on pole position. I've already seen Jensen race in the Hondas. It's another chance to go here. Elliot Travis alongside on the front row. Benedictas Masiokas and Sebastian Clark on row 2. Leo Livings and Jensen Sale making an all-gear-up racing team 3rd row. Jack Baker looking to respond after a disappointing day yesterday, starts on row 4 alongside Bertie Clark. Achille Nane Giannone and Toby Cannon start on row 5. Lewis Herbertson, welcome Lewis to the championship, and another driver new to the championship this weekend, Daniel Butcher. Both of them are there on row 6. Great to see them in front of the cameras. Harper Das and Xavi Fonge on row number 7. Amrit Singh Atwal and Oshan Brett on row 8. Two big drivers at the back of the field. Logan Rolfe and Sebastian Behrman start there on row 9. Had problems in qualifying. I've got it all to do there. Quick rundown of the championship points. In fact, no, we'll cover that as we get started with the race, because we are ready to go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and away we go indeed. Good start for Jensen Walker there, immediately takes the lead. The number 12 of 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀 𝗦𝗍cie straight up to second place. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid, on the inside as they go through the rolling start. Jensen Walker leads in and through Christmas Corner for the first time, and everybody is through the first couple of corners and on their way down to Ashby. Championship situation at the moment at the start of the day. New championship leader after results yesterday. Jensen Sale on 1,025 points now heads up the table. Only 3 points ahead of Logan Rolfe though on 1,022, who's only 3 points ahead of Jack Baker on 1,019. So 6 points covering the top three. And all of them have had very similar seasons. Now, some of the classes today, you've got the odd 0 score that's currently counting that hopefully by the end of the season would be a drop score. Not the case in this one. They've all got very similar max possible scores by winning races, all races between now and the end of the season. So this one is very much up for grabs. Wouldn't be surprised if this one doesn't just go to Shennington, but goes all the way to the second of the rounds at Shennington, which you will be able to view and watch here on Alpha Live on the last Sunday of the month. Back with this race though for Micromax. Good pace at the start for everybody in this category. I've seen some very good racing from this category so far in 2023. One that continues to grow here in the UK. Rotax Racing really on a high at the moment across various different championships, and SuperOne included. Jensen Walker leads at the end of lap 2. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 𝗦𝗍cie there in second place. 𝗦𝗲𝗃𝗃𝗃, yesterday's winner. This is his home circuit. He's very happy with the performance yesterday. Feels comfortable around here. Still also has a mathematical chance of the championship, and not a completely unrealistic one as well. Very much need to go perfect through the rest of the season, but is in the mix. At the moment, though, it's being attacked by Leo Livings and now Jack Baker. Oh, bit of a touch there between Travis and Baker. Baker will argue. He was there on the inside and under control. A good save from 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗀 to not spin there out of 5th place. Great opportunity once again, 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 𝗦𝗍cie. This is by far the best performance so far this season. Just shows what a strong qualifying can do around here. And Cutting Edge Racing are going to be very pleased with the performance so far today. I think the best results so far in 2023, 6th place in Heat 2 back at Fullbeck on the Sunday round in front of the Alpha Live cameras. Leo Livings making a quick adjustment there. Oh, and it is going to be attacked here by Jack Baker. Well, I had a quick chat with Jack yesterday. He was a bit disappointed. I said to him, it's like, well, tomorrow's another day. All to play for, all to fight for, and he's definitely fighting here for every position. This is a reinvigorated Jack Baker going for 3rd place here. New fastest lap of the race for 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 there in the Boxo Cosmic karts. The 51.372 makes him the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment. A bit further down the order, you can see Harper Das is up into top 10. Good progress there for Harper. Logan Rolfe as well. Difficulties with that poor qualifying is that he's going to have to do this job twice. He's doing all right at the moment. He's up to 11th, still with some time remaining on the clock. But the timed qualifying sessions from early this morning set the grids for both the first and the second set of heats, which we'll watch later on after the break. We'll have some of the interviews with the drivers from yesterday's winners, and the drivers' parade as well. Before that, though, Jack Baker on the attack again. Down the inside, he's going to get into second place, is he not? No, Leo Livings round the outside. Beautifully read by Leo Livings there saw the big move down the inside by Baker on 𝗦𝗲𝗍, knew that Baker would be a little bit slow off of the corner, and swoops round the outside to take two drivers there. Fantastic work from a driver who, let's not forget, thought his season was over earlier on in the year after an accident at Clay Pigeon. He's had a remarkable recovery. In some ways, seems to have come back from that arm injury even stronger than he was in the early parts of this season. He's now going to have a go at Jenson Walker, perhaps, with 1 minute and 37 on the clock, up to Christmas corner. Is there an inside lane for Livings there? No, not quite. He's got to try to wedge the door open there, but good defence by Walker. Doesn't panic, holds the position. Baker back down the inside into Ashby corner. Micromax are at it again with some fantastic performances. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 is going to go around the outside, retakes third place. 𝗦𝗬𝗏�travis is looking forward to this as well. Down the number 37, yesterday's winner is now in 5th place, but crucially back as this main pack, as Baker has another little go. It's all getting a little bit rough in there in the middle of the boot, and through goes 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀, retakes 2nd place. I think there'll be 3 laps to go, because there was a bit more than 51 seconds, 52 seconds, which is the current lap time for these drivers on the clock. Jensen Sale is joining the party as 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 and Livings fight side by side as they go. And look at that, Travis trying to go around the outside, gets Livings, nearly gets 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 as well for 3rd place. But Jensen Sale, as I say, is part of this now, and Sebastian Clark and 𝗍𝗍𝗏 𝗏𝗍, so it's the top 8. We'll all think they've got a chance here, but crucially on this lap, looks like Walker and Baker have broken away. Yes, they have. So Walker and Baker, if they can just work for 1 lap, they've got at least 1st and 2nd guaranteed for each other, because there's an all-round brawl going on for 3rd place. There through goes 𝗬𝗏�travis to take 3rd place, so in the end he did get through past Leo Livings as well. This lap plus 1 more. Final lap board did not come out on that occasion. There was still a couple of seconds on the clock as Jack Baker goes down the inside, takes the lead of the race away from Jenson Walker. Well, almost a repeat of what we saw for Jenson Walker not that long ago in the Honda Cadet race. And it's happened again. Jack Baker this time gets down the inside. This is a brilliant response from Jack. Yesterday in the final was 5th, had a bit of a tough start to the day. It was this heats really that put him out of position. Was 10th in the first one, 4th in the second one. But to return with a race victory, this would be very big indeed for a driver looking to win the title by the end of this season. Final lap board is out. Jack Baker crucially has pulled out a bit of a gap ahead of Jenson Walker as they head up to Christmas for the final time in this first heat. It's still all going on for 3rd place. Leo Livings has got back through past 𝗬𝗏�travis for that position. He's defending with all his worth for that one. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗏 is still there. Sebastian Clark in the red suit and the white helmet is up to 6th place. Jensen Sale 7th and 𝗍𝗏𝗏 in 8th. I would be very surprised if they finish in that exact order between now and the end of this lap. But for Jack Baker, this is very good. I've got to say, this is great to see a driver bounce back, get in the kart, look at these conditions and say, I could win on a day like today. And Jack Baker does win, takes the first heat of the day in Micromax. Jenson Walker 2nd, Leo Livings in 3rd, 𝗬𝗏�travis 4th, Benedictas 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗏 in 5th. It's not a podium, but I think that is, yes it is. That's the best result of the year so far for Benedictas 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗏. Great result in the number 12. Jensen Sale 6th, 𝗍𝗍𝗏𝗏 𝗏𝗍 in 7th, Sebastian Clark in 8th, 9th for 𝗏𝗍𝗏𝗏 Clark, 10th for Sebastian Behrman. Logan Rolfe up from the back of the grid finishes in 11th, 12th for Toby Cannon, 13th Daniel Butcher, Amit Singh Atwal, Xavi Fonge, Lewis Herbertson all in the top 15. Oshan Brett and Harper Das complete the field. Oh, well, once again, Micromax have been doing that all season. They are a great category to watch, and 2 more opportunities to watch them race later on today. Very much look forward to that. We're going to keep rattling through though. Next heat and next category out on circuit. First appearance of the day for Intermax. Set to go racing then in the Intermax category. Let's have a look at the grid. Our two championship contenders on the front row then. Teddy Cooper, yesterday's final winner. On pole position, Charlie Benson for HTR Racing, second on the grid. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝘀 took a fantastic victory at Fullbeck in the last streamed round. Starts on row 2 alongside Jack Burgess. Welcome Jack Burgess to the championship for the first time this weekend in 2023. ROK Thompson and 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝘀 there on row 3. Daniel 𝗦𝗲𝗀 and JJ Plowman complete the 8-kart field. Championship situation in this one. This is another one that in theory could go today, but most likely will roll onto at least one of the rounds at Shennington. Teddy Cooper leads the championship on 1,072 points. You see Teddy there in the number 79 karts with the black and yellow details. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is now second in the championship on 1,059 and does seem to be growing in confidence every single round. We'll be looking to get rid of some of the scores earlier in the season by continuing this form through today and to the end of the season. So as I say, what's that? That's a 13-point deficit at the moment to Cooper. Charlie Benson third. Now Charlie Benson had unfortunately a technical infringement exclusion yesterday that has at the moment cost Charlie a little bit. So it means a 0 score is on the scorecard at the moment for Charlie in the number 25, 1,018 points. But we should remember that if he can keep the points rolling in like from earlier in the season, the max possibles are still pretty close between Benson and Cooper. So all is not lost. But for Teddy Cooper, championship leader, as we say, will be looking to do a similar job to what we've seen the likes of Chester Fawkes, Rex Pooley and Max Taddy all do so far today, and that is simply win the heat and extend a championship lead in these live points. 7 minutes plus 1 lap to decide whether that is the case. I've no doubt a fired up Charlie Benson after yesterday's disappointment will be snapping at his heels. Ready to go then here in Intermax, waiting for the instruction. Away we go then for the start of the race. Good start from both Cooper and Benson. Benson straight away slots into second place. That could be very important in the picture of this race. Good start for Jack Burgess there in the number 94 as well as up to third. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 there in the ART liveried cart, the number 22. Has slotted into fourth place. I think 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is also there in fifth. So good start for the Intermax drivers. Clean start as they run away from Ashby Corner for the first time in this one. A little bit wide there for Burgess, but carries the speed into Ogies onto the back straight. Cooper looking comfortable here in the latter stages of lap number 1. Down the inside goes Burgess for second place, but Benson saw it coming, kept the lane open, slots back down the inside, retakes second place. So it is Cooper from Benson, Burgess, 𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, Thompson, Plowman and 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, your 1 through 8 at the end of lap 1. Jack Burgess cuts to the inside, goes for second place. Got to get it done on the exit, and he has got it done on the exit of Christmas Corner. So easy to be a bit greedy on the brakes into Christmas Corner. You can brake quite late because the corner is uphill. You can have gravity work with you in that case, but so many times we've seen drivers brake too late, take too much speed, miss the apex, run wide, and then the person they're trying to overtake just swoops around the outside of them. The kink after Christmas, which officially has no name, but regular Alpha Live viewers with DDMM comms in particular will know we like to call that one Boxing Day because it's the one after Christmas. 5 minutes to go. Teddy Cooper looking strong at the moment. 0.6 of a second ahead of Burgess and then Benson. So Burgess looking racy here. He's got past Charlie Benson there. Adam Juracek not too far behind as well in 4th spot. Unfortunately, no Benjamin Lawn today in this category. And that's a shame if you ask me, because he was probably my most entertaining driver in the whole paddock last time out at fullback. It's a very busy weekend, of course, for karting across the UK and for Alpha Live. Thank you for being with us here at Whilton Mill, choosing the SuperOne broadcast. And if you're joining us from any of the other events being shown by Alpha Live today, you're very welcome. Hope you're enjoying your late Sunday morning. Got the clouds rolling in behind. Here you just see over the fields at the top end of the circuit. There is a touch of rain forecast, light showers for later on, or more into the afternoon, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll also keep an eye on Jack Burgess here, because this is a very strong 4th lap of this race. Very strong indeed, because he's down the inside and he's taking the lead of the race. Well, I don't think Teddy Cooper was prepared for that one, because Jack Burgess, especially through the boot, just seemed to cruise up to the back of Teddy Cooper. Teddy Cooper's going to try and respond here. Back down the inside, tries to retake the lead of the race. The side-by-side there. Here comes Benson as well. He's going to have his nose chopped off there. Has to back out of that one. Otherwise, the number 25 was going to be on the grass there. Adam Juracek's coming back into this once more in the number 22. But good response from Teddy Cooper. Had to get back on terms straight away with that one. But entering this part of the course where Jack Burgess has seemed to be very strong so far in this race. Burgess down the inside. Can he get it stopped? He can in the initial part. Oh, there's a little bit of a check there. Cooper's held up. Benson's going to try and go around the outside. Can he keep it in track limits? Yes, he can. What an overtake from Charlie Benson right when he needed it, because that's not just for position in this race. That's his championship rival that he's just overtaken there. Here comes Adam Juracek as well. Has to go back into 4th place for now. But Charlie Benson judged that to perfection. Saw there was going to be a bit of an arrest of momentum for Teddy Cooper through the middle part of the boot. Just slung it round the outside. So brave to do through paddock corner. Very impressive stuff indeed. Thought that Charlie Benson would be up for this today after how round number 9 finished for him personally, and he's fired up now, potentially going for the race lead. Still 2 minutes to go in this one. I say for Burgess and Benson, they've picked up the pace and started to pull away here. This is a tricky moment for Teddy Cooper. He's got to respond with something to win this race. Benson closing in now on Jack Burgess. Jack Burgess, we should remind, is not a championship contender. Has only done 1 round so far this year in Purgo SuperOne series for 2023, and that was yesterday, so has already used dropped scores and more in the point standings. In fact, for Charlie Benson, he would not mind at all if he can get through and then Burgess just sit there in 2nd place, and the if being the optimum word in all of that, because Jack Burgess isn't just going to allow Charlie Benson to hop through, of course. For Benson, he'll be looking for drivers not in the championship picture to start taking points off his 2 rivals there in 3rd and 4th place. It's the battle for 5th place. Ella Lucia at the front of it. Rook Thompson in the Albone cart there. The red and yellow livery on those carts now. 6th place. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 and Daniel Wisniauskas not too far back either. This is a good scrap in the 2nd half of the field. More great sector times going in from the lead duo. It's going to be between those two for the race victory. 2 more laps to go then. It's about 25 to 30 seconds on the clock as the leader came over the line, and that leader is still Jack Burgess by less than 0.2 of a second ahead of Charlie Benson. Daniel Wisniauskas has half a look there to potentially go down the inside of 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, but decides just hold back. He's himself in 8th place for the moment. Top rookie, there's 4 rookies in this race for the Rookie Award. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀, Cooper, 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝒏𝗏 and Plowman. Of course, for 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 leading the race means he's also the top rookie. Final lap board about to come out then. Is it going to be the first win of the weekend for Jack 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀? 3rd in the first heat yesterday, 5th in the second, and then 2nd in the final behind Teddy Cooper. It's a good time to put in a fastest lap of the race, 48.811. Benson just not close enough at the moment to go for a big move down the inside, but will be conscious that championship rivals Cooper and 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗏 are right there, 3rd and 4th behind. It would be a bit of a high-risk move for Benson to try and put one on 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗏 here, if he gets close enough, of course, because Jack 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗏𝗏, what a race this has been. This is a very impressive performance from Jack 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏, building as the weekend goes on. He's going to take race victory in the first heat of the day in Intermax. Very good drive indeed from the driver in the number 94. Charlie Benson 2nd, Teddy Cooper 3rd, Adam 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏 in 4th, Ella Lucia in 5th, Rook Thompson in 6th, ahead of JJ Plowman and Daniel 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗏. Well, that's a very interesting score, I think, to apply to the championship scores. Advantage Benson, at least for this round. We'll see Intermax later on today. 3 more races to go in this round of races. Next up, out on circuit, heat 1 of the day for Senior Max. So we're getting ready for the first racing appearance of the day for the senior Rotax category. Good quality field, this one. Let's have a look at how they line up after time qualifying earlier on this morning. Lewis Wild for Croc Promotions starts on pole position. James Tester alongside on the front row. Finn Smith, good to see Finn back in SuperOne action. Starts on row 2 alongside reigning champion, championship leader, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, main man Joe Weaver there in the number 1. Shane Collins and Shane Collinson are there on the 3rd row of the grid. On row 4 we'll find Elliot Thomas and Cameron Crockett. They're ahead of Jake Richards and Tom Taylor, completing the top 10 there on row 5. Harry Pullen, yesterday's winner, was happy with his result. Said he was a little bit lucky at times. He was a very humble winner yesterday, and has a bit of work to do in this one. It's starting there on row 6 alongside Finley Patterson. 14 karts in the field. Row 7 completes the field with Oliver Brett Smith and Joseph McVeigh. Very quickly on the championship scores. Joe Weaver is your championship leader, 1,050 points. Harry Pullen, his teammates, 1,023. Shane Collinson, 3rd, 983. Cameron Crockett, 974. We should mention as well, no Finley Watson here this weekend, so he's using his drop scores this weekend. Here we go then. 7 minutes plus 1 lap away for the start of this heat in Senior Rotax. Good start for Lewis Wild at the front of the field. Looking down the inside immediately there is James Tester, trying to get through past, I think that was on Finn Smith for 2nd place. He's now having a fight with Joe Weaver, and Joe Weaver has managed to weave the way through, no pun intended, for 3rd place. Shane Collins has had a good start as well there with the orange and blue details on the helmet. Kart number 52, winner in Rotax 177 yesterday as well. Another driver doing double duty this weekend. A fast start as expected from the seniors. Looked like Finn Smith was a touch wide there through the final corner, kicking up some water and spray. Oh, is that Jake Richards, I think, off in the background? Was running in around 9th place and looks to have run wide out through turn 2. And wow, that's another problem with how wet it's been recently. Wet, but also warm at times. So the grass is a little bit thicker at this time of year than sometimes it normally is in early August and it's wet as well. Jake Richards, it was lost 8 seconds through sector number 1. And that puts pay to any chances for Jake Richards to take big points from this race. 2 laps have already flown by. 𝗬𝗲𝗏𝗀 leads by 1.3 seconds over James Tester. Joe Weaver there in 3rd. And as I mentioned, no Finley Watson here this weekend, so this is again a category that will most likely move on to Shennington. No one's had a perfect season so far in this one. We've either missed races, 1 or 2 races, or had the odd penalty or 0 score here or there. Joe Weaver, I think he'll be fairly happy with this at the moment. 2 drivers ahead of him who were not part of the title picture. Likes of Pullen and Collinson and Crockett, who could theoretically outscore the reigning champions in this championship, all behind him. Wasn't fully happy yesterday. Was telling me that he was struggling on tyres. It's one of those days where you did not necessarily want a fully new treaded wet tyre. There wasn't that much standing water for a treaded tyre to clear. You needed something that was compliant. It was a bit malleable as a tyre. He was telling me about how some of the tyres that they had as part of the team. Harry Pullen also mentioned this in the interview as winner. The compound had gone a bit hard at the tyres that they'd used earlier in the season, and they simply weren't getting the tread block movement to generate the heat in the wet conditions. No problem with that today, of course. Dry running here in the morning. Very welcome sight for the number of drivers. That's a change for 2nd place. Joe Weaver passed James Tester there. And with 3 minutes on the clock to go, what can Weaver and Tester do now about that 1.6 second lead for 𝗬𝗲𝗏𝗀? Because he's quite happy at the front of the field at the moment. Did this in the heats yesterday. Took both heat victories yesterday for round number 9. Just had a couple of problems in the final. Ended up in 7th place in that classification. Sector times coming in. Yeah, at the moment, Wild is quickest of those at the front of the order. Look at Finn Smith there, number 19. So always a pleasure to see Finn race. We often see Finn racing down in the south of the country. Here at Whilton Mill. And he's got the skills to bring in strong results here this weekend. There's a move being attempted there, I think, for 5th place. And that might have been 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 looking down the inside of Shane Collinson. Down the hill they come, and yes, indeed, that was a good move from 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀. So the number 37 up to 5th place now in this first heat of the day for senior Rotax. James Tester now having to think about Finn Smith behind. Joe Weaver, as Joe Weaver does, has just started to turn the pace up a little bit and pull away from those behind. Don't mind what's been seen there on the transponder, because quite clearly Finn Smith is not down in the 12th place. He's going down the inside for 3rd. Has he got the move done? Beautiful. Really good stuff from Finn Smith. James Tester tried to fight that one, tried to hold round the outside. But Finn Smith was not having none of that. He's held it in the tide line, didn't go too aggressive, and got through into 3rd place. Through the boot go the leaders then. I think we'll have 3 more laps. Yeah, just about a minute on the clock as they start lap number 9. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀's pace at the moment pretty similar to those chasing behind, so 1.6 seconds still the advantage for 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 in the number 89. Harry Pullen's had a decent race. We mentioned how he's going to need to move up the order a little bit. Has done. He's up to 7th place at the moment, and right on cue, this is the battle involving Harry Pullen. That's Shane Collins just ahead in the number 52, the black suit with the yellow and orange details. Shane Collins not too far behind. Oh, beautifully done by Harry Pullen. Decisive down the inside. Always love a move on the toe of the boot. Collinson did fantastically in all of that as well. Took advantage of the gap being opened there by Harry Pullen. And unfortunately for Shane Collins, loses 2 places in all of that. So that's Pullen up to 6th place. Not much time left on the clock. And what can he do about the lead that Elliot Thomas has over him in that spot in the top 5? New personal best through sector number 1 for James Tester. So it's James Tester having a bit of a revival in the last couple of laps of this race. Still has a chance to grab that 3rd spot away from Finn Smith. But last lap board is out. Still that 1.6 second gap for Lewis Wild. They're just bringing this one home. A routine heat for them. Wild, Weaver, Smith, Tester. This is where the main battle is. 5th down to 8th place. Pullen is closing in on Thomas. It's just a question of, is there going to be enough time? Is there going to be an opportunity for going for an overtake? At the same time, he's got to consider that if it's a high-risk manoeuvre, is there going to be a chance of losing more positions instead of gaining? No loss of positions for Lewis Wild. From pole position, takes the heat win. Really good drive from Lewis Wild. 2nd for Joe Weaver. And James Tester did have a strong finish to the race. Gets 3rd place back from Finn Smith there. Elliot Thomas holds on to 5th place ahead of Harry Pullen. Shane Collins 7th. Shane Collins 8th. Cameron Crockett 9th. And Tom Taylor completes the top 10. Joseph McVeigh finished in 11th place. Oliver Brett Smith up to 12th. And problems out there on that the first couple of laps for Jake Richards. Just one correction there. Finley Patterson. Yes, I think that was the car that was noted on the DigiFlag as having a transponder issue. It's just hopped back up to 9th place on a manual reset there for the number 91. Well, for Lewis Wild in heat races so far this weekend, undefeated. Will look to continue that run into the 2nd set of heats later on this afternoon. If Lewis Wild does that, it'll be pole position for the final. So some good work there from Lewis Wild. Joe Weaver, I think, will be pretty happy with that result as well from a championships perspective. We'll see the senior Rotax drivers out again later on. Let's get ready though. Let's take a big deep breath because our biggest field of the day are out next for their first heat. Junior Rotax on track in just a moment. As you say, biggest field of the day. Let's quickly get to their grid and rattle through how this one is going to shape up for heat number 1. Yesterday's winner starts on pole position, Harry Hurst Grover in the number 14. Aidan Hassan, big day for Aidan Hassan for Mark Baines Motorsport. Starts on the front row, will be going all out in this one for race victory. Callum Gosh and Milo Manderson start on row 2. Good qualifyings for them both. Jaden Hewitt and Ben Horner are on row 3 as the karts roll out onto circuit. Joseph Murphy and Owen Keenan on row 4. Jasmine Taylor back after having missed a couple of races yesterday, so it's good to see Jasmine there on row 5 alongside Albert Wilton for Attack Motorsport. Ethan Hay and Leon Barlow start on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7, Emily Cotty was strong yesterday and is alongside Fletcher Jameson, top rookie yesterday in the final there on that 7th row. Kieran Denyer and Daniel Whitfield on row 8. Logan Cowling and Caden Welch on row number 9. Joshua Jarvis and Lincoln Bevan will be on row 10. Max Rowley and Jensen Powers start on row 11. Then it's Harrison Morrow and Jack Briscoe on row 12. Charlie Cox and DeJean Bennett on row 13. Eric Smith and Harry Holland go from row 14. Jay Leverton and Miles Roby have lots of work to do there from row 15. 32 kart field is completed. Sorry, no, 34 kart field is completed by Arthur Frey and Toby Bedford on row 16. And a big story at the back of the field. Jake Howarth, championship leader, had problems in qualifying, as did Jake Woods. Start from row 17 in a 7 minutes plus 1 lap race. This could be a really, really big set of heats for the championship story, because Jake Howarth's had a really good run of form recently. He's put the pressure on Aiden Hassan, but now there is a big opportunity for Hassan to strike back here and retake that points advantage that he had earlier in the season. Ready to go racing then in Junior Rotax Max. Away we go. Good start for Harry Hurstgrover. Aiden Hassan slots into P2 straight away. Good start for Callum Ghosh as well, he's in third place. Can they all file their way through the first couple of corners? Yes, they can. Hurstgrover to the inside. Hassan trying to go around the outside there through Christmas corner. The rest of them filing through the Christmas hairpin. And yes, Hassan got through. So Hassan got the move done round the outside. Absolutely brilliant. There's a couple of karts in trouble down through Ashby hairpin. I think Jensen Powers was held up for a little bit. Charlie Cox as well. Jay Leverton and Jake Woods all a bit slow through sector number 1. But for Aiden Hassan, that is the perfect start. Callum Ghosh behind as well. Not only has he overhauled yesterday's race winner in the final, but he's also got another driver between himself and Harry Hurstgrover, who had problems then on the first lap of the race, because I can see a couple of drivers cascading down the order. Daniel Whitfield is one of them. Jasmine Taylor was one of them as well. Started so well in qualifying. It's not been a good weekend so far for Jasmine Taylor. I think Fletcher Jameson, well, those two started alongside each other on the same row. So I wonder if they've had a coming together that's relegated them down the order. Contact warning for Albert Wilton, the number 92. There's also been a contact warning for Jaden Hewitt in the number 18. Right, well, I think this race is getting into a bit of a rhythm, and it's getting into a rhythm that we have seen earlier in the season, which is Aiden Hassan at the front of the order, just getting the hammer down, getting on with it, and throwing the challenge to the rest of the field to see if anyone can match the pace of last year's winner. They have got closer to him as the season has gone on. There's a yellow flag there as they approach, go through sector number 2. I think it's off to driver's right, whatever it is that's causing that yellow flag, because by Osiers there was a green. But yes, with the likes of Ghosh and Manderson, Billy Edgecombe as well is not here today, but has shown performances earlier in the season. It's Leon Barlow's number 20 that looks to have stopped there in sector number 2. But for Hassan, the pace has been there every single round, so there's been a couple of bits of misfortune in the more recent meetings. Still very much in a very strong position. Remember that he went from round 1 through to round 4 unbeaten. 12 race wins in a row in this championship. He's had a number since then as well. He was 12th in the final yesterday. Had a technical infringement in Heat 1, which meant he started a little bit lower down the order than perhaps expected in the final. He'll be looking to clean sweep today. Such are the lofty levels to which Aiden Hassan operates. This is a good scrap between number 29, the 18. This is Owen Keenan and Jaden Hewitt. This is over 6th place, with Ethan Hay just ahead. I think that has been a problem for Albert Wilton as well, because Albert Wilton has fallen down to 33rd place now, as I think is Ben Horner. Ben Horner has also had an issue out there, lost some 29 positions, 27 positions at the end of the previous lap. New fastest lap of the race, Aiden Hassan is gone. He's gone off the front of the field here. He's just got to bring this home for the remaining 3 minutes. Can Jaden Hewitt find a way through down the inside of Owen Keenan? That's looking like a better shot, and has got through Clean move through Christmas corner. Got it done on the brakes. Nothing much that Keenan could do about that one on the outside. Still well positioned inside the top 10. How is Jake Howarth getting on? Well, I can tell you that the championship leader is up to 18th. He's getting through the field. I do wonder, is that going to be enough to hold on to this championship lead here today? Contact warning for the number 21 of Eric Smith. 1.2 seconds now the lead for Aiden Hassan, who sets a new fastest lap of the race. 45.448 seconds. Thanks to our sponsors. Purgo, our title sponsors of the SuperOne series for this year. JKH, of course, as well. And there'll be a number of... Oh, down the inside looking there is Hurst Grover. This is for second place, fighting with Callum Ghosh, and Callum Ghosh holds in there. Doesn't take any of that. He's not going to have his second place wrestled away that easily. 90 seconds to go on the clock then. Oh, now that's a big story. Mechanical flag for Jake Howarth. Well, we said that the number 3 needed to make progress up through the order. That, in effect, is going to be a retirement. And what have we said about retirements earlier on this season, including for Howarth at Clay Pigeon? It is a big field. It's 30-plus drivers. If you don't finish a race, you do get classified points. As down the inside again goes Hurst Grover for second place. There's a little bit of contact there with Ghosh, who's not too pleased about that. And here comes Milo Manderson as well in the number 82 on the scene. But for Jake Howarth, this is not good news at all in the title fight with Aiden Hassan. He's going to lose a lot of points here. A lot of points indeed. You may still be able to use this one as a dropped score, but that's going to rely on strong scoring later in the year, and there's not many rounds of this championship to go. Are we going to be looking back at this race here, Junior Max Heat 1 of round 10, as one of the key moments in this title fight? Manderson down the inside of Ghosh takes third place. Milo Manderson having a good weekend here, quietly getting on with his work. Ghosh tries to fight back into the boot. Yeah, up to third place now for Milo Manderson. He's had a couple of podiums so far this year. Actually, more than a couple of podiums so far this year. A couple of second places and a couple of thirds. Now, well, now there's a possibly bigger problem for Jake Howarth, because Jake Howarth has not come in from the mechanical flag, and now I can see a black flag being shown to Jake Howarth. 0 time on the board. Aiden Hassan will be aware of this, by the way, because he'll be able to see those messages on the digi-flag. Aiden Hassan is going to come around to start the final lap. I think he's going to be a pretty pleased driver with this. I wouldn't say completely on the back foot at the start of today with recent results, but knew he needed to deliver here today. And this is a very good start in heat number 1. 3.2 seconds the gap, still not decided between second place, third place and fourth. Milo Manderson's having a really strong second half of this race here. Can he get close enough to have a go at yesterday's winner? Well, Aiden Hassan needed to win this race. He needed to get back on top in Junior Rotax, and that is exactly what he has done. P1 for the number 1. Aiden Hassan takes the first heat of the day in Junior Rotax. Harry Hurst Grover, P2, continuing that good form that we saw yesterday. Milo Manderson, good result there in third. Callum Ghosh, fourth. Ethan Hay, top rookie, home there in fifth. Good result for Ethan. That's more like it. Had a difficult day yesterday. Jaden Hewitt, sixth. Owen Keenan, seventh. Joseph Murphy, 8th. Good drive as well from 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀. Had strong speed and overtaking yesterday. Finishes 9th in that one. Daniel Whitfield inside the top 10. Caden Welch, Lincoln Bevan, Kieran Denyer, Harrison Morrow, Logan Cowling takes it down to 15th place. 16th for Jensen Powers. Max Rowley gains a good number of positions in that one. Is inside the top 20, as is Ben Horner, DeJean Bennett and Jake Woods. Jake Woods from the back of the grid there, gained about 14 positions. 21st was Harry Holland, Jack Briscoe, Toby Bedford, Fletcher Jameson, Jasmine Taylor. So Jameson and Taylor recovering into the top 25 there. Eric Smith, Miles Roby, Charlie Cox, Joshua Jarvis, Albert Wilton all in the top 30. Jay Leverton 31st, Albert Frey 32nd. Jake Howarth did come into the pits in the end and is, at least for now, classified in 33rd. Leon Barlow, a retirement on lap 2, classified in that order in 34th. Well, I think there's going to be some discussions about the implications of that result over the lunch break. We'll see the second heat for Junior Rotax later on this afternoon. One more race to go in this session, this morning and early afternoon session for round 10 of Purgo SuperOne Series 2023. Rotax 177 and their first heat are out next. So as we say, one more race to go for Rotax 177, and this is another category that could be decided here today from a championship perspective. But I don't think it's going to be plain sailing for our championship leader, who is on the front row but not on pole position. Shane Collins, yesterday's winner, has pole position in the number 52. Andy Collinson, championship leader, will get to his situation in a minute. As we mentioned, he's on the front row. Jason Bear on row 2 again alongside Daniel Wright, welcoming Daniel Wright to the Purgo SuperOne Series for the first time this weekend. Took one of the heats yesterday. Andy Ward and Mark Patterson complete the grid there on the third row of the grid. It is a 6-card field championship. Collinson has 1,115 points already booked in, secured his. Jason Bear is second on 1,074. Third is Shane Collins on 862, but we should remember that he was not present in this category for rounds 5 and 6. Those are the ones at Clay Pigeon. What it means is that if Collinson can go round and just get thirds, fourths at least, and score points, more importantly, no disqualifications, just get to the classifications and be in contention, it could be title winning position here today. Away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Collins will lead on the run up to Christmas Corner for the first time, ahead of Collinson there in the number 74. I do wonder for Andy Collinson whether he just sits there and marks Shane Collins in these races today. For Shane Collins, I think he's got to see Andy Collinson further back in the order to realistically be taking this title fight to Shannington. Could be quite interesting how these two drivers play this. Good scrap going on in the early stages for third place. That's Daniel Wright there in the number 11, the blue and white liveried machine. Jason Bear for Attack Motorsport. Their distinctive orange and black colours with the blue details. Who impressed quite a few drivers in this paddock so far this year. Raced up through the ranks of Rotax Racing from a revive and drive perspective. Will know this place very well from his racing in things such as Club 100, for example. Has been getting quicker and quicker across the course of the year. So Collins leads the race. Just say points, I think it really is pretty much for Andy Collinson just to score points, just get to the end of all the races, even if it's in 5th place across the course of the day, and he'll have enough points in his tally to take the title today, irrespective of what happens when we go to Shannington at the end of the month. 5 minutes to go in this one. You can see some great fights between Collins and Collinson last time out at fullback. Shane Collins took a clean sweep the last time we raced in front of the the Alpha Live cameras. Won the final yesterday. Didn't have it all his own way though. Second in the first heat, which was won by Collinson, and then 6th in the second one. Definitely delivered in that final. Came from a little bit lower down the grid. Fastest driver on circuit at the moment, 45.553 for your race leader. Shouldn't forget Andy Ward out there as well. Those were really good results yesterday in one of the heats for Andy Ward. Second place. Best result of the year so far. And performances this weekend like that, pretty much consolidating that 4th place in the championship for himself. 4 minutes to go on the clock then. Andy Collinson, I think he's playing this. He was asking me yesterday, quite keen to know what I had on the point scores and what he needed to wrap it up today. And a little chance of, oh, really, it's just roll around and take the points. I don't think he's going to push overly hard. Doesn't want to break the cart or do anything silly in that manner. Just wants to make sure that he gets these results in today. No point in his mind perhaps to risk it all for race victories. He's had a lot of race victories across the course of the season so far. Just see the leaders going past Mark Patterson there. New driver for this weekend. Learning all the time here in this Rotax 177 category, which is, I say, growing in popularity for drivers. As I say, who have the opportunity to race when they were younger. They want to race in something a little bit faster than what they've piloted before. You also do get younger drivers themselves in this, such as Shane Collins. A very interesting interview with Shane Collins yesterday. We were discussing the difference between how the karts feel between these 177, the 177 for the uninitiated being the weight of driver and kart, so 177 kilograms being whisked around Whilton Mill at the moment in the senior Rotax max category that we've already seen Shane racing so far today. It's 162 kilos, and 15 kilos may not sound like a huge amount, but I can say from experience of the difference of a couple of kilos, particularly around this circuit, it makes a huge difference in terms of how the kart feels, how it turns, how it progresses out of the corners onto the straights. Not easy to keep on top of it, especially if you are, like Shane Collins, going back from one to the other. What we did say, though, is that it can have its advantages in terms of reading track conditions, with a bit more track time for Shane Collins so far this weekend. That very much paid dividends yesterday. It was constantly wet, but not consistently wet. The level of how much moisture was out there on the circuit varied across the course of the day. Temperatures did as well. Just over a minute of this race to go. A couple of personal bests coming in. Collinson down to a 45.6, Bear to a 45.8, so good pace for Jason Bear once again, and a personal best for Patterson as well, 56.194. It's getting quicker all the time. Oh, a bit of a clip of the curb there from Andy Collinson. Don't want to be doing that too much through the final corner. That curb on the inside through the right-hander does have a tendency to unsettle karts if it's taken too abruptly. 35 seconds remaining on the clock, so we'll have 2 more laps here for Shane Collins to close out what will be the second race victory of the weekend so far. Took the final yesterday, as mentioned. It's been very strong in the finals in particular, has Shane Collins. When I say in particular, I've got to say on a Sunday especially, of the Sunday finals that he has competed, when he sat out race 6, had a win at round 4, had a win at round 8,
and was on the podium again for round number 2, so could be looking at trying to make it a third round victory on a Sunday, 4 for the season in total. He's got to get through these latter stages of this race, and then another heat, and of course the final, all of which you'll be able to view here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you're new around here and you're enjoying the stream, do give us a subscribe. If you're enjoying the commentary as well, at @MM across your major social media networks. Last lap board out then for Shane Collins, and what's been a routine drive so far. Leisurely Sunday stroll for Shane Collins in that number 52 kart. Up towards Christmas Corner for the last time in this one. Lead is 1.5 seconds in. Andy Collinson is pushing on here. It's just at a 45.589, so he's keeping Collins honest. Can't completely let off here. Change for 4th place. No, not a change for 4th place. That was just a little bit of a movement on the timing screen. Daniel Wright still there in 4th place, but Shane Collins started on pole position, was looking for a heat victory, and that's exactly what he's going to get. Yesterday's final winner wins the first heat of the Sunday round here at Whilton Mill. Andy Collinson takes 2nd place, takes one more step to wrapping up the title here today. That is more than he needs on average, that result, and also just made a point there with the fastest lap of the race as well, 45.488. Jason Bear finishes 3rd, Daniel Wright 4th, Andy Ward 5th, and Mark Patterson across the line there in 6th. And there we go. With that, that completes the first round of heats for all of our classes here today at Whilton Mill. Do hope you've enjoyed it. Quick thanks to our sponsors. As ever, could not do the events without them. JKH, Purgo, Bell Helmets once again, and AST Signs with CWG choices as well. So, as I say, big thanks to all of those organisations for their continued support of the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Don't go anywhere, because we've got the interviews from yesterday coming up and the Drivers' Parade as well, whilst we have the lunch break here at the circuit. And we should be back around, I'm just going to refer to my timesheet, at around 12:45 will be the start time for the second set of heats, starting with C50 Bambinos at 12:45. 12:57 for Honda Cadet and Mini ROK. 13:09 for the iArmy Bambinos. 13:21 for Micromax. 13:33 for Inter. 13:45 for Senior. 13:57 for Juniors, and 14:09 on the clock for the Rotax 177s. Enjoy the lunch break, enjoy the interviews in the Drivers' Parade. We'll be back very soon for more action here at Whilton Mill.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series.
Three wide, two fillies blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resistant though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that? Yes.
prizes. So the first person who's here today, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀. He was there at 9:30. Right, and you have to be here to win. People missing. Yes, Ollie. Give it to me, Ollie. I'm sorry, that is a fix. Mason Munter. That is unbelievable. What 6 numbers? Fix. Sherry in the red already. Great, thank you everyone, have a safe Yes, Harry.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series.
Three wide, two Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farah to the outside. This is the moment. Down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resistant though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12. Once again, here on the podium, very good to see for the first time since round 1, very start of the season, back on the top step here in Micromax, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀. Elliot, round 9 is yours. That's a fantastic result here today in very tricky conditions out there. Tell me about your race.
I started on pole, 2 wins in Heat 1 and 2, and then I got a good start off from the rolling start, and then I was good through 1 and 2, and then I had got a bit of a gap actually up to Christmas, and then from there I really just did my lines and went. I think it would have been more challenging if Jensen hadn't have spun, but yeah, it was good.
What's been the main thing that you've learned since round 1? I think it's been a bit of a finding season. The pace has been there. It's just not always had the best of luck.
You just need to stay out of the mid-pack where it's all playing off and there's a lot of bashing about, yeah.
These conditions today, in some ways the worst of wet weather because it's not standing water but it's not drying out. It's a tricky circuit to get on top of as well. How have you found it?
So yeah, this is my home circuit, but it's super greasy and you just have to throw what comes at you and take it, and I guess that's all really what you do.
Hopefully tomorrow not as wet, but is that a challenge in itself with a bit of a reset on conditions for tomorrow?
Yeah, it should be, but I hope I have the pace. So when we were here on Friday testing, I was there and thereabouts, so that's good, yeah.
Fantastic. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀, my dad, Cosmic, KR for the engines, and Boxo.
Well done, Elliot. Really good to see you back on that top step, and best of luck for tomorrow and the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series.
Wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment. Down the inside. Takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resisted though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12.
Once again, we're back at the podium with our winner in the mini ROK category today, Alexander Adams. Alex, a really good run today. How was the track out there?
Wet, slippy, wet.
Yeah, very tough conditions for the drivers, including yourself out there today. The karts, how was the karts today?
We had some engine problems, and then we managed to fix the engine.
Very good. Tomorrow we go again for another round. Hopefully it shouldn't be as wet. Are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, I hope it's going to be dry.
And last question, who do you want to thank for your victory here today?
SuperOne, Awesome Motorsport, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀, Mum, Dad and my friends.
Very good. Well done, mate. Another great performance. We'll see you tomorrow. Back at the rostrum once again with our winner in Rotax 177 this time, Shane Collins. Shane, big day in the championship, fighting back in this second half of the season. Had a pretty good fullback and a pretty good start to things here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, it's been a hard day. I mean, drop downs in qualifying and second heat after a good battle with Andy. So, yeah, but lucky in the final. So.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster season for you in the Rotax classes this year. I remember a moment at Rower when you had mechanical failures, but the speed's always been there. Is it starting to feel like it's coming together in this second half of the year?
Yeah, I think the first half of the year I was just getting used to being in seniors because it's a lot different from the whole junior thing. I think the switch between 162 and 177 is quite big, but we struggle a lot in 162, so once getting in the 177 always feels better. So, yeah.
And would you say that track time today has helped at all? Being able, I know there's that difference in the kilograms between the two entries, but the track conditions which have been important today.
Yeah, it's definitely changing all day, wanting to rain all the time. Got drier throughout the day, but I think we were all just. It's handy in the 162 because we get to go out, see what the conditions are like, and usually if it's wet in the 162 it's going to be a bit drier in the 177, so yeah.
To talk championship, because with 3 rounds to go, starting with tomorrow, as a very good day for yourself, taking the win, Andy Collinson down further down the order. Do you think it's still a good opportunity for you to take that top step?
Yeah, I mean, we'll push hard as we can. Andy's really fast, really good driver, really hard to get past him always, but we got lucky today, so I think tomorrow if it's dry, hopefully we can bounce back and have a better second half to the season so far.
Good stuff. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
My mum, my dad, obviously, my family and my friends for supporting me. Dean Dawson, because he travels all the way from Cumbria to help us out running the 162. Jack Dex Racing, because MS Karts, and my sponsors, Camry Plant Hire and Hitting It Big Competitions and AMT Racing.
Well, very good support to have, especially here at Whilton Mill. Well done, mate. Great to see you on that top step. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back once again at the podium, and a theme today of drivers visiting the top step for the first time since round 1, and we've got another one in senior Rotax in the shape of Harry Pullen. Harry, that must be a big relief. That's getting the season back on track, a win here in round 9 for the first time since early in the season.
Yeah, definitely. We'd had a few bad rounds, a few unlucky. incidents sort of out of my control, few mechanicals. But definitely this round, started the day off not that good actually really. We were like way off the pace, and then I think got a bit lucky in the final. Some stuff that I couldn't really control happened, and then here I am, so can't complain.
What's been the most testing thing through the course of the season? I mean, you're still very much a championship contender, but it's been some difficult days out there.
Yeah, I think I've had a lot of luck my way, but then I think I've been quite unlucky sometimes, just instance out of my control, or just being off the pace because of mechanicals really. Whether it be like we've had hubs slipping, stuff not connected, so it's just been unlucky really.
Talking to some of the other drivers, it was harder than just a simple wet day out there. Trying to get tyres switched on was difficult today.
Yeah, well, we started the day on an old set of tyres, and it was like no way we could have done a day on them. It was horrible. So we went on to new, and then we scrubbed them in. But by the time I scrubbed them in qualifying, and then by the time they were scrubbed, they were cooked, so I couldn't really get a nice lap in. But I think as the day's gone on, it's definitely got a lot better. Felt quite planted in that final, to be fair.
Looking forward to tomorrow, weather being the big topic of the day again. What are the thoughts ahead of round 10?
Is it supposed to be dry? I think so.
I think so.
So we looked good in the dry yesterday. We were one of the quickest. So hopefully if it's dry then be back here tomorrow.
And looking ahead of tomorrow, who would you like to thank for the success here today?
Definitely my dad 100%. He's always been there the whole way through from the start. The whole of JWR and especially Joe. He's taught me a lot this year, brought me on miles. Wouldn't really be without him. And then to my dad again really.
Very good. Well done, Harry. Great to see you back on that top step, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Back at the SuperOne podium here today at a quite wet Whilton Mill with our winner in Honda Cadet for round 9 of this year's championships. Max 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍, a really tough day today. Not the easiest of driving conditions out there.
It's really slippery, and up through the S's for the first section, it's really slippery through there. You can just see it on the track.
Indeed. You're having a really good fight out there. I had a brief watch of the first half of the race before the podiums. A great battle with Ronnie Smart here today and other drivers in there. What was that like out on circuit?
Yeah, it was really hard because through the boot and Ashby's Ronnie had a couple of good moves, and then on the last lap he just ran a bit wide at Ashby's and I got the switch back, and then I just had a little bit of a gap.
It seemed like you had that placement on the circuit, always getting in the drive out of the corners and really good power. How was the karts feeling out there on circuit?
It was quite slippery to the start, but towards the end it would just get better and better.
It's a big move as well in championship. You extend your championship lead here today. Is that something that you're really thinking of now as we go into round 10 tomorrow?
Yeah, just think hopefully I can score more points and up to Shennington.
Very good. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
Paul, Rob, Ambition, my dad.
Very good. Well done, Max. Another top result, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Once again, top step of the podium on a Saturday in 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗏𝗏, Bambino. Our winner for round 9 of SuperOne Series 2023 is Chester Fawkes. Chester, that looked really tough out there today. Very wet conditions, very windy at times as well. How was it from your place in the kart?
Tricky, but I managed to hold on to all the races. It was tough into the first corner because it would just slide, and then into the boot it was quite difficult because if you didn't eat the curb and then, or if you kept it flat out, you would kind of lose the back end.
So the conditions are ones that I think experience is a big thing to have on a day like today. What previous experience do you think you were able to lean upon to perform here today?
So I think I can really do dry and wet conditions, or sometimes I can do like slicks in the wet because we practice to do it.
We've got to talk about championship because we're getting it to the far end of the championship now. You've extended your lead in the championship today, but it's very close with William Crombie and Oscar Kenny and others out there. How do you feel about that?
It's close, you know. I'm trying to my best to pull a big gap from the championship, but it's still going to be quite hard because you never know what conditions are going to be like.
And as you mentioned, the conditions could be changeable. Well, it could be dry, it could be wet, it could be a bit in between for tomorrow as well. What would you think you may be working on to go even faster before round 10 tomorrow?
The cart, the engine to make sure they're all right, and everything else on the cart.
Very good. Well done once again, Chester. Another great performance. Who would you like to thank for your victory here today?
RCE for my chassis, Tim Larego for my engines, my mechanic Stuart, my grandpa for coming in and always supporting me, my mum, my dad and my 2 sisters for always watching me and giving me good luck.
Oh, excellent stuff. Well, we'll see you again tomorrow, Chester. Best of luck for round 10.
Thank you.
Here with our winner in the Intermax category today, Teddy Cooper. Teddy, big win today. It's been a bit of an up and down championship so far, but after the disappointment in round 8 at fullback, that's a good response to get a win here in round 9.
Yeah, obviously we're in the championship fight, so this weekend has been amazing for us with the clean sweep, especially as Charlie's had a very good run this weekend as well.
Yeah, it's really one that seems to be swinging back and forth. I think the general tide of things is that it will go to Shennington. Does that take a little bit of pressure off this weekend, knowing that there's still lots of racing to be done for the rest of the year?
Yeah, obviously we've got quite a big lead in the championship now, so coming into Shennington and obviously the round tomorrow, it's a bit less pressure off.
We've got to talk about weather. We've got to talk about weather with everybody today. It's been really tricky out there. How have you found it in the Intermax?
Well, the mojo wets aren't very good, so it's been very slippery, but we've managed to deal with it quite well.
And this circuit in particular, Whilton Mill in the wet, always has a bit of surprises. What from your position is key to get some performance out when it's like this?
Well, around Whilton, you need to use a lot of curbs in the wet, and if you don't, you're not going to be fast. So that's the key.
Going into tomorrow, any things that you're thinking about and working on overnight before we go for round 10?
No, not really. We just need to keep the pressure on and just do well.
Good stuff. One last question, because I know you're quite cold up there. It's a bit windy here at Whilton. Who do you want to thank for your victory here today?
I want to thank my dad, my mum, my brother and sister, my uncle, Gary Cooper, and SuperOne.
Fantastic. Well done, Teddy. Another P1. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, time for our last interview of the day. It's been a bit of a wait, but a wait worthwhile. Talk me through the race. I say it's always a very competitive field out there in this junior Rotax category for more than 30 drivers out there. How did the day go?
Well, I started in pole, and I pulled a bit of a gap at the start, but to be fair to her, she was quick. She caught me. She pushed me off, obviously, but to be fair to her, she dropped me anyway, but only by 4.3 seconds. It was a 5-second penalty, so I ended up winning the race off the road anyway.
And X-Kart, on the X-Kart chassis, I know there's been a lot of hard work, particularly here at Whilton Mill, that's been put into that. What's it been like driving that kart this weekend?
Well, I've been driving this kart since I started karting, so we're getting used to it, getting the setup nailed. We've been driving at Whilton for 2 years now, so we've pretty much got the setup sorted here, and we've been great all weekend.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, it's a bit of a relaxing one in terms of going in for round 10 with nothing really to lose in your position. How are you feeling ahead of that one?
Feeling very confident, because usually we're better in the dry than in the wet, and we've won it in the wet, so hopefully we can win it twice in a row.
Good stuff. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
I'd like to thank Billy Corns and 𝗦𝗍𝗿𝗀 for mechanicking me all weekend, Lee, Jill and everyone who's come to watch me, and yeah. And Ian for coming and watching as well.
Very good. Well, great to see you with that level of support. Well done again, mate. Really good to see you on that top step. Best luck for tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of round 10 of this year's Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. We're getting ready for the second round of heats here today at Whilton Mill. Here is your grid for the second heat for Bambino C50. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗶𝗍 has pole position from timed qualifying earlier on this morning. 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀's had a good weekend so far and joins him on the front row. 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗶𝗍 won heat number 1, starts this one from heat row 2. Joshua Bailey alongside on that second row. Harry Chapman and Mason Hibbert on row 3. It looks like we are ready to go for the start of this one. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Away indeed we go. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀's looking for a good start. It's an even start with 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀, but 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍 sweeps round the outside. Good start for Mason Hibbert there. The E-plate holder with the green and black helmet was going for 4th place quite early on there, on the run up to Christmas corner for the first time. 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀 will lead. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀 in second place. 𝗦𝗏𝗍 and the number 35 on the inside there, looking to gain some positions early on in this one. Key drivers to look out for in terms of the points and the standings. The number 31, as mentioned, 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀, championship leader. The O-plate of Harry Chapman. Also keep an eye out for the number 11 of Ernie Wade, trying to move back up through the order. And results from this race and the first race combined will set the grid for the for the final later on, the second of the finals this weekend. The first of the finals today for the Bambino C50 category. 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀 was having a go there for second place on 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀 on the run through the first part of the boot, but at the end of lap 1 it's 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍 from Biggs, Pooley, Hibbert, Bailey, Kempton, Chapman, Scher, Stubbs and Smith. That is your top 10. As we're on to lap number 2 now. Pooley down the inside, gets past 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀 there, takes second place. Spent most of the first race just sitting at the back of a quartet in the lead, or the lead pack, and made all the moves on the last lap. He's not waiting for the last lap in this one. He's wanting to get to the front as quickly as possible. Put himself in the best position imaginable to try and seal up this championship today. It's been a very impressive season from 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀 so far in SuperOne 2023. Hasn't finished any race, any heat, any final so far this year, any lower than 7th. Move being done by the number 13, that's Ronnie Kempson in the white helmet, gets past 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀, LBJ Stubbs in the middle of all of that as well, the number 96. That's a squabble over 7th, 8th and 9th places. Race at the front, getting into a rhythm now, similar to what we saw earlier with 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀 quite happy to just lead out at the front of the order and be pushed along by Pooley. The difference, there isn't 2 carts between them in this one. Biggs and Hibbert trying to follow in just behind. These 2 drivers at the front of the field. Finished also in the top 2 during race number 1. In a different order though. Can 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀 respond back and take another race victory? Had a fantastic day yesterday. Very pleased to take a first final win of the season. New fastest lap of the race from 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀, 1 minute 2.744. They've got about a second over 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀 at the moment. And Harry Chapman's proceeding up through the order as well. Look at Harry Chapman up the inside, even before they've got to Christmas, through into 3rd place. We've got to give it to Harry Chapman. Tends to perform well on the Sundays. Won the last time we had a Sunday round of SuperOne at Fullbeck in this category. Moving up through the order again. Hello to David, cheering on the number 35 of 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀. Family watching at home, and another good performance being put in here by 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀's currently in 9th place, finished the first race in 7th. Less than 3 minutes to go on the clock then. 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗀 and Pooley working together at the front of the order. I think they are aware of the threat of Chapman behind. 1.3 seconds
the gap, but crucially that time, as the gap to the whatever kart is in third place has extended, because Biggs has dropped back a bit further, but Chapman, in terms of his own relative pace to the two karts ahead, was quicker on that last lap. 1 minute 2.922 for Chapman compared to Pooley, 1 minute 3.1. So not done yet for 𝗦𝗲𝗀 and Pooley. They've got to keep being a pair and friends out there on circuit, not fighting too much and allowing a very strong Harry Chapman in this championship back into this race. Harry Chapman was just going to keep head down. It's difficult work this for Harry Chapman because he hasn't really got any help from behind. There's a sizable gap back to Toby Biggs there in fourth, who is probably going to get swallowed up by this pack led by Mason Hibbert and 𝗦𝗍𝗍 looking down the inside there. Good racing room left by Joshua Bailey on the outside. Ronnie Kempson and Albie Stubbs also in this pack. Albie Stubbs with the gold details on the kart. And yeah, this is the problem now for Toby Biggs, because a big train of karts is going to arrive, all working together, multiple engines working as one big power pack. And Toby Biggs will hope to not get collected and kind of thrown out the back of this group. Will start to work with it and move back forward to Harry Chapman, because there is a bit of time still left in this race. 1 minute on the clock. 𝗦𝗍𝗍 looking down the inside there of Joshua Bailey. He's going to be down the inside again here as they go into Osiers. Good move by 𝗍, and that is going to be 𝗍, I think, up to 5th place, because Toby Biggs, yeah, as I thought might be the case, has slipped at the momentum. It's all about momentum around here at Whilton Mill. Has slipped to the back. 𝗦𝗍𝗍 has got the momentum down the inside of another driver, down the inside of Mason Hibbert this time. So 𝗍 gained 3 places in that last lap. He's up to 4th place. Hibbert's going to fight back here round the outside. Overtakes. Brilliant move by Mason Hibbert. Through goes Joshua Bailey as well. And when, let's say, we were talking about the momentum, as 𝗦𝗍𝗍 is now being shuffled back, but there's more goings on at the front of the order. Harry Chapman has got through, is caught up to 𝗦𝗲𝗀 and Pooley, and dispatched Pooley. Is up to 2nd place here. And there's time remaining with the +1 lap to go for the win. He doesn't need the time. Straight down the inside. Harry Chapman through Osiers takes the lead of the motor race. Great work once again from Harry Chapman. He does seem to build across the course of a weekend, getting faster and faster and faster all the time. 6th and 23rd in the heats yesterday. So far today, 3rd, and with 1 lap to go of this one, leads heat number 2. Still a good position for Rex Pooley in terms of championship. As we mentioned earlier, given the consistency that Pooley has shown so far this year across any kind of race, he very much just needs to put in some seconds, some thirds, can even afford probably some fourths now. And that should be enough on the points to seal it all up today. Chapman, hopefully, we've learnt from lessons in the previous race, was in the lead at this stage of heat number 1, but in the end, as I say, finished 3rd. There's a titanic scrap going on behind for 4th place. Any one of those drivers could come home in 4th, but for Chapman, a couple of corners to go, still led at this stage of heat number 1 as well, but has got a much greater gap ahead of Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗀. This time he's going to shut down the inside line. He's got to be careful off of it, though. There could be a bit of a slipstream across the start line, but no, this time Harry Chapman is going to take race victory in heat number 2. Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗀 in 2nd, 3rd for Rex Pooley. That means all 3 drivers, I think, are going to be tied on points from their heat racing this morning and early afternoon. 𝗦𝗍𝗍 comes along the line in 4th place. That's well deserved. Great result once again for 𝗦𝗍𝗍. Top rookie home there in the number 35. Albie Stubbs next in 5th, ahead of Joshua Bailey, Toby Biggs, Ronnie Kempson and Mason Hibbert, all of them in that very close pack of karts. Mason Muncher finishes in 10th. Mickey Gonzalez, good drive there, into 11th place. Jack Daniels, Noah Smith, Leo Hunt and Logan Hodgetts complete the top 15. Benjamin Schlever, Simon Kalman, Ollie West Ernie Wade and Jack Swan all inside the top 20. Jason Wilson, Ethan Pearson, Elliot Payne, Alex Marshall, Oliver Daniels and Arlo Atkinson take us to 26th. Very good indeed for a number of our drivers there, and their final will be later on this afternoon, and we look forward to that one, as I say, especially as that could be our first title decider for 2023. Carts coming back into pit lane then will be checked over in post-race scrutineering. We're going to move on though. Next out on circuit, heat number 2 for Honda Cadet and Mini ROK. Let's take a look at the grid then for the second racing appearance of the day for Honda Cadet and Mini ROK. Starting with the Honda Cadets, Connor Winfield has pole position. Alongside him on the front row is our Heat 1 winner, Max 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀. Jensen Walker has been in good form so far today in whatever he's driven. He's doing double duty, of course. Starts this one on row 2 alongside Cian Sullivan. Ronnie Smart and Jack Cope both start there on row 3. And on row 4 we've got the last of the Honda Cadets in the shape of Charlie Gregg starting in 7th place, and Isla Parsons will be there for Passion Karting in 8th. One single Mini ROK in this race, that being the number 24 of Alexander Adams. Results from the first race, as mentioned, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 took the race win. It was Jensen Walker in 2nd, Connor Winfield in 3rd, equaling a best result of the year so far for Connor there in the number 27 on the Synergy chassis this year. Ronnie Smart strong again in 4th place. Hadn't seen Ronnie so far this season in SuperOne before this weekend. Been put in some strong performances nonetheless. Cian Sullivan was 5th, Jack Cope 6th, ahead of Charlie Gregg and Isla Parsons. That was the class order in Honda. As I say, Alexander Adams finished 8th place overall in the previous race as well. Good to hear from him yesterday in the interview area, at the podium, for all of our winners yesterday for the Saturday round. If you want to watch some of those interviews back, or if you missed them, they'll all be available on the SuperOne Series Facebook page. Ready to go racing then once again in Honda Cadet and Mini ROK. 7 minutes are on the clock. Oh, no, I don't think we're quite ready to start racing. A couple of adjustments just needing to be made to drivers, making sure that they're in their grid hatchings, I'd imagine. Now I think we're ready to go. Winfield on the inside, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 on the outside. Away we go. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀 got a great start in heat number 1. Is it going to be a repeat here in heat number 2? It is. Oh, there's a little bit of jostling with Jensen Walker in the middle of all of that as they go through the first corner, but it's 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 in the lead on the way up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Winfield on the inside for 2nd place with Walker. Walker chops in, gets 3rd place ahead of Cian Sullivan. I think it's also been a good start for Jack Cope there in the number 25, but straight away the chasing pack, they've got to get themselves organised, because Max 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 is running away with things here this weekend. Could theoretically wrap the title up with a superfluous performance, and that's what he's putting in right now. The number 22 of Walker has got through into 2nd place, but now the race really starts. Can the number 22 of Jensen Walker start to close down Max 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏? Walker is the closest contender in the standings at this stage of the season. Needs to be ahead of the number 4 if there's going to be any chance for the cutting-edge racing driver to take victory in Honda Cadet this year. And an illustrious list of names have won this SuperOne Honda Cadet title in years gone by. Likes of Alexander Albon, of course. Billy Munger a winner in this category as well. Early stages of this one, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏, Walker, Winfield. It's that same 1-2-3 that we saw in the first race earlier on today. There's Ronnie Smart as well, who's growing into this one. He's got past Jack Cope. He's now in 4th place. It's a lot closer this time to Connor J. Winfield we saw in heat number 1, so there could be an opportunity here for Smart to get back into that top 3. He did score some top 3s yesterday during round number 9. Less than 5 minutes to go, side by side just behind there between Sullivan and Cope. I think Cope was able to get through there into 5th place. Good work being put in by Jensen Walker. They are closing Max Taddy in 17.6 last time around, well, through the first sector for Taddy, 17.2 for Walker and Winfield. Smart on a 17.3. So yeah, they're really rapidly closing in. This is a very strong lap for an important lap for Jensen Walker, right when he needed it. I wonder if Max Taddy is aware of how close Jensen Walker is. They have a run up the hill now towards Christmas Corner. Walker checks over the shoulder to see, is there anybody else there? Elects not to go for an overtake, just sits behind the number 4. That's understandable with Connor J. Winfield not too far behind. Didn't want to overcommit to the corner, did Jensen Walker. And instead of gaining 1st place, end up losing 2nd. Coming onto the back straight now. Very important part of the circuit. Got to be very precise with your turn-ins, where you're placing the cart out there. It's looking pretty good for Taddy, Walker. Winfield still there in 3rd. Ronnie Smart in 4th. We've already seen some drivers. Chester Fawkes is an example in the Army Bambinos, who we'll see soon, and Rex Pooley earlier on in the C50s. You can work around this circuit from somewhere like 4th, even onto the last lap. Just got to be in that mix to be able to take a race victory. Change in 8th place overall. Alexander Adams has got past Isla Parsons. Taddy a touch deep there on the run through Ashby Corner. Downhill braking, of course. Onto the back straight they go once again. All of them dealing with the pressure very well. And an element of Max Taddy's driving that he's worked on a lot in the last year or so. And in fact, Jensen Walker's going to have an attack here. He had a go at this earlier on today. That time it didn't work. Taddy read it, saw it coming, has learnt from before, and successfully defended his position. Down the hill now towards Ashby Corner. Ronnie Smart at the back of this group hasn't made a move yet. Doesn't need to. So 2 minutes still remaining on the clock here. I say we saw Walker go for a similar overtake in the early stages of the first heat. The first set of heats early. So we know he can pull that move off, but I say Max Taddy clearly had been watching that and learnt from earlier on in the day. Just gave enough room to compromise Walker's line through into turn 2. But not too tight that it would have resulted in contact between the two. That was very heads-up racing from the Scottish driver in the lead of this race. More changes of position. I think Jack Cope has unfortunately had a problem out there. First I thought it might be a transponder error, but no, he has fallen down to 9th place. Unfortunately, that promotes Isla Parsons up to 8th place overall, 7th in class, and Alexander Adams is up to 7th place overall now with less than a minute to go on the clock. Max Taddy still leading this race. Could this be the day? Could he seal up this championship? He's on course to do just that with these performances. Perfect so far this weekend. Up the hill they go now. Where has Connor J. Winfield gone in all of this? Has dropped out of this battle. So Ronnie Smart has gone up to 3rd place. Good news for Jack Cope. It was a transponder problem. So it's just hopped back up, I can see there, into 6th place. So 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀 now down to 4th place. Still decent points being pulled in. Oh, change for the lead. Walker was in the lead of the race. Taddy straight back down the inside and goes back into the lead. But Walker, no, slots back into P2. But the race is definitely on here. Remember, 𝗦𝗲𝗏 is not a championship contender, so has nothing to lose from that perspective. But the 2 drivers in front of him do. Final lap board out. 𝗦𝗏𝗏 looking for a move down the inside, takes 2nd place. Great move by 𝗦𝗏𝗏, pulls the move that Jensen Walker did earlier on in the day. But that is a very good piece of news now for Max Taddy. Doesn't need to defend as they go through Christmas Corner. In fact, Jensen Walker fallen off the back. Jensen Walker got a problem here. He's overlooking his shoulder, seems to have lost a little bit of pace. So it's between Taddy and Smart now for the race victory. Through onto the back straight then. I think you've got to think if you are Taddy, if Smart goes for the move. Got to think about the bigger picture, but has held the number 51 off there. Has just got to get on the power. Round the final corner. What a weekend Max Taddy is having here. 5 races, 5 wins, and takes heat number 2 here at Whilton Mill. 2nd place to 𝗦𝗏𝗏 with the fastest lap of the race as well. 3rd for Jensen Walker. 4th for 𝗦𝗏𝗿𝗀 5th for Cian Sullivan. 6th for Jack Cope. Charlie Gregg will come across the line in 7th place in a moment's time. There is Charlie. Alexander Adams will come home in 8th place overall, and it will be 9th for Isla Parsons. Well, Max Taddy could potentially be a one-race win away from sealing the title. If he was to seal a win with that, he would put him on 1,255 points. And by my calculations, that would put him 14 clear of the largest max possible score for any of the other drivers, that driver indeed being Jensen Walker. So it's going to be a bit of a tense wait, I can imagine, for Max Taddy until we see the Honda Cadet Final, which you will see here on Alpha Live later on this afternoon, but definitely be around for that. We could see the crowning of a champion there in that one. Right, so that's the Honda Cadet heats done. Next out on circuit for their 2nd heat of the day, it's 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏 Bambino. Back into the wonderful world of 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏 Bambino for the next race. Chester Fawkes starts Heat 2 from pole position. Harris Barber alongside on the front row. Oscar Kenny and James Roots start on row 2. William Crombie and Albert Farrow go from the 3rd row of the grid. Chloe McGill and Darren Dimitrov, representing Bulgaria, start there on row 4. Theo Jepson and Max Joy start on row 5. Buddy Batch and Mexico's Mickey Gonzalez start on row 6. We find Sophia Page and Freddie Baker on row 7. Ollie Little completes the 15-kart field. And very good news, because confirmed results. I was a little bit nervy about it after Heat 1, ladies and gentlemen, because it's not actually the first time that I've said Harris Barber wins in SuperOne on an Alpha Live stream this year, because he had a P1 on the road, I want to say at Clay Pigeon, but had a front fairing penalty, so it didn't count. This one did, so there was your winner for the first time this season, there in heat number 1. Harris Barber, number 12. And I think that does a very good piece of work for Harris in terms of an ongoing battle with James Roots for 4th in the standings. This championship scenario will most likely go to Shennington between Fawkes, Crombie and Kenny. But that doesn't mean that the battle further down the order is any less fierce. 5 seconds on the clock. Away we go then. Lights go out. Who's going to get that run into turn 1? It is going to be Barber. Harris Barber, great start there from P2 on the grid. Takes the lead ahead of Chester Fawkes.
The rest of them filing up towards the first big braking zone of Christmas Corner. Down the inside there goes, oh, 𝗦𝗶𝗶𝗀𝗀𝗀 Gonzalez has a half spin. It's brave on the brakes down the inside. Just made contact with another one of the karts there. Doesn't completely spin out though, so will be able to rejoin the field. Six minutes and 15 remaining on the clock. Apologies, a couple of little technical issues. As you can see, as the drivers come over the line to complete lap number 1, Chester Fawkes has taken the lead of the race ahead of Harris Barber. Oscar Kenny in 3rd place. 4th place for William Crombie, Albert Farrow, Chloe McGill, Darren Dimitrov, Freddie Baker, Theo Jepson and James Roots completing the top 10 at the moment. So championship leader Chester Fawkes goes back to the front of the order. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 had a bit of a moment there through sector number 1. And I think it's lost out to Ollie Little and Max Joy there. James Roots also had difficulties on the first lap of that race. Of this race, has fallen down to 6th place. Leaders coming through the boot section now. And round the final corner. Let's check them through at the end of lap number 2. It looks like the top 3 are breaking away at the front of the field. Fawkes, Barber and Kenny covered by half a second. Crombie and Farrow 4th and 5th. Albert Farrow actually the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment on a 56.617. Chloe McGill has gained a spot in the early stage of this one as well. Kind of leading that second group at the moment. 3.8 back from the leader, but holding there in 6th place. 2 seconds clear of Darren Dimitrov in 7th spot. A couple of other position changes further down the order. James Roots starting a recovery. He's got past Theo Jepson for 9th place. Ollie Little and 𝗦𝗶𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 Gonzalez also gaining on that lap. Both got past 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗦𝗶𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Gonzalez, I think, also got past Max Joy in everything that happened there on lap number 2. Just over 4 minutes of this race to go then. Apologies for a couple of the technical issues. We'll keep going, I think, as a radio show for the moment. Very close over the line there between Fawkes and Barber on timing. New fastest lap of the race from Harris Barber, 56.404. Less than a 1/10 of a second between them as they crossed over start-finish. Up through Christmas Corner now. Fawkes still holding the lead as they go through the end of sector number 1. Down into Ashby Corner now. You've still got Kenny, Crombie and Farrow in there as well. 3rd, 4th and 5th. Chester Fawkes, who took the win in the first heat earlier on ahead. Harris Barber, of course, took the first win in the heat earlier on. It's the final win that Fawkes took most recently as the 60-point haul from yesterday. Chester Fawkes was 3rd in the first heat this morning. So his championship campaign, again, a decent haul of points. 34 points available for a race victory, 33 for 2nd, 32 for 3rd, so on and so forth. Albert Farrow sets a new fastest lap of the race, 56.384. Top 5 covered by a 2nd at the moment. On their way through Ashby Corner now. Now changes in position further down the order. The group is closing up. The second group is closing up behind the number 18 of Chloe McGill. Again, one of those scenarios, very difficult. If you're one driver versus a group of other drivers and that group are working together, very difficult around this circuit to stay away from them. It's the opposite. If they start fighting, then you can really romp away. But unfortunately for Chloe McGill, it's the former rather than the latter in that situation. Change at the front of the order then. Harris Barber has got through on lap 5, past Chester Fawkes there. New fastest lap of the race from William Crombie as well, 56.208. So The plays are starting to come in now in this race. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝗀 back to the front of the order. Broke that duck in the previous race. Has got a SuperOne victory to the name of the number 12 kart so far in 2023. Could it be 2 victories in the space of 2 races? Coming round the boot now to complete lap number 6. Is 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝗀 going to be able to hold on to the lead in this race? 56.308, new personal best for 𝗲𝗿𝗏 across the line there. Forks still holding in second place, changed for 10th place. Mickey Gonzalez has got past Theo Jepson in the last lap or so. Less than a minute on the clock to go. Still not decided between these top 5. 1.5 seconds covering 𝗲𝗏𝗏, Forks, Kenny, Crombie and Pharaoh. Albert Pharaoh in particular, this is a really good drive for Albert. Has had some good pace so far today. Looking to break a run into the top 3. Around the final corner. And now there's a red flag, and that will be the end of that one. I'm getting reports, apologies, our monitor is down in the comms box, that there has been an incident at the first corner. Now, I will not speculate on which drivers are involved until we've got firm information on that, but that is a red flag. But red flag for heat number 2 in the iArmy Bambino category. If we have to do a count back, I think that'll go back to the end of lap number 6, which would be 𝗲𝗏𝗏 from Forks, Kenny, Crombie, Pharaoh, but we'll remain to see on that one. For now, though, whilst we are under red flag here at Whilton Mill, we'll take a short break here on the commentary and be back with more racing here at Whilton Mill after a few of these messages.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series. Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Pharaoh to the outside. This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resistant though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12.
side by side. Who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap. Both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside. He's getting very close. He's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that? Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the technical difficulties here at Whilton Mill. Great thanks to the Alpha Live crew who've got those bits repaired very quickly. What it meant is that we didn't quite see the cause or the commentary box because I've got no review of the actual circuit out of a window. So it's monitor or nothing. So don't know for sure, and I don't like to speculate the cause of a red flag. What we do know is that a provisional result has been called. I thought this might happen because there was only about 20 odd seconds to go of the race. Count back to the previous completed lap, which means on my timing screen I'm seeing Harris Barber declared as race winner ahead of Chester Fawkes, Oscar Kenny, William Crombie, Albert Farrow, that being your top 5. James Root 6th, Chloe McGill 7th, Darren Dimitrov 8th, Freddie Baker 9th, Mickey Gonzalez 10th, 11th Theo Jepson, 12th Ollie Liddell, 13th Buddy Batch, 14th Sophia Page, and Max Joy in 15th place. So those are the results from the second heat for Bambino 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻. Bambino. So those results will be combined with the results from Heat 1 to determine the grid for the final in 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino later on today. Next thing that I think I'm going to wonder about is weather, because look at those clouds rolling in. Anyone who's spent a half-decent amount of time here at Whilton Mill or at somewhere like Silverstone not too far down the road will know proper microclimates around this part of the world. And I am going to look at a weather forecast, but also carry it with a pinch of salt almost, because it can be a little bit unpredictable, even with the best of technology to our hands. But given those clouds rolling in, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of rain. And yeah, there's a rain forecast, one of our sources, in the next just over an hour. There is your next field of karts going out on circuit. In fact, they're going out on circuit now. The next race out on circuit are Micromax Heat 2. Quick rundown of the grid then for the second heat in Micromax. Jensen Walker and Elliot Travis on the front row of the grid. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 𝗦𝗽cie having a really strong day so far. Starts on row 2 alongside Sebastian Clark. Leo Livings and Jensen Sale on an all gear up row number 3. Jack Baker and Bertie Clark start on the 4th row of the grid. Row 5 has 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀 Giannone and Toby Cannon on it. Lewis Herbertson and Daniel Butcher both go from row 6. Harper Das and Savi Vons go from row number 7. Amrit Singh Atwal and Ocean Brett go from row number 8. Logan Rolfe and Sebastian Behrman from the back of the grid, row 9. There is an 18 kart field out there on circuit for the second heat of the day for Micromax. It'll be a rolling start. Quick reminder of the results from the first heat. Jack Baker took it from Jensen Walker, Leo Livings, Elliot Travis and 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍. What are we going to see across the course of the next 7 minutes plus 1 lap? Away we go for the second heat of the day in Micromax. Good start for Jensen Walker. Leads as they go through the first couple of corners. There's the number 95 of Harper Das. Having a good start, is in the middle of the pack. Running into, all round there has gone the number 55. That's Daniel Butcher, who's had a moment there as they go up to Christmas Corner. Will roll down to the bottom of the order, unfortunately, as a result of that. I think Ocean Brett was also slightly held up through the first sector also. Elliot Travis
has converted that good start, holding in second place there. Benediktas Masiokas, he just seems like a changed driver today. Has already had a best result of the year so far in heat number 1, is sitting there in third place, going even better in the early stages of this one. End of lap number 1 then. Walker, Travis, Masiokas, Livings, Clark, Sale, Bertie Clark, Jack Baker, Giannone and Das. That is the top 10 at the moment. Defensive moves being put in there by Masiokas. Leo Livings looking keen to get by there in the gear up racing entry, looking down the inside a little bit into the Ashby hairpin. The race settling down into a rhythm now. Good start for Logan Rolfe, up 5 places on that first lap. He's up to 12th place, a driver who is in the title picture. This is another one of those classes, similar to Army Bambino, that on the whole we would predict that this one will go to Shennington. There's no out-and-out clear leader in the point standings at this stage of the season. And drivers are going to have to rely on getting good scores at the end of the season when we go to Shennington in a few weeks' time if they want to win this title. Oh, down the inside goes Travis. Well, the door was left open there by Jensen Walker. Thought he had the run round the outside to not need a defensive line. And Elliot Travis, yesterday's final winner, took that one, stepped straight through the door and said, thank you very much. Number 37 takes the lead of the race. Down the inside goes Sebastian Clark. That's for a move on Masiokas. So that's 2 positions, unfortunately, lost for the Lithuanian driver there, because Leo Livings has also got through on this lap so far. End of lap number 3 then. Plenty of positions changing hands here in Micromax. New leader confirmed is Elliot Travis for Boxo Cosmic Jr. Cutting Edge Racing and Jensen Walker there in second. Gear Up Racing Team and Leo Livings in third. Through as well is coming Jack Baker, who suddenly appeared on the scene. Up the inside of Sebastian Clark, goes to 4th place, takes 4th place. So once again, like we saw in the first race, didn't have a great qualifying, did Jack Baker. But he's definitely up for the races here today, moving up through the order, trying to get as many points from Whilton Mill as possible, a circuit that he does know well. He's run here for a good number of years. There's Jensen Sale in the bright green overalls. Took the double clean sweep last time out at Fullbeck, his home circuit. Down the inside goes Leo Livings into the final corner. Takes second place. Jack Baker's going to cut through as well. So Jensen Walker loses 2 spots there. Down to 4th place. Baker now up to 3rd. Fastest lap of the race for Logan Rolfe, who I think you can just about see at the back of the picture. Baker down the inside. Baker up to 2nd. Absolutely flying here is Jack Baker in race conditions twice from the 4th row of the grid. He's worked his way up into the top 2. Last time he took the top spot as well in heat number 1. Is he on for a double victory in the heats? All he's got to do is get away past Elliot Travis. But Travis has been in good form, as we say, this weekend. Round the final corner they come. End of lap number 5. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go on the clock. Baker confirmed up to 2nd place. Jensen Sale making progress as well. Has got past Sebastian Clark for 5th place. Sebastian Behrman is also going quickly. New fastest lap of the race. Here comes Baker. Down the inside. Takes the lead of the race. Leo Living steps through the door as well. Knew there was going to be a lane on the inside there as Baker went through. Took the opportunity. Fair racing amongst the Micromax drivers. And that means Livings is up to 2nd place. Travis down to 3rd. Other changes on that last lap. Logan Rolfe through past Benediktas Masiokas for 10th place. Sebastian Behrman is also up to 8th spot. So even though he's setting the fastest lap of the race last time around, he's doing a bit of overtaking as well. Just under 2 minutes on the clock then. This would be a really big statement for Jack Baker. If you're just joining us for this weekend. So round yesterday here at Whilton Mill, the results for Baker 10th, 4th and 5th across the 2 heats in the final. So far today, on for a perfect score. Here's the fight for 4th place. Walker ahead of Sale. And progress of, well, I was about to say the progress of Jensen Sale has been stopped here by Walker, and Sale just goes straight down the inside into the boot. He's probably aware that the likes of Sebastian Clark and Sebastian Behrman were both closing in there. He needed to make that move. Indeed, Jensen Sale goes up to 4th place, but he's run wide there, and he's going to be attacked here through Fine Lady. Walker will get some help from behind. Double help from behind. In fact, Clark down the inside takes both of them. Oh, superb from Sebastian Clark. Probably had a bit of help from Sebastian Behrman behind, but got the run up to Christmas Corner, was brave on the brakes, and gets both Sale and Walker in one go. Walker fights back though, retakes the position. Behrman's got through as well. Now it's Clark's turn to be shuffled down the order as Sale's going to go round the outside. Here comes the number 32 of Logan Rolfe as well, trying to work up from the back of the order, just like that. After being the hero up at Christmas Corner, I think Sebastian Clark, through no fault of his own, it's just really good racing here in Micromax, has lost a number of positions. Here comes Behrman. Behrman round the outside, gets past Walker, Sales on the inside now, overtakes galore here in the second heat for Micromax. Sale down the inside, helped by Rolfe. Logan Rolfe has taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places, I think, there in the space of about a lap. Now goes down the inside of Jensen Sale for 6th place. Super work by Logan Rolfe to pick his way through all of that. Clean racing, firm racing, exactly what you want to see with these young drivers in this Micromax category. Time up then. Last lap board will be out. There's still a great scrap going on at the front of the field. Jack Baker starts the last lap as your race leader. Leo Livings in 2nd place. Elliot Travis is in a relatively comfortable 3rd place at the moment. Not under attack from those behind. Logan Rolfe now confirmed up to 4th place. What, a few laps ago we were talking about Rolfe being down in 11th place, 10th place. Absolutely shot up the order. Perfect reading of the situations ahead of him. It's still going on between Sale and Behrman this time for 5th place. This has definitely been race of the day so far. But for Jack Baker, I don't think he would have expected this after qualifying and having to start both of the heats from the 4th row of the grid. But it's going to be, as long as he can get round this final corner, 2 victories from 2 for Jack Baker. A superb run in the heat. Pole position in the final for Jack Baker. Leo Livings takes 2nd place. Elliot Travis 3rd. Logan Rolfe is delighted from the back of the grid. Finishes 4th. Superb run in the space of about 8 minutes. 5th was Jensen Sale. 6th, Sebastian Behrman. Jensen Walker 7th. Sebastian Clark, 𝗬𝗍𝗍 𝗦𝗽cie and Bertie Clark all in the top 10. My oh my, what a race that was. Super fun here in the Micromax category. That's a final you're going to have to watch out for, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be one of the races of the day, potentially one of the races of the season, going on the basis of that second heat. We'll see it later on this afternoon. Meanwhile, though, we're going to move on to the next category out on circuit. Intermax and their second heat are out next. Right, let's get ready for Intermax. I'm going to need to sit down after that last one. Here's a grid for heat number 2 for the next level up for the Rotax categories. Teddy Cooper and Charlie Benson on the front row, the 2 championship rivals. Just behind them is their other championship rival in Adam Turacek, but it's Jack Burgess that I think we need to be looking out for in this race. Nothing to lose, lots of speed so far this weekend. Starts on the 2nd row of the grid. Rook Thompson goes from row 3 for Momentum Motorsports, is joined by Ella Lucia on that one as well. It's 8 karts in this field, completed by Daniel 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 and JJ Plowman. Reminder of the results from heat number 1. It was Burgess who took the race win from, as I say, the 2nd row of the grid. 2nd place for Charlie Benson.
trying to get back on top of things after a disappointing end yesterday. Cooper was third, 𝗬𝗍cie in fourth place. Actually broke a run there of top 3 finishes for Adam 𝗬𝗍cie that went back to round 7, but still not bad. Good points for finishing there in fourth place. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 in fifth place, and another top 5 for Ella so far this weekend. Sixth place was ROK Thompson. 7th was JJ Plowman. 8th was Daniel Wisniauskas. So this grid set by timed qualifying from earlier on this morning. And another category that I think we're not going to be calling today unless there's some fairly extraordinary results in this race and the final later on this afternoon. But that's not to say that it is an important one in the story of this 2023 Purgo SuperOne Intermax Karting Championship. And it's one that's bubbling away as well between these very competitive drivers in the shape of Teddy Cooper, championship leader at the start of the day. Second place in the championship, Adam 𝗬𝗍𝗀, who will, I think, be buoyed by the fact that recent form would, I think, with a couple of not so good results for Cooper and Benson, that over the last 3 or 4 rounds, 𝗬𝗍𝗍 has been the better scorer in terms of points. Had an up and down start to the season, particularly when we went to Rowra for rounds 3 and 4. Had some 6th and 7ths that, if he keeps on this run of form that we've seen since round number 5, will become drop scores and it won't matter too much. But yeah, definitely very up in the air in this category. Keep your comments coming in as well. Your messages of support for the drivers out there on circuit. I think we're just pausing for most likely a retrieval of a cart. I don't think Toby Cannon saw the end of that previous race. Didn't complete lap number 10 for the Micromaxes. Plenty of things to be watching and enjoying here on Alpha Live. If you've missed any of the action at Teesside and PFI, do go check that out here on the channel. As I say, we've got the final round of this championship at the end of the month, 3 weeks today, for Shennington. And Shennington always a great place to go watch some racing, commentate on some racing. We had the Shennington Super not that long ago. That was a great event. If you've not watched that back, you can do so here free of charge on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM. Intermax drivers now out on circuit for their formation lap. Once again, it'll be Teddy Cooper in charge at the front of the field, looking to get the best of starts. And from his perspective, hopefully pull away. Had a big challenge from Jack Burgess in that first race, and that challenge opened the door for Charlie Benson to get through as well. And that was the key move, I feel, in the season-long story of this class. Both of these two drivers on the front row, they've had their ups, they've had the downs. Means they're fairly even on points at this stage of the season. Under starters orders then, waiting for that green flag to drop, and away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Benson trying to hold into second place there as Cooper initially takes the lead, and in fact gets a very good run out of the first couple of corners on the way up to Christmas. Adam 𝗬𝗍𝗀 was bulked down by at least 1 or 2. He's fighting side by side with ROK Thompson there for 4th place. Jack Burgess has got through into 3rd. Streaming down into Ashby for the first time then, it's Cooper from Benson, Burgess, 𝗬𝗍𝗀, Thompson. And JJ Plowman had a contract on there with 𝗬𝗍𝗀𝗀, yet Ella's got into 6th place. And then it's Plowman and Wisniauskas bringing up at the end of the field.
Top 2 drivers in this race, 2 of the 3 realistically going for the title. And Charlie Benson's looking racy here. We saw him put a move on Teddy Cooper when the door was opened by Jack Burgess in the first race. Is Benson going to go for a move? No, he's just going to settle in behind Teddy Cooper for this stage of the race. Maybe thinking about getting a better grid position by being ahead of Burgess in this race, because doing the quick mental maths in my head, yes, if Benson was to push Cooper off the front of this order, by what we mean by that is open that gap deliberately to Jack Burgess behind, and then try and overtake Cooper later in the race. Or Jack Burgess is just going to do that, shoot down the inside out of nowhere and take second place. Forget all of that I was just about to describe as a potential strategy for Charlie Benson. That's just gone out of the window completely with Jack Burgess on the attack. Didn't look like he was anywhere near a position to go for one into the boots, but couldn't be more wrong. Takes second place, and now we'll surely be thinking about doing the same to Teddy Cooper. Into Ashby they go then. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 still there in 4th place ahead of ROK Thompson and 𝗦𝗲𝗍. They've dropped JJ Plowman and Daniel 𝗦𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀 at this stage of the race. Now let's just keep an eye this time on Jack Burgess into the boot. Teddy Cooper's keeping an eye on him as well, but here comes Burgess again! Down the inside, 2 laps in a row! He's pulled that one off into the lead of the race. Jack Burgess, superb driving, confident driving, nothing to lose. He wants to win this round here today. He's got no care for championship situations or anything like that. He just wants to win races. And with moves like that, he's on his way to doing the double in these 2 heats. He's already got heat number 1. Great opportunity now for heat number 2 as ROK Thompson goes down the inside of Adam 𝗬𝗏𝗃 for 4th place. Now, did he get that one stopped? That was a late lunge down the inside. Gravity working against you when you're going into Ashby Corner. If he did hold on to that one, that was a very, very good move, because often you see those just run out wide, and the driver heading into the corner ahead just ends up undercutting, and yeah, that's exactly what happened. Adam 𝗬𝗏𝗃 got the undercut and back through, and in fact, I think 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍 has got through on ROK Thompson, but good effort there from ROK Thompson to try and get through into 4th place. Meanwhile, at the front, a lot closer than we saw in the first race. Burgess not getting away from Cooper and Benson here. It's staying tight between this trio at the front of the order. Pressure's on for Jack Burgess now. Knows it's a very simple situation. Win the race, get pole position for the final. And based on how he's raced from the 2nd row of the grid so far today, if that was the starting order for the final here in Intermax, he would be very much the hard favourite for taking that 9-minute plus 1 lap race. 3 minutes of this 7-minute plus 1 lap race to go. Teddy Cooper's got to think, though, about the bigger picture. Championship rival just behind. He's gaining points at the moment on Charlie Benson. The reward for overtaking Jack Burgess ahead is only 1 single point. Is it better to stay in this position and control Benson's scoring in a way, or do you go out for that extra point, which you never know you could need come the end of round 12 at Shennington at the end of the month? 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Benson now looking, that was a bit of a weak entry onto the back straight for Cooper, and that's the opportunity that Charlie Benson needs to sweep through, take 2nd place in this race, and now set about trying to chase down Jack Burgess. So it's the order that we had at the finish of heat number 1. Burgess from Benson, Cooper. I just think for Cooper there was a little bit of a bog down through 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗀. It's very easy to do if you don't quite get the throttle application right, or you're nursing a bit of a problem. Benson was just able to draft alongside on the back straight, be on the inside for the entry to the boot, and again, not really much that Teddy Cooper could have done there. Sensible in a way, just let that one go and try and fight later in the race. There's been a change for 4th place. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀 has got through past Adam 𝗬𝗏𝗃, as has ROK Thompson actually. So 𝗬𝗏𝗃 down to 6th place here, having some difficulties out there it would seem. 1 minute and 15 remaining on the clock. I reckon that means we're going to have 3 more laps of this one. And can Charlie Benson do anything about Jack Burgess here at the moment? So now this is what I was feeling that he was trying to do perhaps earlier in the race with Teddy Cooper. Push off the front to try and isolate Cooper away from Burgess. Then go for a move later in the race to square up pole position for the final. There is the way of doing it this way as well, of push Burgess off the front, because, okay, it might not be pole position, because they would have equal points and it would go down to the fastest lap, which we'll come back to in a moment. But if he could get 2 championship points as an advantage over Teddy Cooper by having Cooper isolated in 3rd and taking the win for getting past Burgess, if you're Charlie Benson, that's got its merits as well, just to go back to that point on fastest lap. If Benson was to get through right now, he does hold the faster lap of these 2 drivers, of the 2 races so far, that being the fastest lap in this race, a 48.543. We're saying all of this, got to get past Burgess first, and that's easier said than done based on the form that we've seen so far this weekend. Time has run out. Final lap board will be shown to the drivers once they come through the boot here on lap number 9. Jack Burgess is looking in control. He's soaking up that pressure from Charlie Benson. Charlie Benson has a look down the inside, but he doesn't have the overlap and the delta speed into the final corner. Final lap board then is out. Burgess leads, Benson second, and Teddy Cooper, what must he be thinking there? Sat there in 3rd place. It doesn't look like on speed that he can challenge these 2 in this particular race, but you never know. If these 2 come together, Cooper is going to be right there to pick up the pieces. Down into Ashby they go. Slightly defensive line for Jack Burgess. It's going to be defensive again as they go through Wilkins, the first of these 2 left-handers, and then Oates is going to check across the inside. Yeah, no opportunity there for Charlie Benson to get through, but bit of a weak run onto the back straight there for Burgess. He's going to have to defend as they go into the boot, and is still going to have to do defensive work through the boot. He's going to have to chop down, and just gets there in time. Round the final corner, pole position in the final for Jack Burgess. 2 wins from 2 in the heat. It'll be Charlie Benson alongside him on the front row, virtue of 2 second places. Teddy Cooper will be 3rd on the grid, virtue of 2 third places. A great run for 𝗦𝗍𝗻𝐶cie there in 4th place. Rook Thompson 5th. Adam Turacek in 6th place, ahead of JJ Plowman and Daniel Wisniewski. So that was a tense one. It didn't quite completely boil over with overtakes, but maybe we'll see that in the final later on this afternoon. Good racing once again from the Intermax drivers. As we say, the final will be on later today. Do stick around for that one. Drivers will make their way into pit lane, and in a short moment's time we'll get ready for the next race out on circuit. The senior Rotax second heat of the day is out on track next. Let's have a look at the grid then for the next race, Senior Rotax Max and their second heat of the day. Lewis Wild, great day so far for the Croc Promotion driver. Starts this one from pole position, having had a win in the first heat by 1.6 seconds. James Tester alongside on the front row. Again, Finn Smith and Joe Weaver going from row number 2. It's an all Shane row 3. Shane Collins alongside Shane Collinson 5th and 6th. Elliot Thomas and Cameron Crockett go from row 4. Jake Richards had a problem early on in heat number 1. This is a redemption opportunity from row 5 alongside Tom Taylor here in heat 2. Harry Pullen will need to move up through the order. Starts from row 6 alongside Finley Patterson. Needs points for his championship challenge. Oliver Brett Smith and Joseph McVeigh start on row 7 to complete the 14 kart grid. Results from heat number 1. Wild from Weaver, Tester, Smith, Thomas. Harry Pullen was 6th. As we mentioned, Jake Richards had problems, was in 14th. Away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a very good start straight away once again for Lewis Wild from pole position.
dominated the first race, was comfortable throughout, hits a really strong opening lap, and the rest of them just hadn't the time or the speed to react. And I think the same is happening straight away here. Has Finn Smith come through into second place? Yes, Finn Smith has come through into second place. Joe Weaver down the inside to take third place away from James Tester. Shane Collins has had a good start as well. He's in fifth there in the number 52. Sixth place, the all-blue number 37 of Elliot Thomas is up a spot from where he was, having crossed the start line. So a forceful, fast start, as always, from the senior Rotax drivers. Has Lewis Wild in the lead of the race at the end of lap 1. Finn Smith second, Joe Weaver third. A decent position for his points tally. I want to move further up the order, of course. There's ahead of other drivers who are championship contenders. Wild is not a championship contender. This is his first race weekend in Super One this year. Finn Smith, similar situation. Closest rival, who is pretty much ever present so far this year, would be Shane Collins there in fifth. There is championship leader, has got through past Finn Smith there into second place. Bit earlier in the race than in heat number 1. 1.2 seconds is the gap. Joe Weaver has just set the fastest lap of the race. Down the inside here comes James Tester, going for third on Finn Smith, and gets it done with a pretty textbook manoeuvre there into Christmas corner. Hard on the brakes, he saw the back end of the karts kicking out there. Good driving from James Tester, confident moves. Got to back himself now though to pull off the front of the number 19 and try and hunt down Joe Weaver there in the number 1. Through the final couple of corners. Jake Rich is having a good run there. That's good to see. That's a good bounce back from problems earlier on. New fastest lap of the race from Weaver, 44.207. Now, this is interesting because we didn't see this in the first race, but Weaver is significantly pulling in the gap now to Lewis Wild. It's just over a second at the moment, but if Weaver could get that down to 6 or 7 tenths, he's then going to be getting the benefit of a tow on the longer sections of this Whilton Mill International Circuit. And we'll really see a scrap at the front of the order. Shane Collins is closing in as well on Finn Smith and James Tester over the line. A good response actually from Lewis Wild, has held the lead at just over a second. So Lewis Wild, who's had a check over the shoulder to see that the reigning champion in this category isn't too far behind and is just able to pull out a bit more pace. Whilst these are sprint races, there is a conservation element for the machinery, the tyres, for the drivers across the course of a weekend. They do want to save some performance in their pockets for the final. There's Harry Pullen, the number 72, currently in 9th place is Harry Pullen, and this race weekend is kind of typified his season. Very good at times, won the final yesterday, and then there's other races where it just doesn't go his way and he's down outside the top 5, and I'm afraid this race at the moment is another one of those. It's Cameron Crockett just ahead of him there in the number 88. Cameron has had a strong season. He's in 4th in the points at the moment. Had a great round 5 at Clay Pigeon. He was on the podium in the final that day. Now that when things go Cameron's way, the performance can be there. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Bit of a train forming up behind Elliot Thomas right now. And to be fair, Elliot Thomas has just got through into, or got past Shane Collins there. Finn Smith just partially ignore that for the moment because I think that number 19 is having some transponder issues again. It's quite clear there on the road in 4th place. So this is the battle for 5th place for Thomas, Collins, Riches, Crockett, Pullen, Collins and Tom Taylor in there. So Tom Taylor having a quiet second half of the season, if he doesn't mind me saying so. But he's always there. He's always on the pace or just off the pace. hopefully be able to gain some positions in the final. Down the inside goes Harry Pullen, past Cameron Crockett there for 8th place. Good move, good firm move for Harry Pullen. Needed to do that if he's with any hopes of getting up towards the top 5 here, where Elliot Thomas is at the moment. It was 6th place last time for Pullen in heat number 1. We've got to get past Jake Richards and Shane Collins to achieve that score again. For Jake Richards, there's been good amounts of pace today. So the problem in heat number 1, running wide, coming through Oblivion and towards and through the crook. It happens, get a little bit wide, and because it's been so wet here recently, there's no grip to be had at all once you get into the grass. There is your race leader, Lewis Wild, who, well, in the 3rd waypoint of this race, there was a question being asked of Lewis Wild by Joe Weaver, but full credit to Lewis Wild, he's answered it. The lead is coming down, but it's an odd 100th here or there, and it's the best part of a second, as it has been for pretty much the last 3 or 4 laps. 2 heat wins yesterday for Lewis Wild, and at the moment it's a repeat of those results from yesterday. There will be 2 more laps for the drivers and Croc Promotions. Great history round here at Whilton Mill, of course. You know this circuit very well. Know how to get a kart set up to perform around a circuit that a lot of drivers know very well, because it's in a very accessible part of the country. It's a circuit often on national or touring series around the country. So if you've got a kart that performs well here at Whilton Mill, you've got a kart that will do well elsewhere. Also for Lewis Wild, that's exactly what his machinery is doing at the moment. Again, a couple of tenths, a couple of hundredths for Weaver that time around, but he needs 3 or 4 tenths a lap to close in the rate required before the checkered flag, because we are now on the final lap of the race. Looks like Harry Pullen has found a way past Jake Richards, so he's up to 6th place. He's also found a way past Shane Collins as well. So Collins down to 8th spot now. For the race leader, well, this will be another clean sweep. Quite a few clean sweeps in the heats so far today. And winning both heats means pole position for the final. A very professional job by Lewis Wild. Will take victory in heat number 2, 2nd of the day, and once again has the measure of Joe Weaver and the rest of the field. Joe Weaver will be alongside on that front row, virtue of 2 second places. And similar to what we've just talked about in the Intermax category, James Tester, 2 3rd places equals 3rd place on the grid for the final. Finn Smith actually carries on. Well, look at this. 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th. All the exact same results from heat number 1. So that top 6, that is your order for the final for the first 3 rows. From there backwards, it'll get a little bit more complicated, with Jake Richards in 7th place, 8th for Shane Collins, 9th for Shane Collinson, 10th for Cameron Crockett in that race. Finley Patterson in 11th, 12th for Tom Taylor, 13th Joseph McVeigh, and 14th Oliver Brett Smith. Well, very good indeed from the drivers in that one. Now we'll return to the paddock. I'll have the customary checks of bumpers and the like. There's James Tester just pushing the kart in there. 2 more heats to go in this 2nd cycle here at Whilton Mill. Next out on circuit is Junior Rotax Max. Okay, it's time for our biggest field of the day, biggest field of the season to come out onto circuits once again. Here is their grid. Harry Hurst-Grover starts on pole. Aidan Hassan alongside on the front row, who won the first race, of course, of the junior Rotax category here today. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃 and Milo Anderson start on row number 2. Jaden Hewitt and Ben Horner on row 3. Joseph Murphy and Owen Keenan go from row 4. Jasmine Taylor and Albert Wilton will both be hoping for better luck in this race after demises in the first heat. They start this one from row 5. Ethan Hay and Leon Barlow start on row 6. Barlow also had problems in the first race. On row 7, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 and Fletcher Jameson, both on good form so far this weekend. Kieran Denyer and Daniel Whitfield start on row 8. Logan Cowling for Mark Baines Motorsport and Caden Welch on row 9. Joshua Jarvis for M Sport Karting is on row 10 alongside Lincoln Bevan. Max Rowley for Tom Day Racing starts on row 11 alongside privateer Jensen Powers. Harrison Morrow and Jack Briscoe start on the 12th row of the grid. On row 13 we have Charlie Cox and DeJean Bennett. Eric Smith and Harry Holland start on row number 14. Jay Leverton and Miles Roby start on row 15. Row 16, Arthur Fry and Toby Bedford. Once again, because these are how the grids are determined, both heats grids are determined by the same qualifying session. Jake Howarth and Jake Woods go from the back of the grid. It has not been a good day at all so far for championship leader Jake Howarth, because I say the qualifying was a bit of a disaster. And then problems in the race as well meant he was classified 31st, so the door is open here for Aiden Hassan to take advantage. Who's going to win this next 7 minutes plus 1 lap race in junior Rotax? Away we go, and oh, big chop across the front there from Aiden Hassan, and he takes the lead of the race away from Harry Hurst-Grover. I don't think Hurst-Grover was expecting that move from Aiden Hassan before they got to Oblivion. Are they all going to be able to get through lots of defensive driving down the inside into Christmas Corner? But once again, Aiden Hassan, as the gloves are off today for Aiden Hassan. He was in a good mood when I spoke to him in the paddock yesterday. Wasn't on the podium, but he said he was going to fight. He said he was going to give it his all today, and he's doing exactly that. I think that's a move down the inside. Possibly around 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗃 in the number 42. Well, let's count them through at the end of this first lap. It's going to be Aiden Hassan leading here at Whilton Mill. Milo Manderson second, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗃 third, Ben Horner across the line in 4th place, then Harry Hurst-Grover, Jaden Hewitt, Albert Wilton, Owen Keenan, Leon Barlow and Ethan Hay. That is your top 10. Down they go into Ashby Corner. There's Milo Manderson, 2nd place at the moment. Raced well so far this weekend. Consistently been in the top 10 whenever he's been out on circuit. So far in this race, we had races at the start of the junior Rotax season in SuperOne, where by this stage of the race you would say, yes, Aiden Hassan's got this one sewn up and won for Mark Baines Motorsport. But say this field, not as much experience in some of the karts as is Aurora in the number 1. Hassan staying in his category from the year before. Races in none of the championships at this level as well. I remember talking to him in one of the interviews at the start of the year and asked him what he thinks giving him the edge in the first half of the season. He did say experience, that there's a lot of drivers this year in the junior category who've moved up from what would now be Intermax and others as well. And it's going to take them time to get up to speed, but they will get up to speed. He's exactly right. Oh, down the inside. That's a bold move from 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗃 in the number 5. That's for 2nd place. Milo Manderson tried to fight it, but in the end, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗃 was coming through whether Milo Manderson liked it or not. Now, there is a back marker, I think, just ahead, as Manderson's now under attack from Ben Horner and from Hurst-Grover. Horner's gone through. Oh, big contact there with Hurst-Grover, and Milo Manderson's pulled off to the right-hand side. I hope Milo's okay, because I think I saw a bit of contact there with the upper body of was Hunter Hurst Grover came through there. Under investigation, I'm seeing on the digi-flag there for the number 1. Not quite sure what for. I think the race is continuing, but without Milo Manderson, who falls down the order now. Well, that's a real shame. As I say, was racing strongly here this weekend, and we'll have another chance hopefully in the final. That was not a good moment at all for Milo Manderson or Harry Hurst Grover in a competitive sense. Harrison Morrow was the back marker that I was just looking out for. Is good driver, just pulling off to one side and letting the leaders through. 3 minutes of this race to go. Aiden Hassan leading. We did see on the digi-flag there a note saying under investigation. We'll keep an eye on that one. 1.3 seconds is the lead at the moment ahead of glan-y-gors. That incident has opened things up for the likes of Albert Wilton, Joseph Murphy and Fletcher Jameson again, another driver who's been in the top 10 a lot so far this weekend. And so far today, again, I would say apart from the likes of Hassan and Ghosh, no one else has perhaps had the consistency through the field. It could be a very mixed up grid when we get to the final. 3 wide, that is a beautiful move by, I think that was Jameson. Yes, it was the 66 of Jameson cutting through, taking the opportunity whilst Wilton and Hewitt were fighting amongst themselves, and made a 3 wide into the final turn work. Very good racing indeed from Fletcher Jameson, our top rookie yesterday in the final. That was for a 7th place finish. He's getting stronger and stronger as the weekend goes on. Main part of the field coming through Wilkins and then Oziers. Harry Hurst Grover, by the way, is still circulating. Milo Manderson has retired as the number 29 of Owen Keenan's getting involved there down the inside. Jasmine Taylor in the number 84. Proving all the time. It's back into the top 10 is Jasmine Taylor. Good to see after not racing for a couple of races yesterday. It's just what Jasmine needs after disappointment in the first race as well. Was positioned well from qualifying to get a good result, but had a spin and contacts with another driver. One of those racing incidents that you often see on lap 1. This is a move back up through the order. It's got 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗍 just behind as well, who's very strong in the final of round number 9. And as ever, as you look down through the junior Rotax order, overtaking battles galore. Too many to mention, apologies. That's why I need to keep an eye on live.alphatime.co.uk/SuperOne, because all the information for your drivers are there. Jake Howarth and Jake Woods, by the way, are moving up through the order. They're up to 19th and 20th places at this moment. 25 seconds to go of this heat. Still Aiden Hassan leading by 2.2 seconds now ahead of Ben Horner. There is Hassan. Just moving through the laps now. Looking pretty comfortable at the front of the field. We'll cross the line with around 5 seconds on the clock. So there'll be 2 more laps of this one. Overtake still happening behind us. Jameson's got through and past another. That's past Leon Barlow now for 7th place. Just further down the road. Looks like Jasmine Taylor has also improved. He's now up to 9th place. He's got past Owen Keenan as this group move down into Ashby Corner. I can also see that Miles Roby and Jake Howarth have gained position. The fear I have at the moment, though, for Jake Howarth, this is not a good round today for Jake Howarth. He needed to put a big score in to put keep Aiden Hassan under pressure. I'm afraid that's just not happening today. Good position in the final isn't going to be the strongest. We're on the final lap now. Northern number 8, Harrison Morrow is a lap down in all of this. That's why he's not fighting the number 66 and the 20 going through there. That's Jameson and Barlow. Those 2 carts are fighting one another. fighting over 7th place at the moment. Jake Howarth has got through past 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗶𝗀 for 17th place. Some other moves further down involving the likes of Charlie Cox, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀 and Arthur Frey. Not that that's going to bother Aidan Hassan though, because Aidan Hassan takes the win in heat number 2. Ben Horner will be 2nd, 3rd for Callum-Gors, 4th for Albert Wilton, 5th Ethan Hay, Jaden Hewitt in 6th, Fletcher Jamieson with some good overtakes in 7th, Leon Barlow, Jasmine Taylor and Owen Keenan complete the top 10. Emily Cotty in 11th, Kieran Denyer 12th, Jensen Powers 13th, Logan Cowling and Jake Howarth complete the top 15. 16th for Jack Briscoe, 16th for Jack Briscoe, 17th 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, Jake Woods, DeJean Bennett and Eric Smith complete the top 20. Toby Bedford in 21st, Charlie Cox in 22nd, Harry Holland, Jay Leverton, Arthur Frey, Harry Hurst Grover, Joshua Jarvis, Max Rowley, Lincoln Bevan and Harrison Moyer all in the top 30. Well, into the paddock come the junior Rotax. We'll have a little pause here whilst there's some carts recovered from the circuit. But once we've had a few messages, we'll be back shortly with the final 7-minute plus 1 lap heat of the day. It'll be the second heat for Rotax 177 out next.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
This ain't going to work for Sean. He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series.
Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment. Down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resistant though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside. It's getting very close. He's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series.
Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀 to the outside.
This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resistant though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside. It's getting very close. He's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series.
Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀 to the outside.
This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resistant though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12.
Once again, here on the podium, very good to see for the first time since round one, very start of the season, back on the top step here in Micromax, 𝗦𝗫𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗀. Elliot, round 9 is yours. That's a fantastic result here today in very tricky conditions out there. Tell me about your race.
So I started on pole, 2 wins in Heat 1 and 2, and then I got a good start off from the rolling start, and then I was good through 1 and 2, and then I had got a bit of a gap actually up to Christmas, and then from there I really just did my lines and went. I think it would have been more challenging if Jensen hadn't have spun, but yeah, it was good.
What's been the main thing that you've learned since round one? I think it's been a bit of a finding season. The pace has been there. It's just not always had the best of luck.
You just need to stay out of the mid-pack where it's all playing off and there's a lot of bashing about, yeah.
These conditions today, in some ways the worst of wet weather, because it's not standing water, but it's not drying out. It's a tricky circuit to get on top of as well. How have you found it?
So yeah, this is my home circuit, but it's super greasy and you just have to throw what comes at you and take it, and I guess that's all really what you do.
Hopefully tomorrow not as wet, but is that a challenge in itself with a bit of a reset on conditions for tomorrow?
Yeah, it should be, but I hope I have the pace. So when we were here on Friday testing, I was there and thereabouts, so that's good, yeah.
Fantastic. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝘀, my dad, Cosmic, KR for the engines, and Boxo.
Well, well done, Elliot. Really good to see you back on that top step, and best of luck for tomorrow and the rest of the season.
Thank you.
We're back at the podium with our winner in the mini ROK category today, Alexander Adams. Alex, a really good run today. How was the track out there?
Wet, slippy, wet.
Yeah, very tough conditions for the drivers, including yourself out there today. The karts, how was the karts today?
We had some engine problems, and then we managed to fix the engine.
Very good. Tomorrow we go again for another round. Hopefully it shouldn't be as wet. Are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, I hope it's going to be dry.
And last question, who do you want to thank for your victory here today?
SuperOne, Awesome Motorsport, 𝗲𝗿𝗃 Media, Mum, Dad and my friends.
Very good. Well done, mate. Another great performance. We'll see you tomorrow. Back at the rostrum once again with our winner in Rotax 177 this time, Shane Collins. Shane, big day in the championship, fighting back in this second half of the season, had a pretty good fullback and a pretty good start to things here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, it's been a hard day. I mean, drop downs in qualifying and second heat after a good battle with Andy, so yeah, but lucky in the final, so.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster season for you in the Rotax classes this year. I remember a moment at Rower when you had mechanical failures, but the speed's always been there. Is it starting to feel like it's coming together in the second half of the year?
Yeah, I think, you know, the first half of the year I was just getting used to being in seniors because it's a lot different from the whole junior thing. I think the switch between 162 and 177 is quite big, but, you know, we struggle a lot in 162, so once getting in the 177 always feels better, so yeah.
And would you say that track time today has helped at all, being able, I know there's that difference in the kilograms between the two entries, but the track conditions which have been important today?
Yeah, it's definitely changing all day, wanting to rain all the time. Got drier throughout the day, but I think, you know, we were all just, it's handy in the 162 because we get to, you know, go out, see what the conditions are like, and usually if it's wet in the 162 it's going to be a bit drier in the 177, so yeah.
To talk championship, because we're 3 rounds to go, starting with tomorrow. As a very good day for yourself, taking the win, Andy Collinson down further down the order. Do you think it's still a good opportunity for you to take that top step?
Yeah, I mean, we'll push hard as we can. Andy's really fast, really good driver, really hard to get past him always, but you know, we got lucky today, so I think tomorrow if it's dry, hopefully we can bounce back and have a better second half to the season so far.
Good stuff. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
My mum, my dad, obviously, my family and my friends for supporting me. 𝗬𝗿𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 because he travels all the way from Cumbria to help us out running the 162. Dixon Racing because, you know, MS Karts, and my sponsors, Camry Plant Hire and 𝗬𝗍𝗄𝗃 Competitions and AMT Racing.
A very good support to have, especially here at Whilton Mill. Well done, mate. Great to see you on that top step. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back once again at the podium, and a theme today of drivers visiting the top step for the first time since round one, and we've got another one in senior Rotax in the shape of Harry Pullen. Harry, that must be a big relief. That's getting the season back on track, a win here in round 9 for the first time since early in the season.
Yeah, definitely. We'd had a few bad rounds, a few unlucky incidents sort of out of my control, a few mechanicals. But definitely this round, started the day off not that good actually really. We were like way off the pace, and then I think got a bit lucky in the final. Some stuff that I couldn't really control happened, and then here I am, so can't complain.
What's been the most testing thing through the course of the season? I mean, you're still very much a championship contender, but it's been some difficult days out there.
Yeah, I think I've had a lot of luck my way, but then I think I've been quite unlucky sometimes, just instance out of my control, or just being off the pace because of mechanicals really, whether it be like we've had hubs slipping, stuff not connected, so it's just been unlucky really.
Talking to some of the other drivers, it was harder than just a simple wet day out there. Trying to get tyres switched on was difficult today.
Yeah, well, we started the day on an old set of tyres, and it was like no way we could have done a day on them. It was horrible. So we went on to new, and then we scrubbed them in, but by the time I scrubbed them in qualifying, and then by the time they were scrubbed, they were cooked, so I couldn't really get a nice lap in. But I think as the day's gone on, it's definitely got a lot better. Felt quite planted in that final, to be fair.
Looking forward to tomorrow, weather being the big topic of the day again. What are the thoughts ahead of round 10?
Is it supposed to be dry? I think so.
I think so.
So we looked good in the dry yesterday. We were one of the quickest, so hopefully if it's dry then be back here tomorrow.
And looking ahead of tomorrow, who would you like to thank for the success here today?
Definitely my dad, 100%. He's always been there the whole way through from the start. The whole of JWR, and especially Joe. He's taught me a lot this year, bought me on miles. Wouldn't really be without him. And then to my dad again, really.
Very good. Well done, Harry. Great to see you back on that top step, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Back at the SuperOne podium here today at a quite wet Whilton Mill with our winner in Honda Cadet for round 9 of this year's championships. Max 𝗬𝗲𝗍, a really tough day today. Not the easiest of driving conditions out there.
It's really slippery, and up through the S's for the first section, it's really slippery through there. You can just see it on the track.
Indeed. You're having a really good fight out there. I had a brief watch of the first half of the race before the podiums. A great battle with Ronnie Smart here today and other drivers in there. What was that like out on circuit?
Yeah, it was really hard because through the boot and Ashby's Ronnie had a couple of good moves, and then on the last lap he just ran a bit wide at Ashby's, and I got the switch back, and then I just had a little bit of a gap.
It seemed like you had that placement on the circuit, always getting in the drive out of the corners and really good power. How was the karts feeling out there on circuit?
It was quite slippery to the start, but towards the end it would just get better and better.
It's a big move as well in championship. You extend your championship lead here today. Is that something that you're really thinking of now as we go into round 10 tomorrow?
Yeah, just think hopefully I can score more points and up to Shennington.
Very good. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
Paul, Rob, Ambition, my dad.
Very good. Well done, Max. Another top result, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Once again, top step of the podium on a Saturday in 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀 Bambino. Our winner for round 9 of SuperOne Series 2023 is Chester Fawkes. Chester, that looked really tough out there today. Very wet conditions, very windy at times as well. How was it from your place in the kart?
Tricky, but I managed to hold on to all the races. It was tough into the first corner because it would just slide, and then into the boot it was quite difficult because if you didn't eat the curb, and then or if you kept it flat out, you would kind of lose the back end.
So the conditions are ones that I think experience is a big thing to have on a day like today. What previous experience do you think you were able to lean upon to perform here today?
So I think I can really do dry and wet conditions, or sometimes I can do like slicks in the wet because we practice to do it.
We've got to talk about championship because we're getting it to the far end of the championship now. You've extended your lead in the championship today, but it's very close with William Crombie and Oscar Kenny and others out there. How do you feel about that?
It's close, you know. I'm trying to my best to pull a big gap from the championship, but it's still going to be quite hard because you never know what conditions are going to be like.
And as you mentioned, the conditions could be changeable. Well, it could be dry, it could be wet, it could be a bit in between for tomorrow as well. What would you think you may be working on to go even faster before round 10 tomorrow?
The cart, the engines to make sure they're all right, and everything else on the cart.
Very good. Well done once again, Chester. Another great performance. Who would you like to thank for your victory here today?
RCE for my chassis, Tim Larego for my engines, my mechanic Stuart, my grandpa for coming in and always supporting me, my mum, my dad and my 2 sisters for always watching me and giving me good luck.
Oh, excellent stuff. Well, we'll see you again tomorrow, Chester. Best of luck for round 10.
Thank you.
Here with our winner in the Intermax category today, Teddy Cooper. Teddy, big win today. It's been a bit of an up and down championship so far, but after the disappointment in round 8 at fullback, that's a good response to get a win here in round 9.
Yeah, obviously we're in the championship fight, so this weekend has been amazing for us with the clean sweep, especially as Charlie's had a very good run this weekend as well.
Yeah, it's really one that seems to be swinging back and forth. I think the general tide of things is that it will go to Shennington. Does that take a little bit of pressure off this weekend, knowing that there's still lots of racing to be done for the rest of the year?
Yeah, obviously we've got quite a big lead in the championship now, so coming into Shennington and obviously the round tomorrow, it's a bit less pressure off.
We've got to talk about weather. We've got to talk about weather with everybody today. It's been really tricky out there. How have you found it in the Intermax?
Well, the mojo wets aren't very good, so it's been very slippery, but we've managed to deal with it quite well.
And this circuit in particular, Whilton Mill in the wet, always has a bit of surprises. What from your position is key to get some performance out when it's like this?
Well, around Whilton, you need to use a lot of curbs in the wet, and if you don't, you're not going to be fast. So that's the key.
Going into tomorrow, any things that you're thinking about and working on overnight before we go for round 10?
No, not really. We just need to keep the pressure on and just do well.
Good stuff. One last question, because I know you're quite cold up there. It's a bit windy here at Whilton. Who do you want to thank for your victory here today?
I want to thank my dad, my mum, my brother and sister, my uncle, Gary Cooper, and SuperOne.
Fantastic. Well done, Teddy. Another P1. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, time for our last interview of the day. It's been a bit of a wait, but a wait worthwhile. Talk me through the race. I say it's always a very competitive field out there in this junior Rotax category for more than 30 drivers out there. How did the day go?
Well, I started in pole, and I pulled a bit of a gap at the start. But to be fair to her, she was quick. She caught me. She pushed me off, obviously, but to be fair to her, she dropped me anyway, but only by 4.3 seconds. It's a 5-second penalty. So. Ended up winning the race off the road anyway.
And X-Kart, on the X-Kart chassis, I know there's been a lot of hard work, particularly here at Whilton Mill, that's been put into that. What's it been like driving that kart this weekend?
Well, I've been driving this kart since I started karting, so we're getting used to it, getting the setup nailed. We've been driving at Whilton for 2 years now, so we've pretty much got the setup sorted here, and we've been great all weekend.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, it's a bit of a relaxing one in terms of going in for round 10 with nothing really to lose in your position. How are you feeling ahead of that one?
Feeling very confident, because usually we're better in the dry than in the wet, and we've won it in the wet, so hopefully we can win it twice in a row.
Good stuff. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
I'd like to thank Billy Corns and 𝗦𝗲𝗏 for mechanicking me all weekend, Lee, Jill and everyone who's come to watch me, and yeah. And Ian for coming and watching as well.
Very good. Well, great to see you with that level of support. well done again, mate. Really good to see you on that top step. Best luck for tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series.
Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race.
Welcome back to live coverage of round number 10 for Whilton Mill's rounds of SuperOne 2023. Racing has resumed here at Whilton Mill. This is the second heat for Rotax 177. Shane Collins at the front of it ahead of Andy Collinson. We had a short delay at the end of the junior Rotax race just for a short assessment of a driver involved in an incident on the last lap of the previous race. Coming round to finish lap number 1 then, Shane Collins leads the race. It's a big race for Andy Collinson. The job is fairly simple. It is not even win the race, it's go round, complete the race, get some points on the board, and it will take his tally beyond anybody else's this season. So if he holds this position behind Shane Collins, he will be crowned our first champion by racing through in this race and the final. So it's just score points from this point in. Doesn't need to score any further ahead of Shane Collins because of his lead already in the championship. Daniel Wright's having a good start in third. Jason Bear there in fourth, Andy Ward in fifth. Mark Patterson out in this race as well, circulating in sixth. Five minutes of this race to go then. Shane Collins still leading. He's had a very good weekend so far in Rotax 177. We know that Andy Collinson has got good pace though. He set the fastest lap of the race last time around. Jason Bear was in the top three. At the moment, fastest lap of the race for Shane Collins, 45.882. Half second clear. Jason Bear all over the back of Daniel Wright there. That's the number 11.
First race weekend of 2023 SuperOne series. A strong day yesterday as well. Was in the top 3 in every single race in the wet conditions here at Whilton Mill. Thankfully none of the rain today. I think that's very good news for everybody involved. Oh, down the inside is Jason 𝗲𝗲𝗀 going for 3rd place. Forceful move and gets through past Daniel Wright. Jason 𝗲𝗲𝗀 overtakes there in the Attack Motorsports entry. Now try and set about trying to get up the road towards Collins and Collinson. Andy Collinson sets the fastest lap of the race so far. 45.739. Seemed very relaxed when I talked to him earlier. That was the job in hand. Doesn't need to do anything too drastic, but we'll want to finish it, I think, with a bit of a flourish. Hasn't been a perfect season for him. He's had some technical issues along the way. When this kart has been performing and when he's been performing without us, I don't think he's put a foot wrong so far this year in this championship. There is Mark Patterson just ahead of them. Has a bit of lap traffic to negotiate by. That might be an opportunity actually for Collinson to try and get by Shane Collins. Shane Collins will have lost a bit of time there, just having to lift off as they went through the crook. And Collinson is really closing in now on the young Shane Collins up ahead. Will he try and line up for a move into the boots here? Actually, no, Collins gets very good drive off of 𝗲𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗍. Fine through this couple of corners. Jason 𝗲𝗲𝗀 pushing on as well, just at a personal best in this heat so far. 46.131. Now this is going to be an opportunity surely for Collinson with a bit of a slipstream up the hill towards Christmas Corner. The run through this part of the course is going to be key. Is he looking down the inside? No, that's a little too far back for Andy Collinson to sling it down the inside of Shane Collins. As I say, he doesn't need to win this race. We'll just probably mark Shane Collins through. He'll like to get through, but it would need to be a dead cert 90+% move. No 50-50s today for the championship leader. He's getting very close through the boot. We'll be looking for a good exit through paddock here, and on the run now. This is the paddock corner is such an important one around this circuit, because if you get it right, you will have a chance on the run up to Christmas Corner. That's why this circuit is liked so much by a lot of drivers. You've got to have a flow round here. You've got to have a rhythm, and often overtakes are set up 2 or 3 corners previous with some concentrated driving. Both of these drivers doing fantastically at the moment. Consistent speeds, high speeds, both in the high 45s at the moment. The only drivers under the 46-second barrier. Andy Ward's just set a personal best, 46.427. He's running in 5th place right now. So the championship scores, just to go through those. So with the results standing as it is right now, that would leave Andy Collinson with a guaranteed, even if he'd 0 scored for the rest of the season, 1,181 points. His closest competitor would be Jason 𝗲𝗲𝗀𝗀 on 1,138, but the crucial number is the max possible number of points. For Shane Collins, it's 1,220. For Jason 𝗲𝗲𝗀, it's 1,223. So if you do the subtraction of 1,223 minus 1,181, 42 points. 43 points is what Andy Collinson would need from the final to be crowned champion. And, well, quite simply, just circulating round and scoring points and not getting disqualified for a technical infringement and 0 scoring will do just that for Andy Collinson. Again, he would love to take a race victory here today. Shane Collins still leading this race. Time has expired at the moment. Collinson having a little look there. I wonder if he's always trying to put Shane Collins off in this situation. Last lap board about to come out then. There it is. Blue flag as well for Mark Patterson, who holds over to driver's right. Allows the two leaders through. Collins actually got a really good run there through the first couple of corners. And still on a perfect weekend. Sorry, not a perfect weekend. He's got, well, this will be race win number 3 in a row, having had the final yesterday. Could still be on for a perfect day today for round 10 of the championship. Collinson is still there. He's keeping him honest in this race. Bit of a taste for the final, perhaps, but I think expectedly Shane Collins is going to win this race. Andy Collinson's not going to try anything silly in this race. He's just getting those points and what he needs. Shane Collins takes the second heat of the day in Rotax 177. Andy Collinson second. Jason Bear picks up more good points there in third place. He's continuing to solidify his second spot in the championship. Daniel Wright fourth, Andy Ward fifth, and Mark Patterson will be across the line there in sixth. And with that brings our heat racing to a culmination. And in a short while, we will set about the business of the finals and 8 more races across the course of this afternoon as the Rotax 177s come in. And some of these races are going to be potential crowning races for some of our champions. And one of them is the very first final coming up next. The C50 Bambino Final are out on track in a few moments' time. Getting ready then for the first final of the day, and it is the C50 Bambino Final here at round 10 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you. Let's have a look at the grid for this final. Where 𝗦𝗲𝗄 starts on pole position alongside Rex Pooley. For Rex Pooley, it is a pretty simple job. Finish high up the order. I'm thinking somewhere kind of 7th, 8th upwards. We'll calculate the points proper in a moment's time, and he will be champion, irrespective of who wins this race and who wins races at Shenington in 3 weekends' time. Harry Chapman and Toby Biggs are on row 2. Eli Scher and Ronnie Kempson there on the 3rd row of the grid. Albie J. Stubbs and Mason Hibbert start on row 4. Joshua Bailey and Jack Daniels on row 5. Mason Muncher and Noah Smith start on row 6. Mickey Gonzalez and Benjamin Schliever go from row number 7. Logan Hodgetts and Simon Kalman go from row number 8. Ollie West and Ernie Wade start on row 9. Leo Hunt and Jason Wilson start on row number 10. On row 11, we find Ethan Pearson and Jax Wong. Arlo Atkinson and Elliot Payne start on row 12. And then we will find on row 13, Alex Marshall and Oliver Daniels. William Wainwright completes the 27 kart field due for this one. Right, point situation. We have mathematically 3 drivers who could still win this title. Rex Pooley, of course, is one of them. 1,185 points guaranteed already. Harry Chapman, 1,095. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗀, 1,057. The key bit, though, 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗀 has a max possible of 1,204. So for Rex Pooley, he just needs to go round and finish this final and be classified, and he will have a championship in his hands for 2023. He'll be moving beyond that score. Even if he is classified last in this race, he's just got to get round and no DQs, no exclusions, no penalties, nothing of that business. But he'll want to finish this with a win. Starting on the front row. It's been a good spot for standing starts today. Second on the grid, 9 minutes on the clock. Out go the lights. Away they go. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗀 versus Rex Pooley on the front row of the grid. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗀's got a very good start, in fact, and for one of the only times today, the pole sitter has been able to hold on to the lead
through the first couple of corners on a standing start. 𝗦𝗲𝗄 leads. Pooley slots in behind. Poor Harry Chapman's on his own at the moment. He's going to be swamped by a number of drivers because he's got no help from behind in terms of a bump draft buddy. And down the hill they come for the first time. 𝗦𝗲𝗄 leads from Rex Pooley. Toby Biggs is up to third place. It's a piece of debris being thrown out to drivers left as they come down through Inkermans. That's just the start that Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗄 wanted. Had to wait a long time for a final victory. It finally came in 2023 yesterday. Could it be 2 in a row here at Whilton Mill? I say, if the championship is being decided today, what won't be decided is the battle for second place. And Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗄 is very much a part of that one. End of lap number 1 then. 𝗦𝗲𝗄 leads, Pooley second, Biggs third. Good start for Ronnie Kempson as well, up to 4th place. 𝗦𝗲𝗀 5th. Harry Chapman out of the quicker line of karts has been dropped to 6th place. Who made the most positions on that first lap? I think it might have been Leo Hunt, actually. Yes, Leo Hunt up 5 positions on that first lap, up to 14th place. Very good start indeed. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Andy, watching from Spain this weekend. Hello to Josh Cook as well. Very good drivers cheering on Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗄 in particular in this race. Here's your fight for 6th place. This is Chapman, Hibbert, Stubbs, Bailey, Noah Smith all in there as well, and Mason Muncher at the back of the field in the purple and pink livery suits and helmets combination. The lap's ticking on by, down to 7 minutes now, so the extra time for a final has been passed by. We're now into the amount of time that a normal heat would be. Down the inside there, that's the number 13 of Ronnie Kempson, going side by side with 𝗦𝗲𝗀. This is over 3rd place. They've both got past Toby Biggs here, and this is going to bring the likes of Chapman, the likes of Hibbert, the likes of Stubbs all back into play here. Top 6 overall all receive trophies, and the top 6 rookies. So at the moment, Kempson and 𝗀 as 2 rookies would be receiving double trophies for this race. Stubbs, Bailey, Smith and Muncher all... Oh, it's off! Off there is Harry Chapman. That's at 𝗦𝗄𝗄, out in the grass, and unfortunately for Harry Chapman, is going to fall down the order, and that's one of our drivers that before this race could mathematically win the title. It's slipping away now. It's getting to the point where, well, Rex Pooley doesn't even need to score in this race, with Harry Chapman now losing points. Down the inside of the number 13 of Ronnie Kempson is 𝗦𝗲𝗀. 𝗦𝗲𝗀 is up to 3rd place here. This is a superb run for one of our rookies. The number 96 of 𝗦𝗐𝗀 Stubbs is up to 5th place as well. Going really strongly at the moment. There are your 2 leaders. Out front gone. I can fully understand why Rex Pooley is pushing Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗄 along. It's actually in his self-interest to push off the front and not be part of a big pack. He doesn't want a stressful race. He doesn't want one with lots of overtakes in a big battle group. He would quite happily, for the championship, just sit behind Henry 𝗦𝗲𝗄 for the next 5.5 minutes. I said that. He'll want to win this race as well to go home with one of the big trophies for this weekend. Has had round wins so far at round 2, round 4, round 6. It's actually had a very good record on the streamed rounds in particular. The only one that he hasn't won so far was at Fulbeck, where he did his winning on the Saturday instead. In the final. There through goes the number 13 of Ronnie Kempson, takes 3rd place. 𝗦𝗐𝗀 Stubbs is on the outside there in the number 96, trying to find a way past 𝗦𝗲𝗀. This is a fantastic battle. Stubbs to the inside, trying to find a way through, but there isn't a path there with 𝗦𝗲𝗀 right in the middle of the mix. Look out for the number 88 of Noah Smith coming through there. Not seen Noah too much so far today, but he's got a chance here of 3rd places out of the race. That's going to be Simon Kalman in the number 12 retiring at the end of lap number 4. 4.25 minutes of this one to go. Ronnie Kempson and everybody else trying to fight over this 3rd place. 𝗦𝗲𝗀, I think, has had
a third place at times this year. Yes, he had one at round 5. So has visited the upper steps of the rostrum so far in 2023 overall. He's done so plenty of times in the rookie classifications. He's on for a very strong ranking in those with the rookie designation within the championship points. It's under attack now, though, from Ronnie Kempson. Opportunity this for Kempson, down the inside and being helped there by LBJ Stubbs behind to move further up the order. Kempson, another driver who's been in the top 3 overall in a final so far this season. I don't think that is the case though for LBJ Stubbs. No, not in fact. LBJ Stubbs hasn't been in the top 3 in any race so far this year. This is the best run of the year so far for the number 96. Kempson starting to break away from this battle at the front. Now are they all going to be able to get through Ozzy's corner? Yes, they are. Got to say, really good driving from this pack. Everyone keeping it on the road. Everyone keeping it fair. Top 2 have disappeared off the front of the order. They're having their own race, and it'll really get going probably in about a minute and a half's time as they battle out for who's going to take the race win overall. And we're going to keep our eyes on this train of karts going for third place. Ronnie Kempson's been pulled back in now by the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts all chasing behind. Harry Chapman, by the way, who we saw off the road early in the race, has returned. He's actually only he's recovering really well. He's up to 11th place now. Side by side once again. Kempson under attack from 𝗀. 𝗀 has got a line perhaps. No, good defensive driving around the outside there by Ronnie Kempson. Side by side now between Mason Hibbert and Eli 𝗀, but 𝗀 will have the inside line and a bit of help from behind perhaps from LBJ Stubbs. Stubbs on the inside of Mason Hibbert. Toby Biggs now coming through, gains a position. There's Noah Smith in the number 88 with the blue and white hooped helmet. You've got to remember that these drivers, we were talking, some of them are within the age in the year of their 7th birthday. Very, very young drivers indeed. You wouldn't know it from how good the racing and how good the conduct is out there by this group. 1 minute and 10 to go, and Eli 𝗀 continuing at the moment to hold on to this third place. 1 minute to go on the clock. Top 3 in this group all trying to return to the podium. There's a group of drivers behind who just sense, I feel, some best results of the year so far, particularly the likes of Noah Smith and number 88. So Noah Smith has had race wins in heats, but hasn't had the luck in the finals so far. There's going to be 2 more laps here as Eli 𝗀, his positioning on the road has been brilliant so far in this race. Nobody seems to be able to find a way through with him. Now there might be a way through, because down the inside is Kempson, and he's going to get help from Hibbert behind. And sure enough, yeah, that was always going to be very hard for Eli 𝗀 to protect the line. Kempson and Hibbert had the run down the inside. Oh no, all 3 of them tried to go for Ashby at the same time. Mason Muncho went off in the background as well. Oh, well, what a shame for Ronnie Kempson. They were playing well for so long. It just got a little bit eager there. All 3 of 𝗀, Hibbert and Kempson, they all just met at the same apex. I wouldn't say there was any particular driver at fault in that one. That looked like the very definition of a racing incident to me. We have now gone on to the final lap, or these drivers will be going on to the final lap in a moment's time. Henry Algar and Rex Pooley are already on it. There they are in the distance, heading up towards Christmas corner. So Mason Hibbert has inherited 3rd place now. Eli 𝗀 there still in 4th place. Toby Biggs now up to 5th. Down the inside goes 𝗀 through Christmas corner. Retakes 3rd place. Well, it's a shame that this is the final lap because we could have had another 10 laps of this quite happily. Ronnie Kempson has got back onto the road. He's actually still inside the top 10. Is there with Harry Chapman from earlier. 𝗦𝗍𝗀 is holding onto this one. Leaders onto the back straight now. And is it going to be another win? It is going to be another win for Henry Elgar. Hadn't won one all year. Takes 2 final victories from Whilton Mill. But it's Rex Pooley over the line in 2nd place. And that should be enough to be crowned the 2023 SuperOne Bambino C50 champion. 𝗦𝗍𝗀 gets 3rd with a fantastic run ahead of Mason Hibbert in 4th, Joshua Bailey 5th and Toby Biggs 6th. They will all receive overall podium trophies. LBJ Stubbs, Noah Smith, Ronnie Kempson and I think Mickey Gonzalez will all be the recipients of 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th rookie trophies. But for Rex Pooley, what a season. 10 rounds, 3 races each. That's 30 in all. And he has not been any lower than 7th in any of them. He's only been outside the top 3 in 2 of those 30 races. And mathematically, by our provisional maths here in the box, that leaves him on 1,243 points, which is a greater total than any of the other drivers could get, even if they had a perfect set of results at Shennington in 3 weekends' time. It has been a superb season for Pooley. It's not over yet, of course. We will see the C50s again at Shennington on the 4th weekend of August. And what a great race to start things off for the finals here today at Whilton Mill. If you enjoyed that one, do give that like button a press for the C50s. I think they've well and truly earned it with some of their racing here today. Got to move on though. We've got another final coming up shortly. The Honda Cadet final is out next. Time for the next race on our agenda. It is the Honda Cadets 200 and Mini ROK Final. Max Taddy is on pole position and on the brink of becoming our next champion with a race win in a similar regard to how we've just seen Rex Pooley in the C50s. Jensen Walker joins him on the front row. Ronnie Smart and Connor J. Winfield on row 2. Keane Sullivan and Jack Cope go from the 3rd row of the grid. And then Charlie Gregg and Isla Parsons complete the 8 entrants in Honda Cadet. Alexander Adams forms out the 9-cart field there in the number 24 Mini ROK entry. Just a quick note as well for anyone watching. Guest appearances for the season finale at Shennington are open. So even if you've not raced in SuperOne so far this year and you've got a Honda Cadet 200 entry, that could be on the grid at Shennington, do get in touch with the SuperOne team. Head across to the website and get your entries in. Shennington, always a great circuit to see racing around. As they will be there in 3 weekends' time with coverage of round 12 streamed here on Alpha Live. Very simple situation for Max Tuddy. At the moment, 1,195 points is how many points that Max, by, I should stress, provisional calculations, has got stored even before this race goes ahead. That means he needs 45 points to go beyond, in this race, to go beyond the highest max possible score for one of the other drivers. That driver is Jensen Walker. If he wins every single race between now and the end of the season, he would finish on 1,239. Where do you need to finish to get 44 points or more? Well, you're talking a position of like 13th, 14th, and we don't have 13 or 14 carts. So for Max Taddy, it is a simple job. It's go round, it's get a classified result, get points on the board, even if it's for 8th place of the Honda Cadets. And he will be crowned champion with a very similar story to what we've seen with Rex Pooley in the Honda Cadets. Max is another driver who has done 29 races so far this year and has only been outside of the top 3 twice. It's been a superb performance from Max this season. And hopefully he's got one more race in his locker this weekend. So far he's perfect this weekend. Took the clean sweep yesterday in round 9. Took both heat wins earlier on today for round 10. And just has this final to navigate of 9 minutes plus 1 lap. So say to have a perfect weekend, which I don't think Max has done so far this season. No, he hasn't. He's had perfect days. Round 3 is an example. Round 6 as well. But he hasn't had a complete from start to finish 3 races on Saturday, 3 races on Sunday. Perfect weekend. But this is the opportunity to do so for Max Tally. Plenty of support coming in for Isla Parsons once again. Hello to Keeley. I will be going for the Girl Power Award as well for the highest ranked performance by a female driver in a final. I think we're ready to go then for the Honda Cadet and Mini ROK Final. 9 minutes on the clock, waiting for the starters' orders and those lights to go out on the start gantry, and will be underway for the round 10 final for Honda Cadet in Purgo SuperOne 2023. There might be a short delay to the start procedure. Waiting for clearance, I imagine, from race control that we can get this one underway. So, short delay here at Whilton Mill. Apologies, I'm not quite sure what the cause of the hold-up is. What I will note is normally when the drivers come out of pit lane, we get them logging coming out on time on our timing screen on live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. Apologies, folks, it's been a long weekend. And that did not happen. So it's, for instance, it's still showing the results of Bambino C50s right now. So I just wonder if this is a technology problem. And if it is, it'll probably be those old things of turn it off, turn it on again before we get this race underway. If you've missed any of the racing today, do not worry, because it will all be available to watch back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel in full. All of the heats from this morning, the second set of heats earlier on this afternoon, and these finals, and the interviews from yesterday, and the drivers' parade as well at lunchtime. And not just that, all of the races from Sundays earlier on in the season. Some great circuits that we've been to this season. Right, I think we now have had a reset, because now we've got 9 minutes on the clock. We've got some red lights, 5-second board in the air, ready to go racing here in the Honda Cadet and Mini ROK Final, and away we go. Good start for Jensen Walker from P2 on the grid. I think he's going to be challenging for the lead. He's going to take the lead as they go through turn 2 with Max Tally. Beautiful switch back there. He's going to immediately fire back up the inside to retake the lead as they go through Christmas corner for the first time. That was a great response from Tally, and respectful racing with Walker on the inside. Away goes Alexander Adams, our single Mini ROK runner as well. Side by side once again, Taddy and Walker. Both of them want to win this race. Connor J. Winfield has had a good start as well. He's up to 3rd place. Has got ahead of Ronnie Smart. In fact, I think Keane Sullivan has also got ahead
of Ronnie Smarts. Looking out for the bright green lid of the number 51. Yeah, down in 6th place. Jack Cope has got through as well. So a lot of changes there on that first lap. Tally and Walker switch places back once or twice and may do again here, because Walker's got a really good run up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Connor J. Winfield's down the inside of Keane Sullivan looking for 3rd place. I think he got through into 3rd place there. But Tally and Walker racing off the front now. Walker pushing Tally along, and that's a sensible tactic at the moment. If it's race results that you're looking for, if you're in Jensen Walker's shoes, that's exactly what you should do. Push the number 4 along, isolate the number 4 for later in the race, but bank in a good gap to the rest of the chasing field behind. It means that when you do and get to that scrapping section of the race in the last minute or so, you're not going to fall back into the firing range of Winfield, Sullivan, Smart, Cope and Greg. Is there a problem for Isla Parsons? Because I've not seen the number 50. And now I've seen the number 50 tick through on timing. I wonder if that's a little receiver issue for Isla there on the kart. No matters. Good to know that the number 50 is still circulating. Yes, Isla Parsons is still circulating there, just behind Alexander Adams. 6.5 minutes to go then. Max Taddy in control, pretty much as he has been since the very start of the season. Won the first heat of round 1, followed it up with a couple of second places on that day. Had actually his worst result of the season so far. The very first streamed race of the year for the Honda Cadet category in SuperOne. It was a 7th place in round number 2, and since then he just has not looked back. The only other one, a minor blot on his copybook, was a 6th place to kick off round number 4. Apart from that, it's been 1st, 2nd or 3rd, and there's been a lot of firsts in amongst that series of results. Here's the fight for 4th place. Ronnie Smart ahead of Keane Sullivan. Contact warning for the number 22 of Jensen Walker. Another minute ticks on by for the field. Taddy and Walker aren't completely galloping away with this. Connor J. Winfield doing a really good job in terms of pace to keep them honest. 52.703 last time around. That is a new fastest lap of this final. And there is the number 26 of Keane Sullivan, trying to work out where he's possibly quicker than Ronnie Smart, where there's a potential chance to get through back into 4th place. Let's not forget about Jack Cope as well. He's in 6th place at the moment, 53.7 last time around. Comfortably in those mid-53s, running in 4th place. 2nd highest rookie at the moment in the classification, behind Connor J. Winfield. Your leaders coming over, start finish, 4.5 minutes to go. Max Taddy knowing that by every lap that ticks by, he gets a lap closer to mathematically sealing the championship. Jensen Walker would love a race victory. Again, it's one of those, it's hard to believe that Jensen Walker, almost a never present, especially in this second half of the season, in the top 3 battle, hasn't had a race win so far this season. It's lots of seconds, lots of, actually no, ignore me completely. He had 2 back at round 5. The eyes are getting a bit tired at this stage of the day, at this stage of the season. There's lots of numbers going around today. We're working out the championship scenarios, but never mind. He hasn't had one for a while, and he's now going to go down the inside, look for a move, and do the same move that we saw him do earlier. He saw that work in Heat 1, and it's worked again here in the final. But also, look out for Connor J. Winfield is closing in. Taddy back down the inside on the way to Christmas. Well, it seems like Walker likes Oblivion and through the first turn. For Taddy, it's up at the top of the hill through Christmas. That seems to be the preferred overtaking spot. But where has Connor J. Winfield come from? It's closed up to the back here, a 52.491. And we saw one of these battles between these three in the first heat of the day. It's Taddy who won out in that one. It's 3 minutes plus 1 lap to decide what happens here in the final. I wouldn't count out Ronnie Smart as well, because Ronnie's got some really good pace. And oh, off goes Walker into the wall. Now, what happened there? Was that a mistake? Was that a just losing concentration behind Max Taddy? That was quite a strange one. I'll try and have a look at it again in the box here. But Jensen Walker ran a little bit wide. It was on his own. It was on his own, and it's raining. Ah, now that's going to be a factor. The rain, it was forecast for the afternoon, is now falling here at the circuit. It's caught Jensen Walker out. Is it going to catch any of the others out? Whilton Mill is a deceiving circuit sometimes when it comes to a little bit of rain. Nobody quite knows, well, nobody's been able to tell me quite what it is, but it seems to be one of the circuits in the country that gets the slipperiest, the quickest. Even before you know it's raining, you could be having moments, and a bit of a sideways slide there for Connor J. Winfield. And look at Ronnie Smart and Cian Sullivan. They've got some tyre temperature at the moment. They're closing in. And we've got a four-way battle at the front of the order. Jensen Walker has got running again, by the way. He's in 6th place. It's behind Jack Cope. But if some weather is closing in, if this rain gets heavier, who knows what's going to happen in the remaining few laps. This is real pressure now for Max Taddy to keep going. Wants to finish this championship with a, well, it's championship charge. Wants to be proclaimed champion with a victory. And now he's got some rain to deal with. Back to where we were yesterday. There were some very strong runs by these drivers yesterday in the wet, particularly by Ronnie Smart. And here he is, now attacking Max Taddy like 24 hours ago. During round 9, he's going to slot it down the inside, find some grip on the inside. Can he get it done on the outside? Good return from Max Taddy. Here comes Connor Winfield, tries to go around the outside. Cian Sullivan cuts underneath, takes 3rd. But that was a little bit of an eye into what we saw a lot yesterday. Much wetter conditions between Taddy and Smart. Taddy seemed perfectly happy to allow those attacks to come in from Ronnie Smart, because he'd be able to read the situation and cut back and ultimately stay ahead lap after lap after lap. It was very mature driving from everyone involved at the front of the field. Isla Parsons is just ahead there in the number 50. That's what the blue flag is for. There's going to be 2 more laps here. Time has just expired. There were still some seconds on the clock as they came over the line. Up the hill they go, past Isla Parsons. First 2 drivers through, and it's going to be a bit of a gap forming perhaps for Sullivan and Winfield. They've got to make their way through safely, and they do so. So are we just down to Taddy and Smart now for the race victory here today in Honda Cadet? Rain doesn't seem to be getting much harder. It may have even stopped out there on track, but here comes Smart down the inside on the entry to the boot. Has Taddy got a response? Can he cut back on the inside? Yes, he can cut back on the inside, and he retakes the lead. On the lap chart, it'll show he never actually lost it, but back comes Ronnie Smart side by side as they go through Oblivion. Connor J. Winfield is back on the scene as well. He's closed right up after losing time on the previous lap. We're on the final lap, 3 wide, almost as they go up into Christmas Corner. Well, there's going to be a championship decided here today, but I don't think the drivers are thinking about that right now. This is a proper ding-dong battle in the slippery conditions at Whilton Mill. Max Taddy still leads this race. Connor Winfield tries to cut to the inside, as does Ronnie Smart. Ronnie Smart takes the lead of the race. Is there going to be a line down the inside for Winfield? Smart holds it round the outside. Cian Sullivan is back in the picture now for the race win. Into the boots for the final time. Has Ronnie Smart timed the run perfectly here in the Honda Cadet Final? Yes, he has. Ronnie Smart takes victory. Max 𝗬𝗲𝗍 takes second place, and that should be enough to become champion in Honda Cadet in 2023. Cian Sullivan finishes in third, Connor J. Winfield fourth, Jack Cope fifth, Jensen Walker sixth, Charlie Gregg across the line in seventh. It'll be eighth for eighth in class for Isla Parsons, and eighth overall for Alexander Adams, the Mini ROK driver. Well, what an entertaining finish to things in Honda Cadet. And I think that's a well-deserved victory for Ronnie Smart. Was unlucky not to win yesterday in the wet conditions, but a little sprinkling of moisture on the track brought him back into that final, and he was just able to find a way past Max 𝗬𝗲𝗍. But for Max 𝗬𝗲𝗍, all the hard work. There was a round at Clay Pigeon last year, which I always go back to with Max, where something clicked in Honda Cadet, and the performance from Max just soared. His confidence has grown across the course of the last 12 months, and he's done, by our calculations here in the box, what he set out to do at the start of the year. That is win in this Honda Cadet class, and he's still got 2 rounds to go at Shennington, which you'll be able to watch here on Alpha Live. Well done to all of our Honda Cadet drivers and Alexander Adams there in the Mini ROK number 24. We'll see them at Shennington in 3 weeks' time. Next up out on circuit, though, this one's going to be straight out for a round win. This won't be one where titles are decided today. It's going to be a very intriguing 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino final. Time to go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap in race number 19 on our schedules here today at Whilton Mill. It is the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino final, and it starts with Oscar Kenny and Passion Karting on pole position. William Crombie for RCE joins on the front row. James Roots and Chester Fawkes form up row number 2. Albert Farrow and Chloe McGill on row 3. That's 3 very strong rows at the front of this order. Freddie Baker and Theo Jepson start on row 4. Mickey Gonzalez and Darren Dimitrov on row 5. Ollie Little and Buddy Batch start on the 6th row of the grid. And the 15 kart field is then completed by Max Joy and Sophia Page on row 7. And Harris Barber. Now, some of you may be wondering, why is Harris Barber at the back? Well, despite there being a count back to the previous completed lap in the red flagged second heat, karts still have to go through post-race tech and scrutineering, and it was found that Harris Barber's number 12 had a technical infringement, so he's 0 scored in that race. So he only, across the 2 races, scored 34 points for the race win in Heat 1, and then 0 for the disqualification in race 2. That is why Harris Barber is starting this one from the rear of the field. Right, let's talk a little bit about Championship. We don't think the Championship can be sealed on this one today. Chester Fawkes currently has 1,126 points, the most of anybody. The max he could get for winning this race is 1,186. Crombie and Kenny in particular have max possibles with a bit of buffer, so that even if they have not so great races, it should go to Shennington, this one, mathematically. So let's just focus on this race for what it is. 9 minutes plus 1 lap, away we go in the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino final. Crombie and Kenny on the front row. Who's going to get the best start through the first couple of corners? It's very even between the two of them, but here comes Chester Fawkes on the inside. It's going to be 3 wide as they run up towards Christmas Corner for the first time, and there he is, championship leader Chester Fawkes from row 2, slots through, takes the lead of the race as they head down the hill here on lap 1 for the 𝗦𝗲𝗻𝗻 Bambino final. Beautifully positioned through those first couple of corners. Good scrap between Crombie and Kenny on the run up to Christmas, but it probably made them a little bit slower as they went up through Fine Lady and up the hill, and that's all the opportunity that Chester Fawkes needed to slot through into the lead of this race. Into the boot they go then. Good start for Chloe McGill as well.
And they're in 4th place in the number 18. A cart with the white and fuchsia pink liveries. Oh, nearly too wide as they went through, and through indeed goes Albert Farrow. So Albert Farrow's had a great start as well and come through in to lead the race. Great move on the run through turn 1. Down the inside goes Oscar Kenny on Chester Forks up to 3rd place. And once again, is this a little bit of the moisture out there? Different drivers liking these slippery conditions more than others. Albert Farrow, apologies, I did not know that coming through. I got confusion with the green helmets. I thought it was William Crombie coming through the order, but no, Albert Farrow in the number 42. And looking now, what's Albert's best result so far in a final this year? I don't think he's been on the podium. No, he hasn't. He hasn't been on the upper steps of the podium so far in 2023 in a final. He was as high as 4th back at Clay Pigeon. And this is a great opportunity to get a best result of the year so far, especially with the chasing pack fighting amongst themselves. Chloe McGill has come through into 2nd place. Back comes Chester Forks on the inside for a moment. In the end, slots back into 3rd place. William Crombie has now hopped up into 4th place. In 5th place, you've got Harris Barber's come from the back and is now up to 5th place ahead of Oscar Kenny. What a dramatic opening to this race. And here comes Harris Barber again. He's on fire today. Through the field comes Harris Barber. Passes 3 carts on this lap alone. Has got past Chester Forks. Has got past William Crombie and Oscar Kenny. Down the inside, side by side between Crombie and Chloe McGill. Now, you don't know where to look in this race. This is remarkable. Once again, from the IAMI Bambinos, they've often been contender for race of the day, and they're being again here now. That was a defensive line from Albert Farrow, not necessarily needing to be a defensive line. Is Albert Farrow starting to tighten up a little bit at the wheel of the number 42? James Roots is down the inside by the way of Oscar Kenny, goes through into 6th place. Down the hill they come into Ashby Corner. Very sorry to the likes of Freddie Baker, Darren Dimitrov and Mickey Gonzalez, who are also having a really good scrap for 8th place. But there's simply so much going on in the first 6 or 7 positions. We're not able to go back down the order to concentrate on those great battles. Because here again, Crombie down the inside of McGill. This is for 4th place. And through goes Crombie. The quartet there, joined by James Roots and Oscar Kenny. 5 minutes of this one to go. Farrow still leading, but being closed in now by Barber and Chester Forks 2nd and 3rd. And then this wonderful pack of drivers, once again, similar to what we saw in the C50s. I just loved how long the C50s were able to keep that battle going. I know there was a bit of contact later on, as now there's a battle for the lead. Albert Farrow has been caught by Harris Barber. Chester Forks is there as well. Remember, we don't think this one will be decided here today. Nobody can get that far ahead in the championship that it's mathematically sewn up before any racing at Shennington, especially with Albert Farrow taking some of the bigger points away from drivers at the in the top 5 of the standings before the start of racing here today. Round to complete lap number 5. Chester Forks going for a wider line, trying to cut back perhaps on Harris Barber. Harris Barber from the back of the field. And I think at the moment he's just happy to push Albert Farrow along. Bit of teamwork going on there between the 42 and the 12. And Chester Forks quite happy to sit there as well. I think, ladies and gentlemen, this one might have calmed down just about. The rate of overtaking has lessened a little bit, but it's no less fascinating as to what's going to happen across the course of the next 3.5 minutes with tactics in play, racecraft of what do you go for a move, do you not go for a move, and the weather closing in here just outside of Daventry. Top 10 at the moment, covered by less than 7 seconds, showing the quality of this field. Once again, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 defensive as he goes through. Oh, there's going to be a line open there. That could be the opportunity for Harris Barber. And here comes the help from Chester Fawkes. Fawkes will push through, take the momentum, and Albert 𝗏𝗏𝗏's hold on the lead ends with both Barber and Fawkes going through. That was well played by everybody involved. Just a moment there. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 tried to defend into turn one. It got him offline through those sweeping bends of Oblivion and into the crook, and there was just a 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀 Bambino cart width on the inside for Harris Barber to place his cart and then have that share of momentum with Chester Fawkes, so they both gain a position on this lap. Fastest driver out there at the moment, by the way, is Oscar Kenny, 56.262, which is pretty good pace at the moment. Well, I think we are back to the drive over times that we've seen earlier on in the day. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 coming back at Fawkes here, hasn't given it up. Just needs to slot into third place there. Here's another bit of overtaking going on. That's James Roots down the inside of William Crombie for 4th place. Now we should note, what is this doing with the points? Who would still be in play? Mathematically heading into Shennington with Fawkes 2nd, Crombie in 5th place now, Oscar Kenny in 6th, Harris Barber in the lead, of course, and James Roots in 5th. I'd say it's still a very open one. So I think the only drivers that we are losing from the mathematical equation, who aren't already out, of course, are Barber and Roots. So that would leave us with 3, Fawkes, Crombie and Kenny. When you look at it from that perspective, this is good for Chester Fawkes, because whilst he's not winning the race, not being beaten by a driver who could overhaul his points tally with strong results at Shennington in 3 weekends' time. No other changes further down the order. I could see that Darren Dimitrov earlier in the race recovered back into the top 10. Had a spin in one of the earlier heats after a strong day yesterday in the far wetter conditions that we had here at Whilton Mill. 30 seconds to go on the watch. 2 more laps then after this one. But still Barber, Fawkes and Albert 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 cannot be underestimated. How big a result this would be for Albert 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. He's been in a very close battle with Freddie Baker in the points. I think there was 15 points between them at the start of the day. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 would be pulling ahead in the squabble over what is 6th in the championship points with this kind of result. Time now up, and in fact 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 on the attack down the inside. Now I think it was Fawkes looking over the other way, trying to see what was possibly going on with Harris Barber, and Albert 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 saw the line, got the line and went through. Brilliant move from Albert 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, gains a position. Last lap board is going to be out after they go around the final corner here on lap number 10. There it is. Can Harris Barber hold on? This would be a remarkable victory. This would be one of the victories of the year so far. Has had to come from the back of the grid. Is leading. Has got help from behind now in the shape of Albert 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. This, for these two drivers, would be by far the best results of the year for both of them. Albert 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has not been any higher than 4th in a final so far in 2023's Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Chester Fawkes, I think, is quite happy at the moment just to sit in 3rd place. This is a very good points haul for him, keeps him moving forward to the championship. Well, that'll be decided at Shennington, but who is going to take their first victory in a final in Miami Bambino for SuperOne 2023? Is it going to be Barber? Is it going to be 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? Barber's just got to get off the final corner and does so, and takes round 10 of the Purgo SuperOne Miami Bambino Championship. A first top 3 of the season for Albert 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. What a time to do it. Chester Fawkes completes the upper steps of the rostrum. William Crombie, James Roots and Oscar Kenny will all get trophies for 4th, 5th and 6th, and 𝗷𝗻𝗄𝗃 will also be the top rookie there as well. What a race. Once again, 𝗷𝗻𝗄𝗃 Bambino deliver one of the best races, one of the most intriguing races of the day, racing with measure beyond their years. A really good display, and for Harris Barber, a fantastic result. I'm particularly pleased though for 𝗷𝗻𝗄𝗃, has been an ever-present in the championship this season, and as I say, he's had moments where you think he's going to break through, and he's done it. A top 3 result and a 2nd nonetheless in a final. Fantastic stuff for the Pharaoh family. Right, well, we'll see the 𝗷𝗻𝗄𝗃 Bambino Championship roll on to Shennington. This is one that I can see being decided on the Saturday, and we will be there with the interviews on the Saturday. But it could still roll on, of course, to round 12 on the Sunday. And we'll very much, either way, be looking forward to that one, because they have been superb this season, the 𝗷𝗻𝗄𝗃 Bambinos. We're going to move on, though, because the next final out on track is Micromax. Just about set then for the Micromax final. And if you thought some of the finals that we've had so far today have been hectic, well, I think we're just about to take it up a notch, because Micromax have already delivered some stonking races so far today. Here is the grid for their 9-minute plus 1 lap final. Jack Baker, what a start he's been so far today. From the 4th row of the grid in both of his heats, won both of them and has got pole position for this final. Elliot Travis alongside on the front row. Jensen Walker and Jensen Sale on row 2. Benedictas Masiokas, having one of his strongest days this season so far, starts on row 3 alongside Sebastian Clark. Achille Nane Giannone and Sebastian Behrman start on an All Ambition Motorsport row 4. Bertie Clark and Logan Rolfe start on row 5. Tavi Fonge and Toby Cannon start on row 6. Daniel Butcher and Amrit Singh Atwal go from row 7. Lewis Herbertson in a first streamed final for Lewis in SuperOne for 2023 starts alongside Harper Das on row 8. Ocean Brett and Leo Living start on row 9. And I'm just going to check something. Yes, that was another one of our cases of a driver having a technical infringement in a heat, being disqualified as a result of getting 0 points. That's why Leo Livings is towards the bottom of the order. But we've just seen Harris Barber chase through a field here. Now, they all look very much like slick tyres to me, which I think is the right choice. It's not wet enough, nowhere near wet enough to go for a treaded tyre. But I think the early laps of these races could be very important to see who can get those tyres up to temperature. There's a little bit of sun coming through the clouds now as well here at Whilton Mill. Let's talk championship before we get into this one. This is going to be another one that rolls on, I feel, to Shennington. Right now, I'm just going to reorder my spreadsheet of many numbers, because I think we've had a change of leader in the live points. Yes, we have. Jack Baker has taken the lead of the championship by 2 points. 1,087 for Baker to 1,085 for Sale. And Logan Rolfe is then on 1,073. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers who can mathematically still win this championship. There's always one every year that's wide open, and this year Micromax have decided to be that category. So again, this one is very, very likely to go on to Shennington, likely to go on to the very last round of the season as well. who can get a bit of momentum going before the end of the season. Is it going to be Jack Baker? Is it going to be Elliot Travis? Is it going to be somebody else? 9 minutes is underway here for the Micromax Final. Good start for Jack Baker, takes the lead of the race. Elliot Travis won the final yesterday in far wetter conditions, immediately slots into P2. Jensen Sales had a decent start. Both Jensens have had a good start. In fact, Walker and Sale, they've held their positions from the second row of the grid. Fast start at the front, clean start at the front. They're all heading down into Ashby now. Ooh, that was a bit of a moment for Jensen Sale, but I think he just about got it collected. He did. I think he'd lost one position perhaps to Sebastian Clark, but that could have been a lot worse for the winner of both finals last time out at Fullbeck. Into the boot for the first time. Jack Baker, well, he, as I say, had a bit of a pep talk with him at the podium yesterday. He was, I think, a little bit down, a little bit disappointed. Reckoned that he'd lost the lead, and he had lost the lead in the points. And I said to him, like, well, there's still plenty of points to play for. Tomorrow's another day, and well, he's I'm not into driver coaching, but he seems to have responded to it very, very well. And those two performances in the heats earlier today, he's had a lot of support from his dad and his family, and they really have G'd him up today. You can see with the body language of the kart, he's gone out there to win in the early stages of this one. He's leading this race on lap 2, 7.5 minutes to go. Won't be easy though. Elliot Travis has been in very good form so far this weekend. No lower than 4th in any race so far, either today or yesterday. Yesterday was a clean sweep for Elliot Travis. Really was a refinding of the form that we saw in the very early stages of the season from Travis. As down the inside, that's Sebastian Behrman with the blue and green helmets and SB on the side, trying to find a way past Sebastian Clark. The red suit and the white helmet. A couple of changes further down the order. Daniel Butcher has gained 2 spots past Toby Cannon, I think 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀 as well. Javi Fons has also gained 2 spots. So Butcher up to 11th. Fons up to 13th. Good scrap going on there between the Jensens. Jensen Walker and Jensen Sale. So Jensen Sale, after that half scary moment on lap 1, has got back on top of things, got through past Sebastian Clark, and now is setting about getting into the top 3, side by side as well between Clark and Behrman. That was good defence from Clark, just carrying the speed around the outside through Christmas Corner. You can do it with the incline offered to you there, both on the approach, facing uphill, then a nice camber as you go to traverse through that right-hander. Whoa, bit of a mistake there. That's going to be an open door for Behrman to get down the inside of Clark. Surely yes, and does. So Sebastian Behrman takes advantage of a small mistake, a very small mistake from Sebastian Clark through Wilkins. And indeed goes through. 5.5 minutes remaining. Jack Baker, 50.658. New fastest lap of the race so far. It's holding that gap back to Elliot Travis. Bit of a team battle going on there. That's 2 of the Gear Up Racing entries, Logan Rolfe and Leo Livings. That's good progress from Leo Livings from the back of the grid. Is up to 8th spot, and I imagine these 2 teammates, very good friends off the circuit as well. Very supportive environments this year from the Gear Up Racing entry. Jensen Sale part of it as well. Always very supportive of one another at the podium, for example, when each of their drivers have had successes across the year. And, with Leo Livings in particular, as I say, I know we mentioned it earlier, but we really did think back at Clay Pigeon after the accidents that Leo had during preparations for round 5 of the championship, that may have been his season over, but a really good recovery from the arm injury, got back in the seat for Fullbeck, and in some ways I think he's been even stronger since then. This is a good Bit of work being put in by the Jensens, Walker and Sale. What they're trying to do at the moment is break away from Behrman and Clark behind. There they are, not too far behind. 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Jack Baker seems to be in control of this one at the moment. Doesn't need too much help from behind of someone to push him along. He's quite happy setting fastest lap after fastest lap in this heat. Now Sale's going down the inside. I think Sale's had enough of sitting there in 4th place. He's seeing that gap to Elliot Travis not go in the right direction for a pack move up to 2nd place, and has set about trying to do it himself now. 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. I say with the championship so tight as well, not just about these race wins. Got to think about it from the points perspective now. So as it would stand, I will have Jack Baker moving to 1,141 points. Jensen Sale would be 1,047 points. Down the inside goes Logan Rolfe. There's going to be a lane open for Leo Livings potentially as well. This is them trying to get past Sebastian Clark and Sebastian Behrman. Rolfe with a better help from his friends down the inside. Are both of the gear-up drivers going to get through? That is teamwork. That is brilliant from Logan Rolfe and Leo Livings to perfection. That could have so easily gone wrong. I've seen it go wrong for teammates. Not these two teammates, but other teammates through Christmas before. But Leo Livings and Logan Rolfe both helping each other there to both gain 2 positions through that lap alone. Fantastic stuff. And that means we're going to have to change numbers on the spreadsheet now to see what they're going to be sitting on at the end of this weekend if everything stays this way. They will keep pushing on now because, say, 2 minutes to go plus 1 lap. Still a good amount of time. 2.5 seconds in arrears to Jensen Walker up ahead. So, I think what we're going to be saying from these results at the moment, Baker winning the race would leave Baker on 1,147 points. Jensen Sale 1,141 points. Logan Rolfe would be 3rd on 1,127 points. Next up would be Elliot Travis on 1,105 points. And then still mathematically in it as well would be Jensen Walker on 1,092 points, but he'd need quite a remarkable set of results to happen to win it. Leo Livings would just be outside because his max possible from a 1,063, a perfect weekend from this position at Shennington would leave him on a max possible of 1,142, so we'd be 5 points short of a theoretically absent Jack Baker for whatever reason. So yes, there's actually, from a championship perspective, in the latter laps of this race, it is worth Rolfe and Livings pushing on. Also pushing on, Jack Baker is 2 laps away from a perfect day. We've seen it happen. Oh, off. Now, this is up at Christmas Corner. That is Xavier Fonge and Daniel Butcher. And they've got a long way off the road. Both drivers okay. That's the most important thing. That's going to move them down the order. I think they were battling for 16th place. But Jack Baker, there he is. 1.5 laps away now. I was about to say that we have had a few perfect days in Micromax so far this year, but they've been very spread around as to who's done them. For example, we had one from Logan Rolfe in round 2. Hasn't had one since. Jensen Sale did a perfect weekend last time out at Fullback. Elliot Travis did yesterday. It's not like other classes where we've seen repeat 3-4 times perfect days from dominant drivers. Each of these drivers in this title fight have had their good days, but they've also had their not so good days. And so far, today's going to be a very good day for Jack Baker. Goes through the yellow flag zone at the top of the circuit once more. There is the closing duo of the Gear Up Racing drivers, Rolf and Livings, I think they're just going to run out of time before they have an opportunity to attack Jensen Walker for that 4th place. But Jack Baker, well, he wasn't happy 24 hours ago. He was a bit down, but he's responded absolutely fantastically. Round the final corner, Jack Baker, a perfect day at Whilton Mill, and takes the lead of the championship into the final meeting of the year. Elliot Travis finishes in 2nd place. A return to form this weekend for Elliot Travis, winner of the final yesterday, 2nd today. Jensen Sale, well, we talked about the form at fullback. Was it a flash in the pan? The answer is no. Jensen Sale will have a mathematical chance of winning the title at Shennington. Jensen Walker, 4th. He will be in the picture in 3 weekends' time also, and will be Logan Rolfe, 5th today in the final, ahead of his Gear Up Racing teammate Leo Livings in 6th. Sebastian Clark 7th, Benedictas Masiokas in 8th, Sebastian Behrman 9th, Achille Nane Giannone in 10th place, ahead of Harper Das, Bertie Clark, Lewis Herbertson, Toby Cannon, Amrit Singh Atwal. That's your top 15. Arshan Brent in 16th, and 2 retirements out there for Zari Vange and Daniel Butcher. But for Jack Baker, what a day. Knows this place very well. Just a lot of racing around Whilton Mill. I think that was part of the reason why he was not particularly happy yesterday. Didn't feel like he'd delivered on what he knows around this circuit, but he definitely has today. And as I say, by my early calculations, subject to change, post-race movements in scrutineering and all of that business, 6 points. 6 points over 1,147 will be his lead heading into the final 2 rounds of the season at Shennington in 3 weekends' time. And we'll be able to watch that here on Alpha Live on the Sunday. We're going to move on from Micromax. 4 races to go. Next up out on circuit, it's Intermax. Moving on then, race number 21 in the schedules today is the Intermax Final. Jack Burgess, first appearance of the season for Jack Burgess, and today has been a very good part of that appearance because he's won both heats and got pole position for this Intermax Final. Charlie Benson is the first of our championship contenders, alongside on the front row of the grid for HTR Racing. Teddy Cooper and Ella Lucia on row number 2, Rook Thompson and Adam 𝗬𝗍 on row 3, JJ Plowman and Daniel Wisniewskis on row number 4. You know what I'm going to talk about? It's going to be a championship table. It looks like this at the moment on live points. Teddy Cooper 1,136, Adam 𝗬𝗍 1,117, Charlie Benson 1,084. Those, sorry, no, there's a couple more drivers who theoretically have a chance still. Rook Thompson on 1,049, JJ Plowman on 1,038. Likelihood is, though, that this is between those top 3, Cooper, 𝗬𝗍, and Benson, because any decent result for either of those 3 in this next race will mathematically knock out Thompson and Plowman, unfortunately for them. This is another one that cannot be decided today, even if your championship leader Teddy Cooper was to win the race. He would, and Adam 𝗬𝗍 and Charlie Benson were to 0 score. Teddy Cooper would not overhaul the resultant max possible for Adam 𝗬𝗍 in particular, but Teddy Cooper's had a good weekend. I think in terms of that, the swingometer of points within the Intermax world, if one of those actually exists, which it doesn't in the physical, this has been a very good weekend so far for Teddy Cooper. 3 wins yesterday, 2/3 so far today, versus a 6th, a 0 score for a technical infringement, and 3 seconds for Charlie Benson. And for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍, a second, 2/3, a fourth, and an eighth. And it really has been the force of Jack Burgess that has disrupted this class this weekend. Not that he'll care about that, because he's here to win trophies and win races. 3rd, 5th and 2nd yesterday. The 2 heat wins so far today. And I think it is the favourite for this race coming up. Keep your comments coming in, your messages of support. Hello to Sesh, who's been cheering on Elliot. Thank you for the super chat there. And more messages from Keely Parsons as well. Just waiting for the track to be cleared, or declared clear and ready to go racing for the rest of the day. Logan Rolfe giving a bit of support there to Teddy Cooper ahead of this race. Good to see the camaraderie amongst the drivers there in the paddock. As you say, with Intermax, Teddy Cooper's lead currently 19 points ahead of 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍. Out to go the karts then for their formation lap. And a very lovely Sunday afternoon here. This is more like it. The temperature's still a little bit cool. 15 degrees air temperature here at Whilton Mill. But it's not raining. It's not. No one's having Mary Poppins moments like some people were in the paddock yesterday with the wind and the rain. Drivers warming up their tyres. Slick tyres, obviously, the order of the day here. Charlie Benson will be looking for a good start here. He's played things quite well so far here in round 10. He's got further than he did in round 8. So he had a retirement on the formation lap last time round. 9 minutes plus 1 lap to decide who's going to take round 10 here in Intermax. Away they go for the start of this one. Good start for Burgess. Good start for Cooper as well. Straight through into 2nd place. Benson slots into 3rd. And it looks like the 11 of Rook Thompson has had a good start as well. It's up to 4th, side by side between Plowman and Lucia. That's over 5th place. Down the hill now they come. Jack Burgess leads from Teddy Cooper. Charlie Benson there in 3rd. And for Charlie Benson, he's got to find a way past Teddy Cooper again. Now, he has done it on a couple of occasions so far today in the heats. But this is a final. This race is a little bit differently sometimes for the leaders out there. Jack Burgess will have his head down now. Pace of the number 94 has been very, very strong so far today. As the sun continues to come out here at Whilton Mill. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍's had a not great start. He's down to 7th place. That's not where he'll want to be as he continues to try and accumulate points and stay in the championship fight. Well, he will mathematically. He can't be ruled out of it completely today by the arithmetic, but he'll want to be as close to Teddy Cooper's points tally as possible. 7.5 minutes to go in this final for Intermax. Jack Burgess just holding that gap there at about, I would say, 4 or 5 tenths. How does Charlie Benson play the strategy on this one? Does he try and push
Teddy Cooper up towards Jack Burgess, or does he go for the overtake? He goes for the overtake on his championship rival. Through into second place goes Charlie Benson. HTR Racing will like that one a lot. A driver who has won categories before in the championship stakes, was Mini ROK champion in the 2022 edition. He knows what to do at this stage of the season to deliver those results, and it's the gauntlet thrown down now to Teddy Cooper to see if he can respond. A little adjustment there on the radiator flap, get some more air, get some more cooling effects into the Rotax power unit. 6.5 minutes to go, and interestingly, I have to say Benson, well, he didn't visually just carry on and look close to Jack Burgess. He went and set the fastest lap of the race, a 48.823. What does Jack Burgess do now to respond to that challenge? Can he pick up the pace again, as we've seen at times earlier on today? Rook Thompson's having a strong final so far, running there in fourth. The Albone Developments liveried carts, the red and yellow stick-it-up machine there in fourth place. Benson closed up to Burgess. Now Burgess is very strong. We saw this in the second heat, that flick into the second part of the boot. Burgess is particularly strong. You just saw how Benson dropped back a bit. He's now coming back as they go up through Christmas Corner. Teddy Cooper has the strongest, fastest lap of the race, 48.786. The whole field's staying pretty close here. The 3 seconds covering front to back. So Plowman, 𝗬𝗲𝗍, 𝗬𝗍𝒃 and 𝗦𝗲𝗍cie all driving well at the moment. Onto the back straight go the race leaders. Teddy Cooper, I was fearing for Teddy Cooper that he was going to start dropping off the back of Charlie Benson. That's been a really solid 5th lap of this race. It should be a personal, no, it's not actually a personal best. All of them in the 48.9s and the 49.8s. The fastest driver on the circuit is actually 𝗦𝗲𝗃. There it is, 48.771. Staying close affair at the moment as we're on lap number 6, halfway through the race on time, 4.5 minutes to go. Charlie Benson getting closer than he has before so far in this race. Jack Burgess taking the decision to have his own little adjustment, trying to get more power out of that Rotax engine. 4 minutes remaining. Still see there's a bit of water being kicked up from the cattle grid curb on driver's left out of paddock. Jack Burgess using the track width to good effect, actually setting the fastest lap last time around, 48.648. Charlie Benson hasn't made his move yet. It will be on his mind as well. That probably the more important thing in this race is outscoring Teddy Cooper, which if he goes for a big move on Jack Burgess for a race win, the risk always is that it doesn't pull off, and then Teddy Cooper, because he's so close, will be through, and the primary objective won't be being achieved. Here's a good scrap. This is for 4th place. This is JJ Plowman. Oh, bit of a bouncing almost there on the top of Rook Thompson's rear axle. That's going to give 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 an opportunity, I think, for 5th place. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝒃 trying to come into this as well. In fact, yes, 𝗬𝗲𝗍 has got through. Here comes 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝒃 down the inside, trying to find a way through for 6th place. There's a little bit of wheel rubbing there between the two of them. 𝗬𝗍𝒃's found a way through, muscles his way into 6th place. That's a driver who's not giving up on this championship yet. The winner from round 8 at Fullbeck hasn't had the best of days. But other drivers probably would have backed out of that one, but not 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝒃. That great battle he had with Benjamin Lawn last time out, I think, did him a lot of good, a lot of confidence to keep at it between now and the end of the season. 2.5 minutes to go. It's spread out a little bit at the front of the order. Burgess has pumped in some, he's gone and done the fastest lap, 48.5.
He's now got out to 0.3 of a second. Benson keeps coming back at him here. That was a good run through sector number 1. Took a 10.5 out of Burgess that time around. And he's pulling Cooper with him as well. So that top 3 definitely clear of the rest of the field now. Rook Thompson in 4th place. 𝗦𝗲𝗍 in 5th. Adam Turacek, as we say, up to 6th place now. I'd say for Adam Turacek, it would be useful for him to just move a little further up the order. The point situation, if it stayed like this, it would be 1-1-9-2 for Teddy Cooper with another 3rd place. Adam Turacek 1-1-6-9. Charlie Benson 1-1-4-2. But crucially, Benson's got bigger gains to be had by making scores, particularly from round 1 and round 2, where he didn't start the season brightly back at 𝗦𝗍𝗀. He's got a lot of points he can gain by having 3rd, 2nds wins. That means his max possible is actually a little bit closer to Teddy Cooper's than Adam Turacek's. But that's all for discussions when we get to Shennington. We've still got a minute to go here at Whilton Mill for round 10. Jack Burgess, once again, is just stretched out. We saw this in heat number 2. He just, when he wanted, just seemed to be able to pull out a bit of a gap over Benson and Cooper here today. And he's done so again. .48.7 last time around for Burgess. Benson 48.9, Cooper 48.8. And I've got to say that Teddy Cooper, this is if he is to win this championship this year, it's days like this which I actually think are bigger than necessarily the dominant race wins. The ones where you're not at the front and you've got to scrap and you've got to keep going and you've got to keep scoring the points, keeping the consistency up. He's keeping Charlie Benson honest here. Charlie Benson cannot afford to make a single mistake, because Cooper is going to be right on him and chasing through into 2nd place. Changes for 4th place. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 has got through, as has Adam Turacek on Rook Thompson. So that's Turacek up to 5th place. Couple of points gained in that scenario then would move him up to 1-1-7-1. I mean, Cooper's leading the championship, if things were to stay this way, would be 21 points, at least provisionally, heading into Shennington. A decent gap, but not unassailable across the course of 6 races on the last weekend of August. Time is up. Last lap board will be out. Jack Burgess seems comfortable at the front of the order. Seems to be on his way to a round victory. There is your final lap board, but we're keeping an eye on this crucial 2nd place battle in Intermax for the title picture. Benson still ahead of Cooper. There's been a change for 5th place. Thompson has got back ahead of Turacek, so that's a point loss for Turacek. Now goes back to 1-1-7-0 provisionally. Can Teddy Cooper get within striking distance? If he's going for an overtake, it's got to be clean as well. He cannot afford to get any kind of penalties at the end of this race for a rash move. Sometimes it's just better to take the points. But Benson is aware that he's there. Cooper is closer than he's ever been before. Cooper's going to go for it. This is big. This is the 2 championship rivals. And Cooper's through. Jack Baker's going to take the win and win at Whilton Mill in Intermax. But Teddy Cooper, oh, now was there a little bit of a bump after the line as well. Teddy Cooper 2nd. Charlie Benson 3rd. There was the slightest of little taps at least for the 79 and the 25 through turn 1 there. You saw Teddy Cooper's head just rock back. Adam Turacek in 4th. So Adam Turacek got a crucial couple of positions right at the end there. Rook Thompson 5th, JJ Plowman in 6th, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 7th, and Daniel 𝗦𝗲𝗀 finishes in 8th. Well, a very interesting Intermax final, which sets things up nicely for Shennington in 3 weekends' time. Teddy Cooper will be your championship leader, but by how much there? Jack Burgess, though, can't take the win away from him. That was a superb drive all day. A clean day. Wins throughout for 2 heats and the final victory there for Jack Burgess, and I hope we get to see Jack racing more in this championship, because he's been a good addition to the Intermax club here today. Right, let's move on. 3 more races to go. Next up out on circuit, Senior Max. Here we go then, let's have a look at the grid for the Senior Rotax Final. And again, another big one for our championship contenders. Lewis Wild has pole position. The Croc Promotion driver has been faultless so far today. His starts in particular have been very, very strong indeed. Joe Weaver, the reigning champion, championship leader, starts alongside on the front row of the grid. And with no Finley Watson here this weekend, this is a big opportunity for the JWR main man to really get on top of this championship before Shannington. James Tester and Finn Smith start on the second row of the grid. They've both been very strong today and could be disruptors to Joe Weaver's progress. Elliot Thomas and Harry Pullen form of a very intriguing row 3. Both of them have been ever present so far this year, and you'd fancy them and be able to read the situations and move forward. It's an all Shane row 4. Shane Collins ahead of Shane Collins' son. Cameron Crockett and Jake Richards form out the 5th row of the grid. Finley Patterson and Joseph McVeigh on row 6. And then completing the 14-cart field is Tom Taylor and Oliver Brett Smith on row 7. It'll be 9 minutes plus 1 lap again for the drivers. And the heats have bubbled away so far today. I'd say particularly the starts for Lewis Wild have been very, very impressive. We've been able to get a second and a half gap, and no one's really been able to fight back from that point. It's been very consistent. Another driver who knows this circuit pretty well. Can the likes of Joe Weaver overhaul Wild though in this final? James Tester has been quick all weekend. Finn Smith knows how to win these finals as well from previous appearances in the championship. Away we go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Wild, and good start as well for Finn Smith. Has got through into James Tester has got through into 2nd place. Joe Weaver slots back into 3rd, has to do a little bit of defending on Finn Smith to ensure he holds that 4th place. Good start for Harry Pullen as well. Is up to 5th ahead of Elliot Thomas. Defensive again from Joe Weaver. He's feeling the pressure a little bit at the moment, and doesn't want to get shuffled further down into the pack and leave himself with too much work to do. There's Shane Collins, the number 52. We'll see him again later for the racing in Rotax 177. He's nicely started there from the middle of the field. Let's count them through as they go through the end of lap number 1. Lewis Wild leads. James Tester 2nd, Joe Weaver 3rd, Finn Smith 4th, Harry Pullen, Elliot Thomas, Shane Collins' son, Jake Richards and Joseph McVeigh. That is your top 10 at the moment. Midway through lap number 2. If anyone's going to be beating Lewis Wild today, I just get the feeling they've got to get on his rear bumper in the next couple of laps. If he's allowed that opportunity to get a second and a half away again, he will not be caught based on what we've seen so far today. Joe Weaver's trying to find a way through there on James Tester, has found a way through, kicking up a little bit of moisture there was Tester. Now, that was a big move. He's got in 2nd place, but how much time have the field lost with that? Well, they lost something in the range of 5 or 6 tenths. So now Lewis Wild has that 1 to 1.5 second gap that we've been talking about, that when he's got that so far today, he's been gone. He's not been caught for the rest of the races. It's maybe been pulled back by a few hundredths here and there. It needs to be tenths now for the likes of Weaver and Smith, Tester, Pullen to have any chance of winning this race. Through the boot they go then. Round the final corner. What is the pace like for 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀? It's very good, 44.329. But Weaver and Smith are on that pace as well. Can find some more. They might have a chance here of closing in that gap. So far, this has gone very similar to the heats that we've seen so far here today at Whilton Mill. Looking at the points, this wouldn't be a horrendous situation for Joe Weaver because, of course, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀 is not a championship contender. So he's outscoring anyone who is a championship contender with this result. He's also got Finn Smith to deal with. Very fast driver. Great to see Finn racing in this championship once again. There's a new fastest lap of the race from your race leader, 44.3, and I feel like the writing's on the wall for the rest of the field here. This is very similar now to what we've seen earlier on today. Metronomic at times has been 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀's performances. Particularly when you look at his fastest lap times from early today. 44.262, 44.327, and he's gone straight in the middle of those. So he's just able to get onto those 44.2s, 44.3s so quickly and then just keep hitting them. Apart from there, where he goes and does a 44.172 and actually extends the lead now to 1.6 seconds. Change for 6th place. Shane Collins has got past Elliot Thomas. Look just a little bit further back there, the driver with the bright orange helmet and the black race suit. So Collins moved up. I think there may have been a move by Jake Richards as well. Tom Taylor has got past Joseph McVeigh there. So Tom Taylor in the number 77 making some good progress from the back of the field. Gains 3 spots now from where Tom started. 4.5 minutes to go. Personal best from Wild in Sector 1. Personal best in Sector 2. Oh, he's slacking. He didn't get a personal best in Sector 3 and did a 44.2. His standards are dropping, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joking, of course. 1.6 seconds now. The lead. And this is... What do you do now if you're Joe Weaver? Is it worth trying to push and potentially risk things for an extra few points when you're outscoring all your championship rivals? I think for Joe Weaver, he very much thinks about these things and the tactics and the use of the equipment, and treating this championship not as a single a set of 30-odd races, as more like one big race. No point throwing too much effort if it means you're going to cost yourself when you get to Shennington and put yourself on the back foot when we assume that Finley Watson will be back in racing action for that one. 3.5 minutes to go. Personal best last time around by Shane Collinson, 44.652. Just behind this battle here of Collins and Thomas. There he is. Number 66. Good fight going on here. A lot of experience, of course, in this category. Going into the boot now. This will be building confidence for Collins when he goes on to the Rotax 177 final later today. We asked whether there was any pace to be found by the chasing pack. There may have been a little glimmer on that last lap. Wild, a 44.3, still hitting his at least minimum pace of a 44.3 or quicker. Joe Weaver's just dropped into a 44.2 and he's actually done a few of those now. The lead's down to less than 1.4 seconds. I'd say we're at that stage of the race now. Through goes Elliot Thomas there. Off the road is Shane Collins. He's going to lose a number of positions now. Through goes Collinson. Through goes Richards. 2.25 minutes to go then. Well, that puts Collins down into 8th place. And yeah, well, Weaver is closing in. It's a tenth. It's more than hundredths now. It's more like a tenth each lap, but it needs to be 2 or 3 if there's going to be a change of leader. Lewis Wild still in control of this one, if you ask me. You never know. I remember one of our senior races a few years ago here. We had a clear leader, some 7 seconds, and then mechanical failures. We've not seen too many mechanical failures, if any at all, so far today, and hopefully that stays the way. But this circuit can be a bruiser for sprockets and chains in particular. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock to go. Weaver has done a personal best last time around. I'll tell you what, it's still not over. This is actually getting better now for Joe Weaver, because that was 2/10. That was more like it. That's the kind of pull-in speed that I think Joe Weaver needs as a minimum now for the rest of this race, if there's going to be a chance going on to the last lap perhaps. Needs to be able to break into that slipstream, you'd think, of the number 89. Let's have a look at what it is this time around. 44.7 for Wild. His pace is dropping. His pace is dropping here. But to be fair, so is Weaver's, but he still took another 2/10 out of him there, and I reckon we're going to have this lap plus 2 more. Lewis Wild is having to work harder than he's worked so far this weekend. Had 2 heat wins yesterday. Misfortune in the final meant he didn't win it. He wasn't even on the podium 24 hours ago. 2 more laps, you'd think. There'll be 4 or 5 seconds on the clock as the leaders come over the line. So it won't be shown last lap board this time around. There it is. And actually Wild was quick. He's refound his pace now. 1/2 a tenth quicker than Weaver last time around. And that could be really crucial. He's now just holding Weaver at a very long arm's length, but an arm's length nonetheless. His total of points would move Joe Weaver to 1,172. Not quite into championship winning position. There's a certain Mr. Watson who, whilst not here today, has a maximum of 1,173. As I say, this has been, even if it's not a race win today, this has been a very good day for Joe Weaver in terms of championship. And of course we know that Joe's moving on from the kart racing scene at the end of this season. Has been doing some Audi TT R Cup racing, and is hoping to move into that in the near future. Will still be in the karting paddocks in his roles, his non-driving roles. He's edging ever closer to defending that title. Not going to win the race today though, because it's going to be a perfect day for Lewis Wild. A superb professional performance from Lewis Wild and Croc Promotions. They take the win here in Senior Rotax at Whilton Mill. Joe Weaver finishes second. Finn Smith is on the podium again there in third. James Tester finishes in fourth. Fifth for Harry Pullen. Sixth for Shane Collinson. Seventh, Jake Richards. Eighth for Elliot Thomas. Ninth for Shane Collins. 10th for Joseph McVeigh. 11th Finlay Patterson. 12th Oliver Brett Smith. A couple of positions gained there. 13th for Cameron Crockett. Unfortunately, retirement for Tom Taylor after a bright start in that race. That finishes the day for Senior Rotax. They can enjoy the 2 more races to go. I say for Senior Rotax, one of the drivers has got 1 more race at the end of the day, but for all the others, they can enjoy the next race out on circuit, the biggest field of the day. The Junior Rotax Final is next. Time to unleash 34 Junior Rotax Max drivers onto the racetrack for their final here today. Aidan Hassan has pole position in what could be a very important race in his season, his defence attempt of the Junior Rotax Max title here in the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. He's joined on the front row by 𝗦𝗲𝗄 for Cutting Edge Racing, Ethan Hay and Jaden Hewitt on row 2. Owen Keenan and Ben Horner will be there on the third row of the grid. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗏 and Caden Welch go from row 4. Daniel Whitfield and Kieran Denyer on row 5. Fletcher Jameson and Joseph Murphy will start on row number 6. And we'll continue to find Jasmine Taylor and Logan Cowling on row 7. Jensen Powers and Harry Hurstgrover on row 8. Jake Woods and Milo Manderson start on the 9th row of the grid. Into the second half of the order, we find Albert Wilton and Jack Briscoe in row 10. Leon Barlow and Lincoln Bevan due to go from row 11. Eric Smith and Max Rowley starting on row 12. Harrison Morrow and Toby Bedford row 13. Charlie Cox and Miles Murray on row 14. DeJean Bennett and Jay Leverton starting on row 15. And then quite a big story towards the bottom of the order. Jake Howarth and Joshua Jarvis, but Jake Howarth in particular, one of the championship contenders, starts this final from 16th. Harry Holland and Arthur Frey, row 17. I think we are missing Lincoln Bevan, who does not take the start of this race. Do hope that Lincoln is okay. That is going to be waved good. Okay, we're away for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Aiden Hassan. He's got to just bolt off the front for this one and take the opportunity with championship contenders further down the order. As there's contact through the Christmas corner, which has been fairly clean so far today, but with the penultimate race of the day, a couple of drivers in trouble there. I think Daniel Whitfield was one of them. Fletcher Jameson as well, who had such a good day yesterday in the final, finishing P7 and taking the top rookie trophy. That's not going to be the case today. I think Harrison Morrow was also delayed on lap 1 once more. It's off there. That's the number 12 of Ben Horner. And was it the 18 of Jaden Hewitt on the way? It was the number 18 of Jaden Hewitt. So 2 drivers starting up towards the front of the order will not finish lap 1 in those same positions or higher. In fact, they'll be all the way outside of the top 30. Not good news for either of those 2. Aiden Hassan, though, leads the race. Look, the top 3 have gone. Hassan, Hay and Gosh have just got to work together now for the next couple of laps, and then they can book out these 3 positions at the front of the field. So, crucially, if Hassan holds this position, would move on to 1,115 points, would knock out a lot of drivers in contention for the championship. I don't think he'd knock out Jake Howarth completely. I don't think he'd knock out 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗏 either. So it's going to be quite important for 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗏's championship ambitions that he may hold. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗏's had a great start as well. He's up to 4th place. Finished in the top 10. Yes, they did have a penalty. It was P1 on the road, but had a +5 penalty. It meant in the end the classification result was 6th for 𝗦𝗏𝗄𝗏. There were some questions as to when the last time we had a female winner in a final in SuperOne. We went back through the records, and unless I'm mistaken, I'm sure chat will tell me if I am mistaken, it was Holly Woolley back in 2019 in Minimax. Juniors are going a little bit further back, going into the days of the junior TKM class and Abby Pulling's championship winning season. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this one. We know from previous races in this class, there's going to be a lot happening in those 6 to 7 minutes. Milo Manderson recovering back through. It just shows you how topsy-turvy this class has been again today. Milo Manderson had a retirement in the second race for the number 82 car, but a very strong result in the first one. So started in the middle of the pack. It's already up into the top 10. So look out for Manderson. He's in good form so far today. Another fastest lap for the number 82 kart. He's just behind Kieran Denyer. by a couple of tenths. It's going to be towards the back of this group here. There he is. The yellow M will be on the side of Milo's helmet. Change for second place. 𝗦𝗲𝗄 has got through past Ethan Hay. 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Can they do anything about the performance of the leader? Not many drivers have been able to get one over on Aiden Hassan so far on pure pace this season. You never know around a circuit that can have a tendency to throw a bit of an unexpected result into the ether. Now, crucially, how is Jake Howarth getting along? Because we need to keep an eye on the championship leader going into today. He's currently up to 19th place. The hope for how this will be drop score territory, that some strong scores at Shennington in 3 weeks' time, and this race will not matter. It's all kind of stemmed from the qualifying. It's not been the kind of day that Jake Howarth would have expected. At the moment, I've got him finishing on today on 1,079 points, so a deficit of 36 points to Aiden Hassan, who would retake the championship lead. New fastest lap of the race, kart number 42, 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃, 45.460, 3.3 seconds off the race lead now, closing in on that podium. Only 1.6 seconds behind Ethan Hay, and nearly 4 tenths quicker on that last lap, so I need to keep an eye on the number 42. There's the number 95 of 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃 on your screen, 6th place at the moment, second of the rookies. The chasing pack behind, including the likes of Logan Cowling, Owen Keenan, Milo Anderson, who was going quickly in the race earlier, still going quickly. He retakes the fastest lap of the race, 45.431. Moved by Jack Briscoe, has got up into 12th place past Miles Roby. Miles has made some good progress in this race so far. Milo Anderson seeming keen to move further up the order. And second up the order, and he'll be into 6th place, but he's got to find a way through. That's Owen Keenan ahead. And down the inside goes Milo Anderson into the boot. Did he manage to get that one done? We'll check it through the last couple of corners. Yes, he did. As in fact, Keenan and Manderson both got past Logan Cowling in all of that. 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃 continuing to close in on the podium, is less than a second behind Ethan Hay now. 2.5 minutes of this one to go. 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃 still there in second place. We should really talk about 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃. A second place here would be one of the best results for Ghosh this season. Hasn't always had the best of luck in the finals. There is your battle for the podium. Hay has got past. That's a recent overtake by Hay, retaking that second spot. Look at the number 42, 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃, one of the form drivers of this weekend, has impressed a lot of people here at Whilton Mill this weekend. Wants to be on that podium. The speed this weekend, some would argue, many would argue, deserves a podium, deserves a trophy. And it's got him, down the inside goes Gosh. Nice move there into 𝗬𝗍𝗔's, and that might be the opportunity now for 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃, because Hay's going to be slow as they were side by side through into the boot. Did 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃 manage to get through there? No, as Hay holds on to 3rd place, but maybe under attack here as they go through the first couple of corners. Aiden Hassan is now the fastest driver on circuit. He's decided to start putting in the fast laps. And down the inside looks 𝗃𝗄𝗃, defending there, is saying this is going to bring Harry Hurst Grover into this. Well, this is a superb run for Harry Hurst Grover, yesterday's final winner, another driver who's had very good speed all weekend. Had that accident with Milo Manderson earlier on in the day, as I think I just saw Caden Welch by the side of the road. Caden Welch, yes, has pulled over. As here comes 𝗦𝗃𝗄𝗃 down the inside. Just pulls out of it there as they go through the boot. Good defensive driving around the outside from Ethan Hay. All the while, this is bringing Harry Hurst-Grover into the fight. 2 laps to go then. Aiden Hassan leads this race by 3.5 seconds ahead of Callum Gauchon for one of the best final results of the year for the driver there in the Cutting Edge Racing number 5. It's a great battle though to decide who's going to be the 3rd driver on the main podium. Jake Howard has now just set the fastest lap of the race, reminding us that he's still moving up through the order now up to 14th place. Time will expire now. Leader is in the boot, and we'll see the last lap board shortly. Ethan Hayes still holding on to this 3rd place. Great defensive driving, holding 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝗃 and Harry Hurst-Grover back. But now, like a red rag to a bull, the final lap board is out. It's now or never for Cotty and Hurst-Grover if they want to be on the rostrum this afternoon. No overtakes on through Christmas. It was a very good run through Oblivion and the Crook for Ethan Hay. He got in almost the rail lines where the grip is out there on circuit. A lot of the rubber laid down has been washed away by recent rain, but the track has got quicker and quicker as we've gone on through the afternoon. Round the final corner, Aiden Hassan is going to take victory yet again in Junior Max here in SuperOne. A super victory, a perfect day. Hassan back on top, retakes the lead in the championship. 2nd goes to Gosh. 3rd, Ethan Hay does hold on for 3rd. There ahead of Harry Hurst-Grover, and 𝗦𝗍𝗄𝗃 finishes in 5th. Now there's still key things to be decided with big championship scorers. Manderson 6th, Cowling 7th, Keenan, Murphy and Denyer all in the top 10. Albert Wilton 11th, Jack Briscoe 12th, Jake Howarth 13th. Now, it doesn't sound great, but that could be very important. That could be a counting score come the end of the season. Miles Roby in 14th, Joshua Jarvis 15th, Leon Barlow, Jake Woods, Ben Horner, Daniel Whitfield and Jay Leverton all in the top 20. Good drive there from Jay. Up, I think, about 10-12 places in that final in what's been a tricky season. So good progress there from Jay. Max Rowley in 21st. Jasmine Taylor might be a bit disappointed with 22nd. Just didn't have the racing gods on her side today. Had the speed from qualifying, but some difficulties in one of the heats. Finishes P22. Jaden Hewitt likewise probably deserved more. Finishes P23. Had that spin on lap 1. Jensen Powers 24th. Eric Smith 25th. Harrison Morrow 26th. Fletcher Jamieson also goes in that category with Taylor and Hewitt of speed today. Probably deserved more than 27th place in the final. DeJohn Bennett 28th. Toby Bedford 29th. Charlie Cox 30th. Arthur Frey, Harry Holland and Caden Welch were your 33 runners. Caden Welch the single retirement, and Lincoln Bevan was a did not start. That brings the temperature down. The 33 runners of the Junior Rotax Max Final are done for the day, and their trophies will be presented soon in the paddock area. And Aiden Hassan looking happy. Congratulations to the drivers there coming in. And we'll be very happy with his work once again. We've got one more race to go then here today at Whilton Mill for round 10 of the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships 2023. It is the final for Rotax 177. Let's have a look at this grid then for the Rotax 177 final as they head out onto their formation lap. Shane Collins and Andy Collinson on the front row. For Collinson, it's simple. Finish the race with a point score and he will be champion. Jason Bear and Daniel Wright go from row 2. Andy Ward and Mark Patterson start on row number 3. It is a 6-kart field for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Shane Collins has been in superb form this weekend. Is looking for a perfect day, 4 wins out of a possible 6 potentially, and a move towards second place in the, or being very well positioned for fighting for second place in the championship with Jason Bear. Andy Collinson, as we say, he's just got to bring it home. Waiting for those lights, waiting to go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap, and away we go indeed. Sweeping into the lead goes Shane Collins, second straight away for Andy Collinson. Jason Bear was very tight to the grass as they ran through the first couple of corners. Will hold on to third place ahead of Daniel Wright and Andy Ward. So what we mean with Andy Collinson's situation, we'll talk about max possible points again. Jason Bear, if he wins this race and every single race at Shennington, would finish on 12.23. Shane Collins, same scenario, would be 12.20. Already, Andy Collinson has got 1.183. So even if he was to come 6th in this race, that would leave him on 12.34. So he just has to score. He just has to get across the line. No penalties, no disqualifications, etc., etc. And he will be champion. I know how hard he's worked for this championship bid. But he's been very relaxed so far this weekend, has Mr. Collinson. Spoke to him briefly in the paddock yesterday and this morning. He just set on getting the job done here this weekend. That's the first priority. If he can beat this man, Shane Collins, then even better. But Shane Collins, particularly today in these dry conditions, has been absolutely on it. He definitely likes being in front of the cameras on a Sunday, because he took a clean sweep last time out in front of the Alpha Live cameras at Fullbeck. Was only doing senior Rotax, the 162 kilo class, when we streamed at Clay Pigeon, so we don't count that one. You can't lose a race that you're not even in. But he won the final at round 4 as well, the streamed round at Rowra, and he finished 3rd in the final at GYG that was streamed at the very start of the season. So he likes the cameras. 7 minutes of this one to go. Collins in control at the moment. Jason Bear having a really bright race so far. Good speed from the Attack Motorsport entry. Holding in 3rd. Less than half a second behind that man there, Andy Collinson. Could argue is the champion-elect. The fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Shane Collins, who has gone. I think he's not messing around in this race. He wants to show to the rest of the field that he's got the pace, he's got the performance, he's got the form to win this race with relative ease here today in Rotax 177. There's the number 11 of Daniel Wright. Great to have Daniel here this weekend. Was second yesterday in the final, drove very well in the wet conditions. I would argue that the Rotax 177s had some of the foulest conditions yesterday. The heaviest rain and the greatest percentage levels of moisture out there on the track. Andy Ward having a strong run again out there as well in the number 8. Good servants to the championship this year. Will secure 4th place in the points standings here today by completing the races. And pace not too bad as well, 46.653 last time around for Andy Ward. Next action, of course, for SuperOne. We've mentioned it enough times today, but we're going to mention it again. 3 weekends' time on the Sunday, culmination of the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships for 2023 will be at Shennington, just up the road from DDMM HQ, near home. We have 2 home circuits because we probably race more here at Whilton Mill, but geographically close to Shennington. But we'll be there on the Sunday. There'll also be some interviewing on the Saturday for our winners and probably some of our champions as well if they don't necessarily win their round on the Saturday for round 11. We did that last year. We'll do that again for Shennington. New fastest lap of the race for Shane Collins, 45.722. 1.3 seconds clear of Collinson now as... Oh, now, was that Collins going slow? Was that Collins going slow up the run to Christmas Corner? And, well, I said we've not had any mechanical issues for drivers today. Has Shane Collins? It is Shane Collins! Oh, and he's out of the race. Comfortable, 1.3 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, and a mechanical failure has let him down. What a shame for Shane Collins. There'll still be good points for him today, but, well, that is not how he would have wanted to end his day. And now that puts Andy Collinson, who will feel sympathy, I'm sure, for Shane Collins, because he's been in this position, in that very position, a couple of times this year, now leads this race and could not, well, was on course to seal the championship today anyway, and now could do it with a win. Having said that, Jason Bear is pushing really hard now in that number 50 Attack Motorsport machine behind the Saint Motorsport number 74. This is not done yet for Collinson. Daniel Wright is not too far behind as well, 46.016 last time around. We've got a proper race on here as you've just got to feel absolutely gutted for Shane Collins. I think Andy Ward has stopped out there as well because the number 8 hasn't come over the line for a while. So at least that'll be something for Shane Collins, that he'll gain a few more points being a bit higher up in the classification. 2.5 minutes of this one to go. Can Andy Collinson hold on to this one? Jason Bear is really pushing the championship leader. 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap away from sealing the championship outright mathematically. Hard for this victory. Jason Bear, who has had 1 victory so far this season, which is the first heat of the streamed round at Clay Pigeon. Good number of second places and has got quicker and quicker and quicker as the season's gone on. Will be helped by having raced around this circuit in other machinery previously. Or is Collinson just holding in reserve? Something for a bit of a late flourish, perhaps. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go into Osiers, onto the back straight. Daniel Wright pushing on. I think he's just not quite got enough speed to stay with these lead 2 in this particular race, but he's set for a podium, also set for a top rookie trophy as well. 1 minute 15 to go, so I think we're going to have 3 more laps. 3 more laps. Can Jason Bear find a way past Andy Collinson? Andy Collinson's actually thinking of going defensive now, as you see the chunks of rubber being thrown up there. You can see that the grip is starting to chew the tyres up out here on the circuit. That was Mark Patterson just pulling over to one side and allowing the leaders to go through. Mark Patterson now classified in 4th place. 45 seconds on the clock. This is a very good performance by both Collinson and Bear. We have seen Andy Collinson in battles under pressure from Shane Collins, who's now walking back to the pits, helmet on, and that's always the international racing drivers' language of "don't talk to me, I'm not particularly happy," and understandably so. If you're in Shane Collins's shoes, because he was in control of this race, comfortable in this race, and loses a class victory here at Whilton Mill as a result. Was trying to follow up, of course, yesterday's victory. Time is up. Last lap board will be out next time around. And Jason Bear has been sitting there in that threatening position, less than 1/4 of a second off the rear bumper of Andy Collinson, but hasn't been able to go for a move. There is the last lap. Andy Collinson leads the race, is 1 lap away from winning the championship outright, but he wants to do it with a race victory. Drives down the centre of the road, resists any kind of attempt from Jason Bear. Jason Bear is trying to set one up into Ashby. Tricky to get the move done down there, downhill. Good drive from Collinson off of Ashby. The corners are ticking down.
Well, we've seen a couple of drivers be crowned today as champion. None of them have done it with a race victory. Andy Collinson came into this season. He's been quiet. He's a very calm-natured man, but he will be elated with this. He wins in round 10 and becomes 2023 SuperOne Rotax 177 champion. Andy Collinson wins it from Jason Bear. Daniel Wright on the podium as well. Mark Patterson will come across the line in 4th, and then 2 retirements. Shane Collins will be classified in 5th and 6th for Andy Ward. But it's Collinson's day. He knew the scores. He knew what he needed to do. He just needed to get round, get the scores on the board, and then he can relax and enjoy Shannington in 3 weekends' time. But to do it with victory here at Whilton Mill, that will be very, very special indeed. And the Collinson family will be delighted that the job is done. He is champion in the Rotax 177 class. Drivers come into the pits, and Andy Collinson receives the plaudits of the drivers. Will go through the checks. There's a thumbs up. No front fairing penalties today for Collinson or Bear or Daniel Wright. That's what we like to see. So the top 3 will stay as such pending post-race scrutineering. And with that, that concludes our day here at Whilton Mill for round 10 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. Big thanks to our sponsors once again: CWG Choices, AST Signs, JKH, and Bell Helmets. We could not do the championship without their support. Big thanks to all the staff here at Whilton Mill, in the clubhouse, all the marshals. Great work as always here at Whilton Mill. Big thanks to the Alpha Live team as well. It's been a very busy weekend for Alpha Live across various big karting events this weekend. So not just my thanks to everyone here at Whilton Mill for the SuperOne, but I say for the up at Teesside for the British 24-hour, and everyone at PFI as well. It's been a fantastic weekend for everybody involved. And if you've missed any of it, if you've picked a particular event and you want to go and watch the others, don't worry, you will be able to watch all of it back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Thank you to everyone in the comments. Thank you for your interactions. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at @MM across your major social media networks. No commentary next week. The first time in 7 weekends that we're saying that one weekend off, having a barbecue if the weather's not too bad. But we will be back in 2 weekends' time. Irish Kart GP on this Sunday, 2 weeks today, here on Alpha Live, and then the following weekend, of course, the finale for this championship. Get your entries in. Guest entries are open as well. You don't have to be a driver who's competed so far this season. In particular, Honda Cadet 200s. I know that the entries are growing and open for that one. And as we say, that will be on the weekend of the 26th and the 27th of August. We do hope to see you there. We do hope to hear from you. If you can't be there, here on the live streams, thank you very much for watching, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And from us all here at Whilton Mill, goodbye.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series. Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farah to the outside. This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aiden Hassan's resistant though. Aiden Hassan is going to win round 12.